Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, lovely people from all walks of life. Thank you for making time for us. Thank you for tuning in. Asante sana kwa kujiunga nasi hapa kwa Mtembei TV. Karibuni nyote. We love you guys. Thank you for always choosing Mtembei TV to be the station where you are here for us as Kenyans, and we are here for you as the Kenya you are. Asante sana. Thank you for joining me. Today we have a great show lined up for us. We will discuss a lot that has made headlines today. We have you in studio, you who is looking at me. Karibu sana na kupigia makofi shangwe. Asante kwa kujiunga nami. Allow me to greet you and ask you to keep tuning in, keep sending in your comments. Allow me to ask you kindly. Ingia hapo kwa YouTube, subscribe, share, comment. Let us know where you're watching us from. Let us know where you are getting us live from. Tusalamia hapo kwa comment section, alafu tujue maoni yako ni yapi kwa swala hii ya leo. Those from afar, I wish to invite you to the show today. Thank you for always choosing Mtembei TV, where we do not segregate or discriminate. We choose you to speak for this nation. You, mwananchi, are able to speak. Allow me to begin by saying hi to one or two guys who have already begun sending in their comments. I see Grace Mwangi greeting me, and he's saying, this is what Grace Mwangi is saying: Raila has lost it all. What is your say? Let me hear you. Tuma maoni yako kwa comment section. Join me live. Nimetuma hapo link. Ingia kwa show. Let us discuss this issue. Today, Ruto was in Migori, or rather the whole of this weekend, Ruto was in the Nyanza region, and we have seen him launching some projects and of course making some statements over there. What do you make of all this? Let me know by you participating in this lovely show. I see who else. Ali Bira is in the show. I see Kiprotich Nixon, you are in the show. Sammy Wood Nyawalo, you're in the show. I see who else. Beatrice Namale, you're in the show. King Boy Dandalo, I see you in the show. I see Sefi Ouma, you are in the show. You're saying you're tuned in. Emmanuel Mutai, you are in. Thank you. I see Mponi Tapale, unasema you're catching us live from Eldoret. Thank you, sir, for joining us in. Who else? I see who else. Jamal Haji, I see you from Wajir. To all our Muslim brothers, Ramadan Karim to you all. Jack Orido, I see you, unasema tuko ndani. Let me hear from you. Houston Otieno, unasema uko ndani, watching from Rongo. Aha, David Kitiso, you are in. Asante sana. Sefi Auma, nakuona uko ndani. Emmanuel Mutai, tuned in. Thank you. Aha, who else? Fatma Nasimi, unasema baba tosha. I see Sifriani Makari, you're saying Baba, the people's president. Ali Bira, I see you. Thank you for being part of the show. Jacob Bokelo, I see you, my brother. King Boy Dala, sorry. I see you. Unasema hivi, hii ni gani? Wanacheza na Ruto hawamjui. Maoni yako ni yapi? Keep them coming. I see your comments zinaingia mbio mbio. Let me know where you're watching me from. Zakaria Magok Mabaya saying this: You are catching me from Canada. Where? Canada huko vipi? Thank you for tuning in. I see Kerian Juguna tuned in from Joska. Jaluo Pingwang unasema check out your spellings. Oh, I'll do that. Okay, I will and rectify. Stacy Katunge unasema uko ndani. Ramadhan Karim, my brother, thank you. Samuel Jando uko ndani, asante sana. Leonard Cheriot Sang unasema tune in Hustler Nation, tuko chonjo, karibuni. Let me get the Hustler Nation in the team. Let me also get the Azimio Brigade in the house tonight. I love you guys. Always a pleasure to host you here at Mtembei TV. Unasema aje jamaa? Moses Kayoka unasema chukua Moses from Kampala. Thank you for joining us. We have lovely guests already in the studio. I see Chelimo is in the house. I see Mutai Jr. is in the house. I'll have them shortly, among other guys who are joining in. But allow me first to begin by playing some clips that were making headlines tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, you can be part of the show. How do you join us in studio? One, there's a link I'm sending in. Itajiandika hapo StreamYard. You click to that link, and then when you click to that link, it will bring you to the studio. To the studio, I'll add to the panel. Once you're in the panel, maoni yako yatasikika moja kwa moja kutoka kinywani mwako. Allow me to invite you. Join us. This is the link. It's already showing up a comment section. Join us through that link. Join us through that link. Join us through that link. Karibuni sana, ladies and gentlemen. Karibuni sana. Karibuni. I invite you to join us. I invite you to join us. I invite you to join us. Come in. Karibuni kwa show. When you join us also, like, share, subscribe. Tuma wacha hii show ijulikane kote. Let us make this show trend, because you are the people that will make this show. You are the Kenyans we need. Thank you. I see Caroline Otieno unasema watching from Runda, Baba Tosha. Asante sana. Adan Tayari, I see you. You're saying uko tayari na uko kwa show. Welcome. I see you. I invite you to join me in this lovely show. I invite you to join me in this lovely show. I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in this lovely show. This is how we kick off. We kick off with this.
Kazi yote ati twende tupange maandamano. Mimi nauliza nyinyi. Sisi tulikubaliana ati baada ya uchaguzi tufanye maandamano. Sisi tulisema baada ya uchaguzi tupange maendeleo. Ama namna gani? Tujenge hii barabara yenu. Na tupange industrial park. Na tupange housing. Na tupange mambo ya kompyuta. Tusukume mbele. Kwa hivyo mtu wa kitendawili tunamwambia awache kutuadaa. Mtanisaidia kumnyamazisha? Huyu mtu ananisumbua na makelele. Na mimi nataka niulize nyinyi, mwenye kushindana na kitendawili si alikuwa mimi? Na si niliwaambia mtu nitamumalizia asubuhi. Si nilitangaza mchana? Sasa nimesikia kuja kuulizana na mimi. Ameenda kupangia maandamano, vita, ghasia. Ameenda kupangia mama mboga kule Nairobi. Makanga wamekosa kufanya kazi. Watu wadogo wamekosa kufanya kazi. Kwa sababu watu wadogo anaenda kuharibu biashara yao. Kama yeye ako na shida, si akuje aulize. Ni mboga alishindana na mtu wa kitendawili? Si alikuwa anashindana na mimi? Kwa hiyo mzee, tafadhali kwa heshima kubwa, wachana na kuharibu biashara ya watu. Wachana na kupelekea vita watu wadogo. Wachana na kupelekea fujo watu wadogo. Kama uko na shida kuja uliza mimi. Ama na gani? Si mimi ndio nilishindana na yeye? Na kama hajipanga vizuri tukutane 2027. Ndio atajua ajui. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Sijui kama tumeelewana jameni. So mimi nataka niwaulize kwa unyenyekevu jameni. Sisi wote tunataka kupanga mambo ya Kenya na kuunganisha taifa letu la Kenya. Mnasema tuungane, sio? Tuunganishe Kenya na tupange mambo ya maendeleo. Tuachane na fujo, tuachane na maandamano, tupange vile Kenya itapiga hatua ya kwenda mbele, tuondoe umaskini, ya kwamba tunawasaidia nyinyi kama wakulima. Na wapongeza sana, naona mumepanda mahindi kila mahali. Nyinyi ndio watu wa maana zaidi, kwa sababu mnajua dawa ya njaa ni kuzalisha chakula. Na mimi nitahakikisha muko na mbegu, muko na mbolea ili muweze kuzalisha chakula, tuondoe njaa. Ati yule mzee wa kitendawili anasema njia ya kuondoa njaa ni kuweka sufuria kwa kichwa na kufanya maandamano. Mimi nimesema tunaweka pale Agro Industrial and Aggregation Park ambayo itasaidia kukusanya yale mazao yenu yote ya kilimo. Sawa sawa? Tukusanye mazao yenu yote ya kilimo, kama ni mahindi, kama ni ndizi, kama ni kahawa, zile zote ndio tupange kazi ya agro processing. Tufanye mambo ya value addition, tuongeze dhamana na tuwasaidie na storage na tuwasaidie na soko, ndio kila mkulima apate haki yake. Wale mabroka wanakuja kununua mazao yenu kwa bei ya chini, tuwafukuze, tuwaambie tukutane huko kwa agro processing. Nyinyi mnanielewa? Ndio kila mkulima Ndio jameni, tunaelewana? Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na kwanza niwashukuru sana, kwa sababu hata mbali ya kunipimia kura zenu, mimi nawashukuru kwa sababu tulifanya uchaguzi wa amani. Si ni kweli? Na wapongeza Wakenya wote, bila kujali walipiga kura mrengo gani. Sisi wote tulienda kwa uchaguzi na tukatimiza haki yetu ya kikatiba kuhakikisha kwamba tunapiga kura mahali popote ambapo tunataka. Nyinyi mulipigia kura Agwambo, Wakenya wengine wengi wakanipigia kura, si namna hiyo? Mimi nataka niwaulize, tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, si mulipiga kura? Muliamua kura ya MCA? Si muliamua ya wabunge? Si muliamua ya senator? Si muliamua ya governor? Na kura ya rais mulipiga ama hamukupiga? Si muliamua? Si maneno imeisha? Mimi nataka niwaulize sasa, si ile kazi imebaki ni ya kupeleka Kenya mbele jameni? Ama mnasemaje? Si tupeleke Kenya mbele? Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na munisikize kwa makini. Sawa sawa? Mimi nataka niwahakikishie watu wa Uriri, watu wa Migori na watu wa Nyanza ya kwamba serikali mimi ninaendesha ni serikali ya Kenya na ni serikali yenu. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba hakuna sehemu ya Kenya itabaguliwa. Sisi wote tutapanga mambo ya maendeleo ikiwa serikali ya Kenya, nyinyi mkiwa katikati ya wale wa Kenya wengi ambao mimi naongoza kama rais, na serikali hii ikiwa ni serikali yenu. Tunaelewana? Nataka munisikize kwa makini. Haitawezekana, mimi sitaruhusu sehemu yoyote ya Kenya kufungiwa nje kwa maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Mimi sitaruhusu mtu yeyote kubagua watu wa Kenya wa kutoka jamii yoyote ama sehemu yoyote, kwa sababu hiyo ni siasa mambo zamani. Tumekubaliana sisi wote, kwa sababu ni mapenzi yetu na ni mapenzi ya Mungu. Hakuna mtu hapa ako Kenya kwa ruhusa ya mtu mwingine. Hakuna mtu wako Kenya kwa kibali ya mtu mwingine. Sisi tuko Kenya, sisi ni Wakenya, na Wakenya wote walishaamua mambo ya uchaguzi. Sasa ile kazi imebaki ni kupanga mambo ya maendeleo, na mimi niko hapo. Tutapanga mambo ya maendeleo na wale mmechagua, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie Nyanza will not be left behind as we plan the future of Kenya. And I want to say, for the avoidance of doubt, that as President of Kenya, I will ensure that nobody, no force, nobody takes the people of Nyanza in the wrong direction or takes the people of Nyanza in the opposite direction from government. You are entitled to government services as every other Kenyan is entitled. And I want to promise you that the government of Kenya is going to be inclusive. We are going to work together with all the leaders, and I am going to be deliberate about bringing the people of Kenya together, united, so that we can confront all our challenges as a united nation. So, muko tayari jameni kushirikiana na mimi tupeleke hii Kenya mbele? Muko tayari? Muko tayari? Na mimi niko na ujumbe ya kutuma nyinyi. Mutanisaidia kufikisha ujumbe? Si mnajua Agwambo mimi niliunga yeye mkono 207. Si mimi niliongoza election ya mambo ya Agwambo? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, hiyo kazi tulifanya, si ndio ilifanya Raila Odinga akakuwa prime minister wa Kenya? Tangu siku hiyo amepata kiti kingine kubwa kuliko hiyo ya prime minister? Amepata kiti kingine? Mimi nataka niwaulize nyinyi watu wa Nyanza, ni watume. Mimi niwaulize, mambo iliharibika na Agwambo akawa prime minister, si mimi ndio nilipelekwa Hague kwa sababu ya mheshimiwa Raila Odinga? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Kwani Orengo ndiye alipelekwa Hague? Agwambo mwenyewe alienda Hague? Watu wengine kwa sababu ya Agwambo? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Niulize nyinyi, nataka muende muniulizie Agwambo. Sasa wewe bwana Agwambo, unauliza nini huyu William Ruto? Wakati ulikuwa unahitaji mtu ya kusimama na wewe, si mimi nilisimama na yeye mpaka akakuwa prime minister? Si mimi ndio nilipelekwa Hague kwa sababu yake? Sasa si mimi nimejipanga namna hii na Mungu akanifanya namna hii, si mimi ni rais wa Kenya ama namna gani? Sasa mimi nataka niulize bwana Agwambo, mimi nilikusupport nikakufanyia campaign, mimi nimewahi kukupigia kura, mimi nimewahi kukushikilia. Sasa bwana Agwambo, kwa ile tu heshima ya binadamu, wewe utanipigia kura lini? Wewe utanifanyia campaign lini? Mbona unanifanyia maandamano ama namna gani? Si hata yeye anipigie kura siku moja jameni.
Wow. Hata yeye anipigie siku moja kura. Let me hear maoni yenyu wa Kenya. I see you coming in thick, faster than I anticipated. Thank you for making this show to be your show. Thank you for always being part of Mtembei. I see I already have some panelists. Allow me to mute you guys so that when I communicate to the audience. Thank you for tuning in, those who are tuning in from very far. I see who Mutinda, you're saying you're tuned in from Dubai. Asante sana. Lisa Kauti, I see you. I am Camila Lavatin, I see you. I see Imponent Timpale uko ndani. Thank you for being part of the show. Let me hear from you guys. Maoni yenyu ni yapi? I've played a clip for you. Akuku Danger, I see you. I see Adari Tayari, thank you for being part of the show. Mr. Chelimo, asante sana. Kalejinga Arab Meno, asante. I see you. Thank you for being part of the show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for always making time to be in this lovely show. We don't take it for granted. You joining us live, you taking your time to listening to what Kenyans are saying. I want to start with Adan Tayari. I don't know if you have listened to what the president has said. The president has raised so many issues, saying that it's time that Raila supports him and rather even vote for him. Adan amepotea. Akuku Danger, uko hapo? Akuku Danger, are you in? My panelist, muko ndani? Okay,
Tuko.
let me begin. Okay, let me begin with Chelimo mwenye ako tayari. Chelimo, what do you make of what the president is saying?
Eh, Good evening first.
Good evening. I don't know if you have your camera on. If I could see your faces, I would really love it so that our audience too could enjoy your company as well.
Okay.
Adan is from Mandera. He has said hi and he will join us shortly.
Mm,
That's
I
even
think,
worse because there's no light where you are.
yeah, there's not
Kalenjin,
like that.
I don't know if you are there and if you can see me, and I would wish also to see you. Akukudenje, if I can as well see you. But let me hear from you, Chelimo.
Okay, I think we have heard about what the president said.
Mm-hmm.
The president talked so much about Mr. Raila,
Mm-hmm.
and according to my understanding or what I
Mm-hmm.
heard from the president,
Mm-hmm.
he is really feeling on the
Mm-hmm.
impact of the demonstration
Mm-hmm.
because he knows on Monday there will be another demonstration,
Mm-hmm.
and he's saying,
Mm-hmm.
I think he committed himself that many people lost their jobs
Mm-hmm.
during that demonstration,
Okay.
and he's really, in other words, he's pleading to Raila to stop the demonstration
Okay.
if need be,
Okay.
and uh, but there's a negative uh, information about the government as from
Mm-hmm.
yesterday
Mm-hmm.
because we got information about the DCI information, which
Mm-hmm.
gave us wrong uh, pictures on the people to be arrested.
Mr.
And
Chelimo, before you go all that far, let's first stick to what the president said. The president said it's time that Raila supported him. That's where I want us first to deal with.
okay, I think it's not realistic that Raila should support Ruto at this time
Okay.
because he was talking such because he was in the stronghold of Raila.
Uh-huh.
Raila, Migori is the stronghold of Raila,
Okay.
and he was sending information to the supporters of Raila,
Okay.
not even Raila himself,
Okay.
but he was talking directly to the supporters who are ready to demonstrate on Monday. So I think in
Okay.
in other words, he was telling them not to go to street, but support
Okay.
the government.
Aha.
That's it.
Aha. Before I come back to you, allow me to add and Tayari, I see you. You're back from Mandera. There is what the president has said. I don't know if you have watched us or watched the clip. What do you make of what the president did and said today? Aidan, if you can unmute your mic. Uh, okay, before Aidan comes back, he told me he's from Mandera. He's having some challenges. John Jenga, what do you make of what the president is saying and what he's doing in Luo Nyanza? You have to unmute your mic, sir. Unmute your mic. Okay. Are you able to unmute your mic? Aman from Bondo, I see you. Thank you, my brother, for being part of the show. Akuku Danger, you're back. Thank you. Fen Marcos, I see you. Before John Jenga, are you able now to communicate? Yes, unmute. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Continue, sir. What do you make of what the president is doing in Nyanza? Do you see it will bear fruits? And he's asking Raila to support him. What do you make of what he's doing? John Jeng, I'm talking to you. Okay. Fen Marcos, before John Jenga seems not to unmute his mic. Fen Marcos, what do you make of what the president is doing? If you could raise your voice, sir. Well, I don't know if it's my end, but my panelist seems sipati mwenye akona sauti nzuri. Akukudenja, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
What do you make of what the president is doing in Nyanza?
What I can say is that he's trying to lower down the emotions of Azimio
Mm-hmm.
and try to get sympathy from Luos and also to try to bring Baba on the table to dialogue.
Okay.
But I'll not be convinced
Mm-hmm.
up tomorrow when he visits church
Mm-hmm.
with his deputy. I just want
Mm-hmm.
to see what they say tomorrow Sunday. You know, they have a habit when they go to Luo Nyanza,
Mm-hmm.
they pray so much. They talk well about Raila Odinga. But
Mm-hmm.
when they get out of Nyanza,
Mm-hmm.
they insult him. You see. So me these three days events, I'll just try and see tomorrow after they visit church in somewhere else other than
Mm-hmm.
Nyanza.
Mm-hmm.
That's the it will define what they've been doing Nyanza for 3 days. Tomorrow
Okay.
Sunday, because
Okay.
I'm very sure
Mm-hmm.
his deputy will just brush everything that they've done in Nyanza. Tomorrow,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
yes.
Tomorrow will be live. Tomorrow will be live from 10. We will discuss what will happen tomorrow. A man from Bondo, I don't know. What do you make of what the president is doing in Luo Nyanza, and is it bearing fruits? Or will it bear fruits eventually? We cannot hear you, sir. Now we
Hello.
can. Hi,
Yeah.
we can hear you now.
Okay. Well, thanks a lot for this opportunity.
Okay.
I think what is happening in Nyanza is that I think Ruto is trying to find a way to reach Baba,
Mm-hmm.
and not only reaching Baba, but
Okay.
trying to reach the people of Nyanza.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think maybe he must have learned that the people of Nyanza are not easy. They're very
Mm-hmm.
difficult.
Okay.
And despite having leaders,
Mm-hmm.
the Luo people have their standards, the Luo people.
Okay.
And there has always been a political misconception. Like you see right now what is happening. Maybe the Kisis have joined the other side, part of Nyanza, and then he's trying to extend his hand to the other side of the Luo Nyanza to get them all together on board. But it's not an easy thing. And when he talked about development, he might have to go an extra mile to maybe
Okay.
try and please them more.
Mm-hmm.
to be able to calm them down. Because the problem with the Luo people, they are very radical.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, they are very radical. Everybody can leave Baba alone,
Mm-hmm.
but the Luos will never.
Okay.
And I think at the moment, as also you've heard before, I think they've been trying to weigh a little bit the temperature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with sending messages like, oh, we can arrest Baba, and then they follow up what happens.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so no matter what happens, no matter which side people go, Luos are very radical than anybody has ever witnessed. And they can
Okay.
be worse if they are left alone
Uh-huh.
than when they are together as a nation and protesting as a nation.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes when you look at the geographical structure,
Mm-hmm.
you'll realize sometimes they have nothing to lose.
I
You
hear
know,
you, sir.
yeah, when you are dealing with someone who has got nothing to lose,
Mm-hmm.
most of them, they don't own property in Nairobi or anything. They're
Okay.
hustling. At the
Uh-huh.
end of the day, they are like warriors. Some of them,
Mm-hmm.
whether it was mandamano, not mandamano, they're always taken back home in caskets.
Uh-huh.
So you should take also an angle of the culture aspect.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them, if they don't make it, then they go back in caskets.
Okay.
Yeah, so that makes them more radical. And if Ruto has to learn to work with them,
Mm-hmm.
then he really has to be genuine with them.
Mm-hmm.
And he
Hold
really
your thought,
has.
man from Bondo. I want to do something here. Allow me to greet people who are joining me live. I see Rhoda is in. I see Fen Marcos is also in. John Jeng, I think you are ready. That's why you're raising your hand. I can see you. I see Akuku Denje is equally ready, and Mr. Chelimo. Equally, I have other guys joining me kwa comment. Naona Lisa Kauchi yuko ndani, naona Nelson Nelson Mwale na kuona uko ndani, Jermaine Smith na kuona uko ndani, Helinko Macharia na kuona uko ndani, Gatich, wewe ni mzalendo, asante sana kwa kuwa part of the show tonight. Lindsay Kish, sorry, na kuona unasema hivi, fish is in thika. We, sawa. Bernard Kuria uko ndani, Frederick Mugo uko ndani. Now, show ya leo ni yako wewe mwananchi. Join us, join in, let's hear from you. Naona Joan Aumo anasema hi everyone. Joan, this is how you enter the show. Unaingia kwa hiyo link nimeweka saa hii tu. Ukiingia kwa hiyo link inakupeleka place inaitwa StreamYard. Hapo StreamYard unaunda jina yako, si lazima iwe jina yako kamili. Alafu unawasha kamera na unawasha mic. Ukiwasha mic na kamera unaweka enter. Ukiweka enter, you're able to join these people live kwa show. Thank you for being part of the show. Aman from Bondo, what do you make that even leaders who were once strong supporters of Raila are joining the president in his tour in Nyanza? What are you making about it, sir?
Okay, leaders are obliged to work with the sitting government.
Okay.
Yeah, that is one thing. Two, they can equally be there as just being there.
Okay.
And I think there is a very funny also thing that people might not know or understand, especially if you know those leaders so well from the Luo Nyanza. Most of them, they're like from the same family.
Okay.
But they divide in different areas in the country.
Okay.
Got the seat. But they are same family from Baba's bedroom.
Okay.
So you might be throwing stones in front of the media, but you don't know actually what role they are doing there.
Oh.
Jalango is from Bondo.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, these other members of who has been nominated in CAS, most of them, all of them, they're almost from Bondo.
Okay.
Yeah, they just relocated to other places from Kisumu. So at the end of the day, kuna ile kikao ya nyumbani.
Okay.
So that's also another problem. Yeah. So, you know, sometimes when people are politicking, the Luo people are very strategic. Anybody could have still gotten the seat in Langata other than Jalango.
Okay.
But still, it ended up to be the person from Bondo who had it. If it was not Fidel or... So there's a way still the control of the Nairobi politics is under certain watch. And that is the pillar of demonstration and everything.
Okay.
So Baba knows how to play his politics. It's very tactical. It's always well calculated.
Okay.
Than the normal mwananchi think or he knows.
Hold that thought, man from Bondo. I know wewe utanishikilia hadi mwisho. Niko na jamaa anajiita Jenga. Jenga, uko na yapi? I see you raising your hand. You have to unmute. Jenga, you have to unmute your mic, sir. We Jenga, are you able to unmute? Try to unmute. Hapo tu mali jina yako iko kuna nini ya ku unmute. Oh my. Fen, are you able to unmute your mic now? Fen Marcos? What? Okay.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Fen. We were able to hear you. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Yes. What I can say. Good evening, everybody. Okay, it is evening here in Kenya. I'm in Nairobi right now. So what I would like to say is that Ruto is playing some politics in Luo community. Because if you can see, Ruto is trying to make his ways into Luo nation through some few individuals. Let us not just look at the way, Mandamano is for everybody, not Luo nation only, but for all Kenyans. Because what I can say is that these are grievances Raila is pushing. It is for everybody. Kama ni bei ya unga, yes, ni kila mtu. But Ruto is trying to get into Luo nation through some politician like Jalango. Are you able to get me?
Yes. This is what I want you to do. Just unplug that earphone and just talk directly to your phone. We'll be able to, so that we don't get that breathing sound from you. Now, continue. Have you unplugged? Unmute yourself as well, sir.
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you okay.
Go ahead. What I'm saying is this. Yes, Ruto is trying to play some politics with the Luo nation. He's trying to make his ways into Luo through some politician. Are you getting that?
Yes, we are.
That's why even if you can look the cabinet, there are some Luo in the cabinet. Yes. That's why even if you review the statement from Deputy President Gachagua, he said that Ruto loved Luo. Yes, that's why he even managed to sponsor. That's why he even managed to sponsor RAILAS and some other politician in the name of ODM, but later on they joined the Kenya Kwanza. Right?
Okay.
Yes.
I'll be playing what the Deputy President said. I'll be playing what the Deputy President said. But
Yeah.
John Jenga, I don't know if you agree with what Fen Marcos is saying. Fen Marcos is saying that Ruto is using the leaders to kind of find his way to Nyanza. Do you see it working? John Jenga, now you
Good
you are
evening, all.
unmuted. Good
Yeah,
evening to you, sir.
yes, good evening.
Good
On
evening.
my side, maybe I differ with, yeah, I want to differ with the first guy from Bodo. First of all, I want to say that whether we like it or whether pengine tunaona vile inaendelea, siasa imebadilika na ni vizuri kujua imebadilika. Hivyo sasa mtu anataka kutueleza ya kwamba ati Waluo ama Wakikuyu ama Wakale wako vile tulikuwa tunawajua hapo. Sasa siasa imebadilika na kila mtu anaona venye iko na vile kuko. Huwezi kukuja kutuambia hapa ati the hardcore whereby hatujawahi MP akisema this is I will follow the government, ama hatujawahi ona ile tumeona saizi president akiwa Kisumu ama Migori kunakaa na amani venye kuko, na siasa imebadilika. President anaweza enda Mombasa na aongee vile anataka vizuri, vile watu wa Mombasa wanataka, aende Migori, aende Kisumu, juu siasa imebadilika na anakuwa na watu wake. The second, huu mwingine naye ninaona akisema president anajaribu kucheza na kidogo na akili za watu hivi. Ni lazima acheze na akili za watu juu naye hapo mbele hiyo aliwachezea. Sasa lazima alichezewa, sasa lazima acheze na sahau, acheze na Samauti Kenya, acheze na Sakira pahali. Na huu president tuko na yeye isipokuwa pengine ni watu wanajaribu kumshikashika kama ni mtu hivyo hivyo. Huyu ni mtu hata ako na hekima kubwa sana kutoka kwa Mungu. Huyu ni mtu hata anaweza kaa na watu akina wote. Lastly tulikuwa na Matiang'i hapa tukaona kama kwamba hata ninaona akienda kutolewa seru na watu wa ODM ama hawa wengine. Juzi nikamuona tena wakisalimiana na huu president, hata sijui waliongelea wapi. Huu ni president mwenye anastahili kuogopewa sana, na nilikuwa naona hata ni vizuri vijana hawa pengine naona wanajiita akina Nurukanga na Gausho waambiwe na marafiki zao, si wakati mzuri wa kucheza cheza na rais sana ama na hao watu. Hao watu ninaona si kama wale tumezoea watu wale vile nisikia deputy akisema watu walilewa na Serelak na Bluebird. Hawa naona kama ni watu wa doma na vitu kama ugali ya kulala, kwa hivyo wako na nguvu ingine kado na hiyo. On my point is president, ninaona kana kwamba ulikuwa umeuliza wakiwa kule, kama ninaweza kama vile aliongea kule, maendeleo pengine inaweza patikana kule upande wa Nyanza. Maneno na maendeleo mimi naona kama hiyo tuachie magavana. Sioni president kama kuna kitu kubwa anaweza fanya. Sasa tuko na county na governor. Ile tu pengine inaweza kuwa na shida ni wakati pengine ni wa maandamano, watu waharibu kwao, governor akae na muda mrefu kabla hajaitengeneza. Nikirudi pale pengine juu sitapata nafasi upande wa maandamano juu imetangazwa Monday na ninasikia watu wengine wanaongea hivi. Hii maandamano mimi naona kana kwamba kama ingesimama ni mzuri kidogo, juu ninaona kama kuna timu inajiandaa pande ingine iharibie hii timu yenye inakuja na peaceful demonstration. So maybe Raila anaweza kuja na peaceful demonstration akijaribu kuona vile maisha iko juu, ateremsha watu nao wengine wakuje kado na hiyo wafanye madhara. Na Junior alianza kama vile tunaona wengine walikuwa they are rooting vitu za watu, wakuja wajipange, waingie katika hiyo maandamano, wachafue na wale hawakuwa wakichafua. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa naona kama kwanza ingesimamishwa kwanza wakati wa Ramadhani, watu pressure irudi chini, wakuja baadaye. Ninaona kama hiyo maandamano inaweza leta madhara tena. Maneno ya kuteremsha unga, na ninaona watu wamesoma hapa na niliongea juzi.
Endelea. Jenga, endelea.
Nilikuwa nasema maneno ya unga. Maneno ya unga, yeah. Maneno ya unga kusema iteremke, mimi nashindwa kwa nini watu wanasema unga iteremke. Whereby unga wakati ilikuwa 100. Mimi ni mkulima, tulilima shamba 1 acre, tulikuwa tunalima, ukiingisha tinga inalima na 1200. Wakati petrol ilipanda, hiyo eka ilienda 2500. Wakati huo mwingine tulinunua fertilizer 7k. Wakati unga ilikuwa 100 tulinunua 3500. Sasa mnataka unga irudishwe shilingi 100 na wakulima tulikuwa tumelima hii na double price. So unga hata inastahili 300, wakulima wauze mahindi 5000. So ni lazima tuangalie pande ingine. Kenya over 70% kwa Kenya ni wakulima. Kwa hivyo unga inastahili 300. Wakati huu mtete ya kwamba fertilizer iletwe 2000 na mbegu tupewe bure na tuingie forest tulime, within 2 months unga inateremka 50. That is all.
Lakini Jenga, wacha turudi kwa mada, ingawa umeleta mambo mengi hadi kuna mtu kwa comment amesema wewe uko funny, but ni sawa.
Hata nyinyi mfanye mahesabu.
Kuna hii swali Jenga nataka kukuuliza.
Ufanye mahesabu
kidogo tu Jenga, sikiza swali yangu. Kuna vile ninaona Ruto anatumia ile game alitumia kwa Uhuru. Alitumia wabunge wa Uhuru. Eventually kidogo Uhuru hangeweza kufika Central. Je, unaona kama hiyo ndio game plan ya Uhuru? Ya Ruto, sorry.
Yenye anatumia wakati huu. It is good to know if we are 42 tribes in Kenya, we are not we can't reason together. The way Ruto alitumia wabunge wa Uhuru, hawezi tumia wabunge wa Raila. Rules hata hapo nitarudi nyuma, rules tena hawezi tumiwa kama wapande ingine. Kwa hivyo hata kama anataka kuwatumia in Western na Nyanza, hawezi ingia vile aliingia Central. Hiyo ni lazima ajijue vizuri juu. It is good to understand that wakati unataja jina mwisi, hiyo ni lazima ipatikane haraka sana kwa Mkikuyu na ipatikane kwa Mkalenjin. So these are two thieves. Hata kama Mkikuyu, wiba sio kitu gumu, na ni gumu sana hiyo jina ipatikane kwa Wajaruo. Juu Mjaruo hata saizi ukimwambia apike ugali within shortcut hawezi itikia, na ndio unaona Girogo ni tunawapea gari watengeneze juu. Anakutengenezea perfect. Pelekea Mkikuyu inatekagwa na siku 2. Unarudi hapo. So we cannot reason together. The way anafikiria rules, na hiyo jamaa alikuwa ameongea mbele, alikuwa na kitu alikuwa anataka kusema. The way lakini hagesema juu angechochea. The way unafikiria Wajaruo wanaweza bebwa, sio vile anaweza beba Wakikuyu. Mkikuyu hata huyo unaona Kioni. Saa hizi ni vile boga haijatosha. Ikitosha utasikia akiwika akienda UDA. Lakini haijatosha, wanawekelea kitu haijatosha. Is money or box. There was a time nilikuwa naona mtu mwingine sijui ni mbunge wa huko ama ni nani aliua msichana mwingine, sitaki kumtaja. Hii Kikuyu akifanya hivyo ni awekelee pesa juu kitu ya kukufa. Tutakagi makesi hata hii ya Jeff akiwekelea kitu mzuri, hiyo mambo tunamaliza. We are not like those people that we don't need justice. Hatukufuatagi sana. Kwa hivyo anataka my friend, kwa hao hawezi kupata. Hao ni apitie njia ile straight na aone Victoria ndio ile.
Jenga, unanijengea siku we. Roda, sijiko unakubaliana na Jenga. Jenga usiende mahali.
Habari zenyu, I hope you have a very good.
Roda atakubaliana na mimi.
Mimi, I'm sorry. mimi ni Mkikuyu, lakini mimi ni Mkikuyu ule wale si ovyo. I believe justice. Jenga, okay? I believe justice.
If you are Kikuyu, don't lie.
Let me tell you.
You cannot cook ugali like Kiruo.
You have been betrayed by Raila. Ruto. I'm not like you. I'm not like you.
No, you are not a Kikuyu. What are you lying here? That is the way you lie these people that Raila will go to win.
I'm not Kikuyu.
Where speaker mzeri bila kuweka panado 5? Whom are you? You want to say you are Kikuyu? If you are Kikuyu, I know well. Munaweka panado 5 nyama nini Mudhurwa. Zikidheri even na 30 minutes. Na Mjaruo anapika kuanzia asubuhi mpaka jioni. Don't lie people. Why are you lying? You are not Kikuyu, and if you are Kikuyu, you are Kikuyu by blood, and we know whom we are. Wewe ni Mkikuyu gani chai inachemukaga? Say it truly. Whom are you? Chai huwezi temusha. And that is the
Kidogo
thing.
tu.
Na ndio unaona hata saizi unarukaruka juu wa Kikuyu. Luos they listen each other like Masai and they wait. And I cannot wait you to lie people here. If you are Kikuyu, I know well. Saizi mimi nafanya kazi Marigiti, tunaenda kukula chakula kwa Mjaruo. Mbona hatukuli hoteli yako? Juu tunajua venye unafanya githeri. Where's Barisa githeri hivi? Let me tell you guy. If that lady is not, if is a Kikuyu, he is lying here. Ati ni Kikuyu anataka justice. Kwani justice gani tumeona sikifanywa? Tuambie moja ilifanywa. Until now, rules are claiming justice for huko. Na ya Kimathi ilikosa.
You want me to speak for you?
There is a case for, there is case for huko.
Control.
Just
No,
one
no.
moment.
There is case for huko now. They are claiming justice.
Control, Mr. Jax.
Okay, now kidogo tu ndio niwarudishe. Jenga and Sarah, cool down. Enough of the Kikuyu and Panado for Githeri. Jenga, cool down. I'm bringing you back just now. Just relax. Jenga umenimekia siku. I don't know about you, my listeners, but Jenga needs to find a career in comedy. Let me hear from you.
Okay, I'm very...
come back now. Jenga, relax kidogo. I'm bringing you back kwa show.
Confidence.
Okay.
Sorry waheshimiwa.
Sawa. Aya, tulia sasa.
I'm very happy and proud with Jenga because we don't have a problem with the culture and nature. Jenga is honest. Because there are some times we need, you know how we cooperate is the problem. When we lie to each other is the problem. And if you listen to any political debate, anything in the media, always you'll hear the word, the honest truth, honest, you'll hear the truth, honest. There is no conversation in Kenya without the word honest or truth. So the problem is not the things we do. The problem is the honesty. Even how we get to power is dishonest. So if we all want to use the dishonest way, it is okay, but we should know that we are all using the dishonest way, and then we accept that whoever wins, it's okay. Then we all know that. That one can work. But if you want to tell me that, no, the other one is honest and you are dishonest and you are being dishonest about the honest person, as Jenga is saying, it's a lie. Another thing, the election, I don't know how Azimio didn't see this or how Baba didn't see this. You know, there's no way whether money played, dishonesty played, or anything played, there is no way at all cost Baba was going to win this election, apende asipende. Why? We still have a hanging case that was over the IBC chair, Wafula Chebukati, kwanzia ile Msando. So ye mwenye ako kwa atajisulubisha ama ye atajiondoa kwanza. Luos are very straightforward. Assume umechukua pa umepatia Baba. You'll have to tell us what happened the other time. So that was an oversight. Yenye Azimio should have seen long time and change the topmost person. And that's why alifukuza kila mtu akafanya vitu kivyake. You know, we say, when you want to be on the secure side, you know, Ruto is a very Kamkora intelligent person. Wanasema, ukishapaka mtu mavi, hata kitembea akinuka, kila mtu atasonga away from him. So Chebukati, before they even walikuwa na deal na already he had something also to defend against himself. which is the rule and how strict the laws are. Unaona? So that technically, hata Chebukati alikuwa amechanganyikiwa, na hata angechanganyikiwa if Baba would have made it, angeshindwa how did it work. So that's how it works with politics. When you choose a side and then umemshikisha handball mwenye anafaa kutangaza matokeo, akitangaza the opposite way, amejieka kwa hangman nunusie mwenyewe. So when you push with money, it still becomes easier. Ukisikia Ruto akisema he was the hero of the day, he was the hero of the day, but not the hero of the day just for Ruto. He was also being a hero of the day for himself. So that was only philosophically, but it was a side yani tulikuwa na short sight to see that and realize that. So hawezi chukua somebody mwenye we mwenyewe unamwandama ati sasa enda tangaze matokeo.
A man from Bondo, there's something Musalia said, and I'm going to play it just now.
Yeah.
And I want to hear from you and other panelists. If you can listen in to what Musalia said. Musalia made some strong statement regarding what you're saying, and it raised some eyebrows. I want you to listen in. I'll play it just now, and let's hear him.
Ambao tumeandamana naye, ndugu na dada wa Uriri, Mirembe. Alikuwa boss wa rais wa Kenya leo, alikuwa naongea lugha mbili. Na mimi nataka nimwambie ukweli. Ama niwache? Nitoboe ama niwache? Mbore no hondeke. Mbore no hondeke. Huyo mimi nilikuwa nakaa na yeye kwa mikutano, anaahidi huyu, anaahidi huyu, anaahidi huyu, alafu anasema muniwachie. Akiketi kwa kiti anapiga mguu namna hii, anasema leave it to me, leave it to me. Jamaa never mobilized anything for Raila in Mount Kenya. Alikuwa anafanya mobilization yake Nairobi kwa ile nyumba kubwa. Mimi nikaona tutazama. Nikaona tutazama. Eta earthquake. Na hiyo earthquake ndio sasa imepeana na kiongozi wetu ni William Samoei Ruto.
Now, a man from Bondo, there's that thing that Musalia is saying, that Uhuru would say that I'll handle things, and unfortunately he never attempted to help Raila in Central, or rather he didn't take his mobilization promise to Central, and I think that's what you are driving at. Do you think that really played the main reason why Raila really didn't make it? If he didn't make it,
you know, Raila has a problem. Unfortunately, as a young kid, maybe I was intelligent kidogo and smart to notice something. My father himself was a politician, very close to Raila when I was young. When there was the KANU merger, and he was given the KANU, that's where Raila's problem began. And I can tell anybody for free, including him, maybe he doesn't know where his problem began. Alipopatiwa chairman ya KANU, They say you don't start to count the chicken before the eggs hatch. Raila cried real tears after ilipitishwa, akaswear how ata revenge. Yeah, after he just got the ticket, he thought that was the final. The KANU NDP merger. I told my father, Raila ataenda mali popote. Akanifukuza, akaniambia, toka hapa we kijana, nothing you know. So, nobody trusts Raila until today. Ile sheria yenye anashikilia. We have Moses Wetangula, BAT. We have Musalia Mudavadi, Golden Bag. We have Ruto, hizi vitu hata Hague alienda. Chebukati pia ashafanya blanda zake. And then Raila is like a spy. Anything mnaeka hata akina ichungwa. So at the end of the day, this guy said, unajua, you have to learn to work with people. The same Raila used to shout again with the Kenyatta's family. Unaona? So, this is the person you are trying to tell me with my all intelligence, ama philosophy, ati Uhuru angemsaidia. They will take advantage of your lapses. We don't need any intelligence there. Ukiwa unafuata sheria sana Kenya, atuwe hakuna penye. And I want to tell you, also the international bodies, they support and back the most notorious criminals. Why? Because if you don't give them a leave, watakupeleka Hague. So, already by the chance, the fact that Ruto and Uhuru are going to Hague, I even told my father at that time, huyo ni president wenyu na deputy president. So when you are less popular, you are vibrant, you have a problem, for you to be able to sustain a government, and you'll need more money kuweza kujisustain na hiyo uchafu yako. The West will support you because they get a leverage to trade with you. And if you don't do, watakuachia maandamano ikukule. Utatoka State House as soon as tomorrow Monday morning.
Okay.
So also Ruto is just getting more leverage, more power. The more maandamano iko, the more the international body pia anapata more what they want. And that's the burden Raila is carrying until today.
Maneno mazito. Naona maoni yenyu hapa ndani. Naona Paul Odhis uko ndani una comment, asante sana. Naona Lucia Ndile uko ndani, asante. Lisa Kauchi uko ndani, thank you so much. Dom Kate Katie, asante sana. Jose C. Moses, asante sana. Now, Jenga, I see you want to come in, but before you come in, allow me to ask Rhoda. Oh, unaona aje? Is Nyanza leaning in towards Ruto now?
One thing, Ruto is a very good politics. I know Ruto from when he was a member of parliament of his county, Washingishu. He is very good politic. When you are not smart, he can be betrayed very quickly. So Ruto, he's trying to play his game. He wants to catch up in Luo community. But unfortunately, Luo community are not idiots. He cannot betray it. Like the way he betrayed Kikuyus. Like the Jenga, he said, I'm not a Kikuya. By the way, me, I'm a mix. I'm a Luya, I'm a Luo, I'm a Masai, I'm a mix. And my father, he is mixed. So, Jenga, the way you say, is it true? I'm a mix. Luo, Luya, I'm a international. That's why I believe justice for every Kenyans. I fight for all Kenyans. I believe justice and truth. And Ruto, he's a good prayer. And he tried to betray Luo. Unfortunately, Luo community are not stupid. He can't. He cannot steal like the way he did in Kiku community. He went to Kiku community, he betrayed them and he manipulated them and they buy his agenda and they accept it. You see now Mount Kenya, how they are like Jenga, he believed Ruto. But for a long time ago when I was a child, Kikuyu community were very, very clever. I remember my dad, he didn't like Ruto. He have never loved Ruto when he was member of parliament, his own county. He didn't like, he was saying, no, Ruto is not a good person. And I was a young girl, I remember I was in primary school. Those days, Kikuyu, they were very clever, they were very smart. But nowadays, for the last days, Kikuyu have been very, very idiots. And I'm saying that, I'm not ashamed. Me, the Mogekuyu original, na igwa jega, otie kohenani ha. Yes, Kikuyu, can you listen? Listen to me. The Kikuyu I know, my dad he was very politics. Kikuyu I know they are not clever. We're not speaking Kikuyu. You say it's international. This is international TV. You say I'm not a Kikuyu. I'm a mix. Stop. You see, he's trying to abuse me because I'm speaking the truth. I always speak the Bible. Me, I'm a Christian and I'm born again. The Bible says, if you know the truth, shall set you free. Me, I stand with the truth and justice. And Ruto, he's a good prayer, and I know him very well. He is very smart. Me, I know him from a long time ago, when I was young. When I was in primary school, I know Ruto who he is. So I know he's a very good prayer. And if you don't know, even 2013, when they were coming together with the Uhuru, he prayed for Uhuru. Very game. You could see even his body language. He's very good prayer. And that's why he take power with manipulation. So Kenyans, we have to wake up. Ruto, he's a bad guy. He's not a nice, he's a bad seed. I don't like him. Personally, I don't like him. So for me, I support maandamano, nyinyi wote mwende kwa barabara na mdabanane kwa haki yenu na justice. Economies have been very bad. Things are getting expensive. So me, I don't buy any propaganda ya Jenga. I'm sorry, I'm not buy that propaganda. I'm not. You cannot betray me. Me, I'm not. Ruto cannot fool me. I'm not that kind of person. So for me, I tell all Kenyans, go in the demonstration on Monday. You stand for your own justice. You remember how, in fact, you remember how Senegal, I'm proud with the Senegal people, how they went to fight with their opposition. He was in the prison and they fight, and I was so proud with the Senegal people. So why not Kenyan? You can go and you know who you are, you know what you want. Many people, they cannot afford money to pay for the rent. Many people cannot pay school fees. Many people are killing themselves because they cannot afford to pay the school fee. They cannot afford to pay, to have to put in the food in the table. Can you imagine? So for me, even now I'm praying with my friend. I'm praying for the justice. Today I told my friend, can you pray for my country for the justice? At the justice shall prevail in our country. That's what we want. Me, I believe justice. I don't want the time the time for the judge will come. Everybody will go to heaven and God will ask, you didn't stand with the truth. We always say every knee shall bow, every tribe, every group of people shall bow and confess that Jesus is the Lord of the Lord.
Yes.
Okay, just one moment, Rhoda and Mzalendo. Daughter of Ma, I can see you are in the studio, but unfortunately, the reason as to why we are unable to add you in the panel, you have not either activated your mic or your cam, your stop cam, or rather your camera. So if you can activate it, you'll be able to join in the panel. So how do you join us here in studio? There's a link I'm posting just now. From the post, there you can see it. Click to that post that I've just posted right now. It will add you to a StreamYard. In StreamYard, you'll be able to join us in studio. What you do, you put in your name and you activate your camera. Now, voila, you will be in the studio. Jenga, I can see you, and Zalendo, you wanted to say something. But before you say something, we still go back to what we are discussing, and we're discussing Ruto in Nyanza. There are people who accompanied him to Luo. To Luo, Nyanza, and to Kisii yesterday. Today he was in Migori. So I don't know. when other leaders go to Ruto, there is no problem. But when some leaders from Luo Nyanza go to see Ruto, there's all problems follow them. I want you to listen in to what is happening to this good friend of ours, Mr. Jalango, ever since he went to see the president. I don't know what you Kenyans are saying. Is it right to do this to Jalango simply because he went to Raila Odinga, to Ruto, sorry?
Jamaa yangu, familia yangu, mama yangu nyumbani, marafiki zangu, mke wangu.
Jalango, the renowned comedian turned politician, has recently expressed his apprehension about the safety and the well-being of his loved ones, including his wife, family, and close friends, following weeks of political turmoil. Despite being caught in the midst of heightened political drama, the first-time member of parliament has put on a brave face and declared that cowards never bring about any significant change.
Waoga waoga hawajawahi leta tofauti yote katika maisha.
You can get that on other platforms. That story is trending at the moment. But what happens that those from those sides, when they visit Ruto, they are victimized. But other leaders from Kisii, we saw them, the senator of Kisii saying he will work with the president. We saw people from Coast saying they will work with the president. What is this thing that when those from Nyanza want to work with the president, they are victimized? Maybe let me begin with Mzalendo. What do you think?
Thank you very much, Jake. Sir. Just on before I comment on that, I want to tell Rhoda not to overburden God with useless prayers. And there are some things that are not necessary. Kuna maombi ingine ukipatia Mungu pia anachoka. Kuna maombi ya ukweli na kuna maombi ya uongo. So don't overburden God with some prayers that are not relevant. On the issue of Jalango and why you asked why Luos are victimized and Kisis, are embrace the government. This is what we are saying. We Luos who want to join, who are in government or who want to join government. This is what we are saying. We have been in the opposition for so long, for quite since independence, and we have not received anything significant. I am sure somebody in the panelists will start saying, oh, Raila brought multipartyism. You need to know where the journey started for multi-party democracy. Yeah, when you mention Raila in the multi-party struggle, mention people like Bawazir in that struggle, mention people like Matiba in that struggle, mention people like Shikuku in that struggle, mention his own father in that struggle. So we've come a long way. For us now, we are playing second fiddle because being the presidency has eluded us because of our politics. In Luo Nyanza, it is all about Raila Odinga. Just like a panelist here was trying to say that Luos follow Raila. Yes, there will be a significant number of Luos following Raila, but there will be another number now following the government agenda, and the agenda is development. Since devolution came, Luo counties have been doing poorly. They are the worst counties, yet we are so vocal politically. The gentleman here from Bondo can even tell you what significant things happened during the first term of his governor, uko kwao. Did he ever see the prime minister, the former prime minister, sitting down his governors and telling them, this is the agenda of the people. This is what we want as Luo nation. We want, we are in the lake region. We are fishermen. We want free, we want cold rooms. We want free factories around the lake. People from Homa Bay, there was a capital fish, an investor was in Homa Bay the other day. He had a factory that was closed, that shut down. I mean, how can we revive that to help our people economically? The people you see on the streets are generally, I am sure, 100% of these guys who are on these panelists, you'll never see them on the streets. 100% of them are still having the Safaricom line, but yet they are so vocal. And most of them are jobless. So the only thing that they do, like somebody says shamefully, that Luos come back in a coffin. That is shame on you. We don't want to come back in a coffin. We want to come back that we are successful back in the village, not in a coffin because we were demonstrating. That's absolute nonsense. This is the kind of things that have been derailing the community to an extent that in the olden days, you would hear Aluo believing that the father of Raila Odinga, the late Jaramogi Odinga, could turn into a rhino. And they believed in that. Some stupid dog was kind of thinking that this guy could turn into something else. They believed in such kind of stupidity. So this is the thing that we are saying right now. For people like Jalango, the clip that you have just played today, Jalango has made a move. And you realize that when you get out of Raila's camp, you become somebody. Ruto was in Raila's camp. He was in ODM. He got out of ODM. He's now the president of the Republic of Kenya. He's reminding you also. He's sending you, he's sending you an invitation. Guys, come and join me. There you are. You are so much against him, yet this is the same guys. When Luos were being killed in Naivasha, he stood by you. And yet you ran to the guy who was butchering you people in Naivasha. It is sad. It is so sad. Very, very sad coming from my community. Ni kitu ingine yani unaweza angalia hivi ushindwe this guy, and then they pretend that we are fighting for justice and the truth and for justice. We are fighting for our elections. If you ask them, do the mathematics. Yesterday, Jex, we are trying to do the mathematics of the probability. Kama ulienda shule, what is the probability of us if you get 8.1 million, how many MPs should you be having in parliament? Ulifanya probability shule. Go and do the probability and do the calculation and the number of votes and the population and see what you will be getting in parliament. So sometimes you cannot be lied to all the time and you are following. We Luos followed. What are you following? Follow your own cautious. You have a brain.
Mzalendo, I agree with what you're saying, and I equally think that's what the president was trying to bring home with what he was saying, that he is the one who helped. How to that is, I don't know. He is the one who helped Raila be the prime minister, and he was like saying it's now time for him to kind of rudisha mkono. He was bringing the element of, he was also in ODM, he supported him. He was also in ODM, he helped him. He even suffered because of him. I'm repeating this clip because there is a lot that he said, and for those of us joining in, we are making sense of what happened today in Migori. For those of us who are tuning in just now, we are discussing what happened, the comments and the sentiments that were aired by the people who accompanied Ruto to Migori. Let me show you something here. Just one moment. Listen to what Ruto said. I want you to listen to the words even as we go ahead.
Ndio jameni, tunaelewana? Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na kwanza niwashukuru sana kwa sababu hata mbali ya kunipimia kura zenu, mimi nawashukuru kwa sababu tulifanya uchaguzi wa amani. Si ni kweli? Nawapongeza Wakenya wote bila kujali walipiga kura mrengo gani. Sisi wote tulienda kwa uchaguzi na tukatimiza haki yetu ya kikatiba kuhakikisha kwamba tunapiga kura mahali popote ambapo tunataka. Nyinyi mulipigia kura Agwambo, Wakenya wengine wengi wakanipigia kura, si namna hiyo? Mimi nataka niwaulize, tarehe 9 mwezi wa 8, si mulipiga kura? Muliamua kura ya MCA? Si muliamua ya wabunge? Si muliamua ya senator? Si muliamua ya governor? Na kura ya rais mulipiga ama hamkupiga? Si muliamua? Si maneno imeisha? Mimi nataka niwaulize sasa, si ile kazi imebaki ni ya kupeleka Kenya mbele jameni? Ama mnasemaje? Si tupeleke Kenya mbele? Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie, na munisikize kwa makini, sawa sawa? Mimi nataka niwahakikishie watu wa Uriri, watu wa Migori na watu wa Nyanza ya kwamba serikali mimi ninaendesha ni serikali ya Kenya na ni serikali yenu. Na mimi nataka niwahakikishie ya kwamba hakuna sehemu Kenya itabaguliwa. Sisi wote tutapanga mambo ya maendeleo tukiwa ni serikali ya Kenya, nyinyi mkiwa katikati ya wale wa Kenya wengi ambao mimi naongoza kama rais, na serikali hii ikiwa ni serikali yenu. Tunaelewana? Nataka munisikize kwa makini. Haitawezekana, mimi sitaruhusu sehemu yoyote ya Kenya kufungiwa nje kwa maendeleo ya taifa letu la Kenya. Mimi sitaruhusu mtu yeyote kubagua watu wa Kenya, wa jamii yoyote ama sehemu yoyote, kwa sababu hiyo ni siasa mambo zamani. Tumekubaliana sisi wote, kwa sababu ni mapenzi yetu na ni mapenzi ya Mungu. Hakuna mtu hapa ako Kenya kwa ruhusa ya mtu mwingine. Hakuna mtu ako Kenya kwa kibali ya mtu mwingine. Sisi tuko Kenya, sisi ni Wakenya, na Wakenya wote walishaamua mambo ya uchaguzi tumemaliza. Sasa ile kazi imebaki ni kupanga mambo ya maendeleo, na mimi niko hapo. Tutapanga mambo ya maendeleo na wale mmechagua, na mimi nataka niwahakikishie Nyanza will not be left behind as we plan the future of Kenya. And I want to say, for the avoidance of doubt, that as President of Kenya, I will ensure that nobody, no force, nobody takes the people of Nyanza in the wrong direction, or takes the people of Nyanza in the opposite direction from government. You are entitled to government services as every other Kenyan is entitled. And I want to promise you that the government of Kenya is going to be inclusive. We are going to work together with all the leaders, and I am going to be deliberate about bringing the people of Kenya together, united, so that we can confront all our challenges as a united nation. So, muko tayari jameni kushirikiana na mimi tupeleke hii Kenya mbele? Muko tayari? Muko tayari? Na mimi niko na ujumbe ya kutuma nyinyi. Mutanisaidia kufikisha ujumbe? Si mnajua Agwambo mimi niliunga yeye mkono 207. Si mimi niliongoza election ya mambo ya Agwambo? Ni kweli ama si kweli? Mimi nauliza nyinyi, hiyo kazi tulifanya, si ndio ilifanya Raila Odinga akakuwa prime minister wa Kenya? Tangu siku hiyo amepata kiti kingine kubwa kuliko hiyo ya prime minister? Amepata kiti kingine? Mimi nataka niwaulize nyinyi watu wa Nyanza.
Let's stop there before we are going on. Mzalendo, that point alone, that mimi nilifanya kawa prime minister, and he has not been anything else ever since. What kind of worms is Ruto trying to open? Mzalendo, are you there? Aha. Fred Okech, I can see you. What do you make of what the president is saying and doing in Nyanza? Before Mzalendo comes back.
Okay, mimi kulingana na usikia president anaongea, kweli President Ruto kweli naona kama Kenya ishamzidi kuongoza, kwa sababu ukiangalia anavyoongea na kulingana na kazi alianza kazi, hatuoni kitu ambacho anaweza fanya. Bora tu wa Kenya warudi nyuma na waendelee na maandamano kama kuna uwezekano. Huyo mzee aache ngazi, atuachie baba aongoze nchi.
Baba aongoze nchi. Kulingana na wewe, vile anavyojiunganisha na wanasiasa wa huko maeneo za Nyanza, je, itamsaidia hapo mbeleni ama hapo wamegonga mawe?
Naona kama haitowezekana, kwa sababu mimi ninavyojua Wajaluo waga si watu wanani warejereje ingile kilimwao. Yaani Wajaluo ni mtu ambaye anakuja anakusikiliza, lakini anasikiliza unavyoongea, then baadaye anakuambia this is just talking bullshit.
So kulingana na wewe hata faulu
hawezi faulu kwa Nyanza. Yes.
Maoni yako ni yapi wewe ambao unatutazama? Ninamwona Brian Konu uko ndani, asante sana. Lesi Andile na kuona uko ndani, asante sana. Dom Kate Keichi na kuona uko ndani, asante sana. Elizabeth Onyango na kuona sana. Maoni yenu ni yapi? Je, Ruto atafaulu na kauli mbiu yake ya kujaribu kupenyeza maeneo ya Luo Nyanza na saa huko maeneo yote? Maana jana tulimuona Kisii, leo alikuwa Migori. Mnaona vipi? Roda, wewe unaona aje?
First of all, niulize Jenga, why did you were attacking before? You didn't believe me. I'm like the same tribe you are. That's not good. Because how I believe just in the truth, then you have to attack me. I'm not the same tribe. That's very bad to reject other people. Muzalendo and Bodon is the same tribe. Because I don't believe you like you, I don't believe Ruto, that's why you attack me. That's not fair. That's not good. We have to respect one another. For me, I think, Ruto, he wants, I think he wants something to people from rural community. I don't know whether I cannot, because I don't know. I think he wants, as I said before, Ruto cannot betray people from Nyanza. Absolutely not. He can't. Luo people are very, they stand with their own son, and he cannot. And that's facts. I know them. They can't. I know Luo for a long time. Okay. So Ruto, he tried to buy them. I said to before, they're not like Kikuyu community, like the way he did to them. He can't do that. They cannot do it. Maybe he go to another community. But Kikuyus and Luyas and Kisi, they are the same group. They are very easy to be fooled by Ruto. But Luo, actually, I'm very proud with the Luo. Luo, they're not like that. I'm not Luo, but he cannot. He wants them, but as we say Ruto must go. As Azimio Moja, we say Ruto must go. That's what we believe. Ruto must go. Well. And to do my demonstration yesterday is our right, is our democracy, and we have right to, that is a human right to do demonstrations. Okay. So we have right to do demonstration for everything. When we saw the economy is going bad, we have to stand for our country. When we saw the economy is going bad, we have to stand for. When we saw things are not going well, we must stand. And that's why tunaambia sisi ni jeshi. Sisi tuko jeshi. Tutaenda huko State House. Kupeleka mashida yetu. Tutawalk whole Nairobi, marching without fear, without intimidation, without blackmail. Tutaenda.
Jeshi la baba. Okay.
Yes, sisi
Jenga,
ni
Jenga,
jeshi
wacha
la Kenya.
nikupate sasa.
Mimi ni mjeshi wa Kenya.
Aha.
Yep.
Yes.
Rhoda
Let me
mjeshi wa
defend
Kenya.
myself.
Wacha ni
Let me
defend
defend
yourself,
myself
but please
because this
don't
Kikuyu,
attack her personally.
yeah, I will not attack this because first of all, she is a lady. I can't attack yeye sana. Wacha niseme ya kwamba the problem yenye inakuwaga na Raila ni hii sasa, unaona tuko nayo hapa. Mtu anasema kuna justice kwa Wakikuyu, ili hali hata justice kwa Kalonzo haijawahi patikana, na saa hizi unaona mwanamke Mkikuyu anasema yeye ni running mate na hana hata MCA, na hiyo sasa unataka kutuonyesha Wakikuyu wana justice. So justice kama ni kutafuta itafutwe. Tulikuwa tunaona mwingine anatafuta justice anaitwa Sabina Chege and ni huyu sasa, na baba kila wakati anaangaliaga hawa watu anawatengeneza vile unasikia huyu akisema ati anatubara huyu toka kwa nyumba wakati wa maandamano hawezi toka, because kitu ya kwanza nilisema if we are 42 tribes na ndio anasifu wa Jaruo juu anajua Waruo wakisema ni barabara hakuna wakurudi nyuma, lakini hawa wakisema ni barabara ukiangalia kando na kando Kenya utaenda nayo nyumbani jioni. So mimi sitaki mtu aniambie kwamba ati Wakikuyu ati wamekuwa blackmailed. It is not to be blackmailed. Hapo hivyo ndivyo wanakuaga tangu zamani na ndio wanakaga. You cannot tell me that what I know in Luo community. Luo community hata mujaribu mpitie shortcut, umwambie apake hardwood, mahogany, softwood aseme ni apake mahogany aseme ni hardwood. Luo hawezi kubali, ata feel guilty mpaka akufe. Lakini Mkikuyu hata kugeuza mabati iwe bao, hiyo ni dakika, na hiyo haikuagi kitu gumu. Na uwezi kuja hapa kusema ya kwamba ati Wakikuyu wamekuwa blackmailed, ili hali wanakataka kuchagua Raila because we know Raila tukimchagua leo ataweka mambo straight, na Wakikuyu ndio wamejenga mtoni. Wakikuyu ukienda huko kwao ndio wamelima barabara. Ukienda kwa Wakikuyu ukisimamisha gari ukojoe unakojeleaga Napier grass. Hakuna pahali pamewekwa, wamelima barabara. Tunajuaga Raila Luo, na akikalia hii kiti atasema barabara irudi pahali iko na mtoni irudi pahali iko. Na hata huyu unasikia akijisemesha hivi, unaweza kuta wamejenga mtoni ama wamechukua makaburi. Hakuna kaburi huko Central, nionyeshe isipokuwa moja ya Murang'a ilikuwa inarudishwa kidogo, walijenga yote. Kwa hivyo unaposikia, na hii ndio kitu inasubuaga Raila, kukataa kuangalia Wakikuyu ni akina nani. Hata sio Uhuru alichagia Raila kushindwa. Wakikuyu hawawezi. You cannot tell a thief to elect righteous amuongoze. Wakati huo wa before the election tulikuwa tunasikia Ruto ni mwizi, hata sasa tunasikia ni mwizi. This is the first time Kikuyu walipata their best candidate because they are thief, they elected thief fully. Na hakuna mtu na hata hawa wanajifanya hapa na kama ni Wakikuyu walichagia kabisa kiongozi wao. Yesu alichaguliwa alikuwa anafuatwa na wenye haki. Nao Wakikuyu plus stroke wa Kalenjin na hao wengine Bantu kidogo unasikia wakianza kuingia, hawa Wakisii kidogo wanaanza kuingia kidogo. Hao sasa ndio wameanza kuona tulichagua mtu ambaye anafaa, na huyu mtu ambaye anafaa tulimchagua because ukitaja Mkikuyu pahali, hata wewe ukiona Mkikuyu pahali unaangalia mfuko kidogo, na si kupenda, unaonaga pahali unapitia because these people hata si kujiharibia. Hata huyu ni mwizi huyu, kama ni Mkikuyu na ni mwizi umesikia saizi ameiba kabila ya Masai, anaiba sijui ya nini badala aseme kama mimi Mkikuyu na nitarimeni kuwa Kikuyu. Wewe wacha hivyo unajisemesha ati you love Luo. You don't love Luo because if you love Luo hauwezi kuja hapa kuwadanganya vile Sabina Chege ametadanganyana. Sasa hata huyu Kaninikiaga tulikuwa tunamsifu hapa ati huyu kwanza alikuwa anasema Kaninikiaga Nyeri akisema ndiye anasikikaga, na nikawaambia hapa wakanikemea, nikawaambia Wakikuyu huwezi muamini. Hata huyu Madhakaroa eza Kikuyu huyu kwanza ndiye alituma Raila ashindwe kabisa. Juu alijigisha hapo, na ni kama huyu vile unampea nafasi. Huyu kwanza ni mwanamke anastahili kutolewa, tuongee ukweli. na kama ni Mkikuyu leo adikirie, na kama ni Mjaruo adikirie, and if is a Kikuyu he is lying, na tumuone maandamano na ajipige picha Monday, nitampea kitu kama atatokea. Tokea kama wewe ni Mkikuyu, nikuone na ujipige picha ukiwa kwa maandamano. I swear before this man, because I'm a man enough, nitakupea busi na tupeagi wanawake busi sisi. I give you a cow if I see you in maandamano on Monday.
Just one moment, Jenga.
My friend,
Mimi
kila
Luo,
wakati
they're not Kenyans. No, Luo, they're not a Kenyans like you. Stop tribalism. This is a tribalism. Luo, they're not a Kenyan. Luo, they're not a Kenyan.
I think the men
Stop
here
tribalism. We are all Kenya united. I have right to support Raila. I have right to support him. There's a lot of Kikuyu. Do you know how many votes Raila he gets in Kiambu County? 2 million. Wacha zako.
I wish you get tosha boga uwe kama Keti wa Rogoro ama
me, I don't have problem with anybody.
Mzalendo, go ahead.
Stop tribalism. I have right to choose anyone. That's a democracy. I have right to choose anybody. I'm not a tribal like you. I'm not a tribal.
Roda, nyamaza tu kidogo. Mimi kwanza nataka kushukuru huo Njenga. Njenga has spoken the truth. He has spoken the truth about the Kikuyu community. A lot of truth. Raila kujifanya ati anaenda kupanda mlima, yet hakuna kura anatoka nayo huko kwa mlima. He should have known who Kikuyu Sahara. And unajua, this is back in history. Ask his father. He was betrayed by the same community. Then ask Kibaki. Kibaki alimfanyia Raila Amolo Odinga nini? Kibaki. Wakati alikuwa arudishe mkono, what did he do? Aliweka mkono kwa mfuko. Akapatia mtu mwingine. Then anaenda huko amemea pembe ati nao anaamini Uhuru Kenyatta to deliver for him votes from Central Province. Ni uongo mtupu. Ni uongo mtupu. It is time for the community to look another way of either enticing the Kikuyu community. Uhuru naye mambo yake na Wakikuyu Ruto ameshamaliza. Sasa the only option, Wakamba nao pia wana kura. The only option is ni lazima the Luo community, lazima they work with the people from the Rift Valley. Kama hawezi sikia hiyo logic, sijui watasikia logic gani. Kura ya Kenya is tribal. You must merge with another tribe to form a tribal alliance. Look at the numbers, use data. Tumia hata data ya statistics ujue kabila yako ni wangapi. Hao Wakikuyu wamekuwa na campaign for the last so many years, wakilipa wamama wakizaa wanapewa 10,000, wengine 2,000 ukizaa tu mtoto. And you think wanaifanya hivyo kwa nini? Wanaifanya kwa sababu wanataka kuongeza idadi ya kura yao. Nyinyi Wajaluo mnafanya nini kuongeza idadi ya kura yenu? Ni mdomo tu.
Leo ni moto, sijui
But let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me say something. The truth is only shall set her free. The Bible says, Jesus said, I'm the only way true alive. No one come to the Father except through. The time will judge. Liars, they'll go to hell. Every liar, and they'll burn to the fire 24 hours. The time for the judge will come, and every tongue will confess. Every tribe, every group of people will confess and know Jesus is the Lord of the Lord. Every tribe will know Jesus.
Unadanganya
kidogo tu sa
shame on you.
Okay. Kwanza nataka kusema Jenga ni poa umeongea the truth and that's the truth. And then nitajibu pia alikuwa naitwa nani huyu? Mzalendo.
Mzalendo.
Yeah. And nataka notify kitu moja. I guess Mzalendo is from South Nyanza. Ruto is in South Nyanza, not in Central Nyanza and the other part. So the honest truth is that things that people don't know. You know, Ruto is a strategist, and he digs deep. When Ruto came to Moi, he tried to find out how did Moi get into power and what was happening.
Okay.
Or the Kenyatta deal. It was this. A lot is enshrined in the history. From me kitu ya pesa, kitu kidogo. The first man to ever ride a bicycle was a collaborator by the name in East and Central Africa, Nabongo Mumia, who was the king of the Western. Kakamega means hamega, the ugali thing. So when the British was eating the ugali, they were there begging and watching. That's how even the maize came about. So that has contributed to the culture you see with the Western people until today in politics. When you go to Central, it is the same. There are places where the British managed to settle, and there are places where they failed. Even in the Rift Valley, they were collaborators, and there were very harsh people like Oloibon. What happens? This is where this either we call it Kikuyism, mama bribery came about. Unaona? So the British could not actually get know the topography where the rebels were and everything. So they had to use bribes. Unaona? So the same people in certain part of the communities ndo walikuwa wanaonyeshana penye watu wako. So history has been a very important bearing to the political power we have today and tomorrow. So what happened when they left and the British couldn't manage, they had to find watu wenye wanawapatia, the people who they can work with, to blindfold us that they have left the power on our hands.
Okay.
Yeah. After that, unasikia hii drum inapigangwa, sisi ndo watoto wa Maumau, not the Kenyatta. That thing is Ruto who brought it, and it's true and it's historical. Hiyo ndo kurenya alikuwa anatoka huko Mount Kenya. That's how he was detaching Uhuru. The same Moi here, for Moi to become the vice president of Kenyatta, they had to come to a deal yenye walitrade mashamba ya Wakikuyu, akapelekwa Rift Valley. Kenyatta akazichukua zote Central.
Okay.
Nda akapatiwa hiyo chair. So Wakikuyu walipewa pesa, wakalewa, wakakunywa nini. That is the reason of the 2007 post-election violence in Rift Valley. Watolewe kabisa. When Ruto akisema, we have problems with these people more than anybody. So when Ruto learned the tricks and the tactics of how to get into power from Moi's time, unajua ndo amepiga nao Moi Rift Valley huko kabisa. Moi was the professor wa siasa, lakini Moi could not stand Ruto. That's why he hated Ruto totally. Because Ruto, after knowing the truth, akakuja akahamasisha watu, akaambia, this thing we have one time, we'll come and fight for it. Unaona? That's how he got the kingpin there. Akikuja huku kwa Kikuyu, hii support anapata, nyinyi watoto wa Maumau, kuna collaborators hapo alifanya hivi na hivi na hivi. Tunafanya hivi, mashamba itarudi. Will you get it or you will not get it?
Mzee Bodo, there's something I don't agree with you.
Yeah.
Maumau, Gachagua, he always lie at the end of Maumau. Maumau is a spirit, okay? Is a spirit and will continue to be there rest of life. They want to focus, it will be there.
Najua what?
itakuwa hapo kwa sababu is a spirit and that's why our history. No, hiyo nchi yetu ni nani alipigania? Who?
Sasa wacha nikwambie.
Mzee Jomo Kenyatta ndiye alipigania nchi, akatoa wazungu wote na wakarudisha, si ndio? Walikuwa wanataka kuchukua.
The people who fight for it was the Dedan Kimathi.
No, Dedan Kimathi akaenda kwa prison, na ndio maana Dedan Kimathi alifungwa na kanyongo, anakasema ndio maana tunasema hata sasa kwa sababu ni yeye alikuanga hapo beleni.
Sasa nikupatia small story about myself.
I don't believe that you are saying that about Ruto what?
No, just be patient kidogo.
What's a man from Bondo Vini? I'm also coming to you, Jenga.
Mimi nimezaliwa Kiambu. Mimi nimezaliwa Kiambu. Lugha ya kwanza nimezungumza ni Kijaluo. Ni Kikuyu. Nilizaliwa kwa nyumba ya mjomba wangu. Alikuwa ameoa dada ya mama. He was a freedom fighter. There was an article once ilikuwa imeandikwa about him. I don't know how it was erased and where these things went. Luos were taken out of the liberation of Kenya and Mau Mau. That is the honest truth. Alikuwa anaitwa Philip Ouma Omer. He's the brother of Phoebe Asio, and there's that political rewarding. So, the history, you know, Kenya is very young. Watu wenye walipigania, we got them. Somewhere in the front line, we got the first-hand stories. What happened, how it was, how we came about being in Kiambu and things that happened. But kuna this middle-aged youth where the history wanataka kubadilisha na kupeddle a certain narrative and a certain feeling of ownership that Kenya belongs to us or it's like this. Mimi nimegrow in a very political family. Even before Raila came to Langata, in the Ford Kenya, all that journey, paka akirebel, akiform LDP, NDP, every single story and bit of Raila and his personality, until today, namjua vizuri. One, he's a man who keeps his opponents on checks. Right now, the Luos from the South Nyanza wameingia kwa government. The Luos of Central Nyanza have also checked in government. They're the hardcores. They have to keep them on check. The power in the Luo kingpin and the fights from the Southern Nyanza, the Central Nyanza, and the Sakwa has been there for centuries and centuries and centuries. Kidero akipanda natoa kichwa hivi napigwa na rungu. Nani Mabona anakuja. Mabona akitaka kutoa hivi napigwa rungu mwingine anaekwa. To destabilize that region, for Central Sakwa to continue having one political leader. That is the rebel that is in the Luo, this other side. And when we talk about Luo and rebel, it is the people of South Nyanza. And they're the ones who are always creating this loophole every season in the Luo block. So this is one thing you have to know. But then, the normal mwananchi who is a Luo, other than the Luo leaders, they will all stand with Raila, and they have been standing with Raila for one cause. But if you go even when they were burying the traditional leader who was the Luo traditional kingpin, that they call him Kir, they were saying even Ruto has been there trying to bribe them using everybody. They have been there. Some of them have been trying to think that they want to overturn the power to this side. Somebody has talked about a belief or the Odinga's family, or I don't know what. In Luo, we have had a cultural, historical belief with the issue of power for so long.
Okay.
Even the Wanga kingdom, we have. So there are some people who are trying always to turn that against it. And even the Raila, you see, yeye kwao yeye si mtoto mkubwa, yeye si mkubwa, kuna wakubwa, but there is a lot chini ya maji anafanya that makes him dominate it the way he's dominating it as well. Unaona? But siasa ni siasa. Everybody is born individually. You fight for the power alone. If there is a belief that power is in this place and this is how to get it, and this is the formula how to get it, and you want it, then you have to go the way.
Okay.
The only thing yenye mimi naweza sema has been Raila's mistake. He has been doing personal mistakes as him, kiyeye ndo inamu umiza. He has the people, but watu wenye wanamuumiza Raila ni the people around him, and also what he does with the people around him.
Okay. A man from Bondo, niko na maswali from what you have said, but before I come to you, Jenga, I want to come to you, and I want to I'm coming to you, I'm coming back to you, man from Bondo. Jenga, nakuja kwako na swali yangu ni kwako, na nitakuuliza kuna kitu umesema kuhusu Sabina Chege na Kanini Kega, sorry. How did they help or walisaidia kweli baba kukwea mlima Jenga kabla nikuje kwa man from Bondo? Na tafadhali usiattack Roda, usiattack panelist, wewe ongelea tu mada ambayo nakuuliza. Jenga, endelea. Unmute alafu endelee. Na Vic, karibu sana kwa show.
Asante.
Jenga, unmute na uendelee. Guza tu mara moja, una mute, una unmute, endelea sasa. Oh my goodness. Jenga, unmute mara moja tu alafu endelea. Iko sawa, endelea.
Ninasikika
kabisa, endelea. Oh my, hebu angalia connection yako tafadhali, alafu uingie tena. Log out alafu log in But Vix, jiko umekuwa ukifuata Jenga, log out and then log in Na pia wewe, if you want to join the show, the link is there for you. Just log in and we'll be able to have you as part of our panelist. Vix, juu umesikiza vile man from Bondo na Roda na Jenga vile wamekuwa wakisema?
Partly nimesikiza partly.
Aha.
Though niko na something to comment about your show especially. Ulikuja kapotea sometimes back last year, you are very ulikuwa sana. So nakushukuru, at least show yako mimi naona iko very fair.
Okay.
Kulikuwa na wapanelists wengine walikuwa hapo, ukisikia tu mmeanza kuongea against baba unatolewa. So nakushukuru for that. Okay. One thing, I don't know kama nitakuwa off topic. Njenga ako very spot on. Ameambia Roda ukweli.
Ngoja arudi, sijui network imepotea, but wacha tumuombe la. But endelea,
yes, endelea. So amemwambia ukweli. Maandamano Roda hata kwa hiyo maandamano. She's a Kikuyu. And then because hii maandamano huwa the culprit wenye wanaumiaga sana kwa hizi maandamano are Kikuyus. And it is very rare utapata Mkikuyu anaenda for that maandamano knowing very well that ita affect wao because they wanapiga business Kenya sana.
Okay.
And then another thing, Raila hajawahi learn. Raila hajawahi learn politics, yani sijui nini namshika na Central. He knows very well he cannot get anything. Hata last election I'll campaign so much in Central, doing too well hapo atapata almost zero. Kama Ruto mimi siko na concentrate sana na Luo Nyanza. Unajua ni kukua smart. Nile tu ulikuwa na make two appearance so that onekane that hako baya, so but ali focus sana kwa base yake yenye kuna numbers.
Okay.
Unlike Raila aliacha base yake consolidate, anaenda kujaribu malipenya, anajua tu vizuri hawezi pata because amekuwa demonized over the years. Itatake another maybe generation sijui gani litaanza kumaccept, but saa hizi yenye iko sahihi it is very hard kubadilisha vile alikuwa wameambiwa. And then Ruto is very smart. Nao lazima tukubali because politics anapiga saizi si like na Raila kitambo. Modern politics yenye imepiga saizi Raila kidogo nje kidogo. So Ruto is very smart. Ni mtu ako ana learn vitu very fast. Ana make changes very fast. But before it is too late. So ni hiyo, hata nisikia wengine akisemaje.
Jenga umerudi. Jenga, nilikuwa nimekuuliza swali. Kanini Kega na Sabina Chege walileta kweli chochote ama ni porojo tu?
Hawa hakuna kitu walilete, na ile kitu inaletaka shida, na ndio mimi nataka kusema ya kwamba ile kitu inaletaka shida ni kukataa, ni watu kukataa ku understand the tribe. Let me say something ya kwamba wakati Kibaki alipata accident, if ni Kibaki alikuwa na drive Raila, I know, but
Oye. Hii network ya Jenga oye mpaka nimeirumia. Woi.
Kwani ameboycott Safaricom pia
We, watu wasiboycott Safaricom, usiweke network yenye haifanyi.
Rudi Safaricom, itabidi mrudi huko.
Oh my. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive us. Hii ndio shida ya mitandao, lakini zaidi ya yote Jenga, check on your internet, probably Safaricom ndio itakusaidia kidogo. Na kama ni bundles tuambie hapo kwa comment tuone. Otherwise, can I
na watu wanaangaliaga, walikuwa wanajua the ground penye iko, lakini walikuwa wanakuja wanaficha white hapa. Usiseme ya kwamba ati hiyo ni kitu ilistukia ati wakastuka sana. Even ni now mimi ningesema ya kwamba na ni kweli, wacha nikwambie, if Raila ageforsake or Kikuyu na atoe or Kalenjin, this was the best time agefau na kabila hizi zingine sote, hata hakuna mmoja agenda pande ile. Lakini wakati wale watu waligawana, wakajua waweke Wakikuyu kidogo hapa, hata saa hizi huyu Mkikuyu amewekwa hapa na hana hata MCA, hana kura 10,000, mnafanya na nini na yeye hapo? Huyo ni mtu anastahili atolewe asubuhi, aondoke kabisa. Huyu mwingine ako na almost 2 million there na siko hapo, ako na wabuge, ako nini, na bado yeye ako na batatu. Sasa kama ni kurekebisha, ni mambo irekebisha. Unajua mimi si, by the way, nisishikwe kwa ubaya. Ninakuwa na bitterness na watu wa Mount Kenya to betray someone because Kanini Kega, kama ni mtu angekuwa mzuri, bona hajasimama na Raila mpaka wakati huu. Huyu Sabina Chege hajasimama na yeye. Saizi ndio wamekuwa, ndio hao ndio wameosha na ndio wamekuwa sasa ni maadui. Angalia Wajege mpaka analala kwake asikutwe. Saizi muangalie, hata soon wait me, before the end of this year utasikia Uhuru akiiba ile wimbo ilikuwa inasema KANU ya jega ichi, na aende pale akajege ile KANU juu ni KANU ile bado zinajegwa. My friend, sisi wacha nisaje, sisi watu wa Mount Kenya, sisi ati watu wa kuaminika. Na ni vile unajua Mkalenjini ni mjaja na sio mwerefu, lakini Mkikuyu ni mwerefu na sio mjaja. Kwa hivyo wale ni ujaja walitumia kwa watu werefu, na hawa watu werefu wakajijua. Na hata mimi kuni understand ati juu ninaongea saa hizi, wezi ni understand mzuri, maneno yangu haistahili kuwekwa kabisa ati niwaambie hapa ati niko kwa Raila na ninaenda mimi, nisiwekwa mimi mwenyewe juu naweza kuwa ni nyinyi tu nasongesha mbele. Na ni vizuri tuelezane ukweli. Kama saa hizi watu wa nini kama saa hizi watu wa ODM ama hiyo chama hiyo ya Azimio, kama saa hizi wanataka isimame, waamuke wafukuze Mkikuyu yote bila huruma, aende afuate Wakikuyu wao. Waamuke wafukuze Mkalenjini wote, afukuze waende waude chama na wale watu wako nao. Juu hata saa hizi angalia ni nani wanaagamia hata kwa hii maandamano. Kwani mnataka kusema ni nani wanaagamia? Na saa hiyo wanaagamia wale watu wako na shida sana na uga kuwa juu. Hata sio hawa wanaenda maandamano, ni hawa. Lakini sasa wewe unaona kuna maandamano, ni kama saa hizi mtu wakati anapandisha damu ako na blood pressure, na mwingine ako na shida ya diabetes, ati sukari inapanda, mwingine anapandisha ghorofa ya 8 na wewe unapandisha sukari, na ule ni ya 8 anapandisha. Hata saa hizi kuko na hivyo, angalia saa hizi kuko na hiyo maandamano, ndio magorofa zinapanda sana, na wewe ni kwanza kubomoa vibanda, na mwingine ni gorofa anapandisha hapo juu, unamtengenezea njia. So mimi naona hata saa hizi mkishukisha uga, wenye hawakwenda maandamano ndio watapata raha. Kwa hivyo mimi naona hata hiyo uga iendelee tu, juu mtarudi kusaidiaga watu. Angalia Raila, nikimalizia, Raila amesaidia wale watu, ameosha akasaidia, ndio wanakuaga karibu na yeye. Na hata sitataja hawa wa Western juu hao wanarudigi wakini. Wale ameosha, wale wameiba, anakuja anasema huyu si mwizi, na anamtengenezea vizuri. Hata akina hao Sabina walikuwa na shida wakati ya dawa zile za Kemsa, hiyo maneno ikaisha. Angalia Waiguru alimuosha, akamuosha. Sasa ni nani alikuwa wa kwanza kusema Raila no? Ni huyo tu. Kwa hivyo na wale ambao wanaoshaka wanamgeuka ni Wakikuyu. Kabila hizi zingine hasimgeukagi sana, ndio wanamgeuka. Kwa hivyo mimi nasema ya kwamba, na wakati nimalizie niseme, wakati tunaongea siasa, my friends, wacheni siasa sio kanisa. Na ukitaka kujua, unaona Ruto kila siku anaongea maneno ya Biblia na kanisa. Ukiona mtu akiongea siasa anaongelea Biblia kusema ati hakuna goti halitapigwa, hakuna mtu ajui hakuna goti halitapigwa. And I want to tell you my friend, jua ya kwamba kuanzia leo Yesu alilipa deni ya dhambi, lakini si deni ya ujinga. If is something that he can do to become a president, is a wise. My friend, the only thing ilituma hii nchi ya gamia hivyo, na inatumaga pengine Raila asiwe president, because those people, the president, previous president tulikuwa naye hakuwa na qualification ya king or neither a leader. The same case applies to this, a king or a leader. Na ndio unaona Ruto hata saizi ataweza kidogo Wajaruo. A king since pale kwa Daudi, kwa David, ukuje kwa Solomon, mtu mwenye angeweza kushika kama mwanamke hapo ape miba, hiyo area yote inakuaga 40 yake, hata kama si hiyo DJ ya moja. Na unaona Ruto wale wanamteteaga ni akina nani? Hata wewe ungetosha boga ungekuwa tu hapo. Kwa hivyo nataka kusema ya kwamba ile shida ilituma tupitie hii shida. Huyu mtu tulikuwa tumechagua, hakuna siku alikubali tumesikia kamiba hata kamoja. Ule mwingine wenu wa Azimio hakunaga kamiba. Kwa hivyo hata yeye ajichunguze kidogo, aone kampeni, aachane na hii, aanze kampeni ilikuwa ya Moi, afukuze vijana, shule iwe Moi Girls. Hivyo aipewe basi, hiyo shule yote ina 40 kwake. Sasa aanze njia ingine, na hiyo sasa itatusaidia. Angalia huyu mtu akipata mtu kule Nyanza, hata kama Wajaruo hawatahogwa, hiyo area akipata mtu, huyo mtu atageuza Wajaruo 100 juu kutakuwa stima yenye hailipwi hiyo area, na tutarudi hapo.
Vic, unaona aje, is Jenga making some sense? Anasema ya kuwa wanaomkosea Raila ni wale ambao yeye mwenyewe anawaosha, alafu baada ya kung'ara na kuambia wako sawa, wanakuwa wa kwanza kumpiga.
Yes,
Mose karibu kwa show la kidogo tu Vic.
Okay.
Mose mute mic ndio uweze kuingia kwa show. Moses mute mic yako ndio uweze kuingia kwa show. Endelea Vic.
Jenga ako tu sawa. Ukiangalia alienda alikuwa kwanza kuosha Waiguru. Ile scandal yake. Waiguru alikuja kamruka mwishowe. Lakini Sabina Chege watu wa Jubilee wamekuja kutoka karibu wote. And then there's one thing huyu nani nitagwa juu huyu there's this huyu nini wa politics huyu anitagwa aje huyu mwaleta terrain of numbers alikuwa anaitwa nani?
Mutai Ngunyi.
Mutai Ngunyi unajua of late amekuwa pro Raila sana hii towards the election, but there's one thing aliambia hiyo timu ya Raila that kuita Raila muizi usifikirie hiyo itakasirisha Wakikuyu. Calling Raila a thief, that will not make him lose his popularity in Central, because Kikuyus have been called thieves all along hii miaka yote. So wamekuwa wakimwita sijui mwizi wa hizi madams, but hiyo tumeona yes, yani okay, the narrative is that Kikuyus are thieves. So when unaanza kuambia ati Ruto ni mwizi, ni kama yani wanamchukulia ni kama mtu wao.
Mimi sijaiba kitu ya mtu, lakini nachukia mwizi. Mimi nikiona mwizi na mtu mwizi, mimi si mwizi. Na sawa, mimi si Mkikuyu sawa, sema vile unataka kusema, mimi si Mkikuyu, lakini I stand with the truth and justice, and that's what you are trying to hide here. I'm not a Kikuyu. Kikuyu ni wala ni mwizi, mimi si mwizi. Okay, mimi si Mkikuyu, mimi ni Mkenya. I'm fighting for the Kenya, for the truth and justice must free for the Kenya. Let me tell you guys, when we take our country move forward, when people they are coming to lie here, people like Jenga, people like Kibondo, nobody speaking here the truth. We must know where we come from and where we are going. We are not come here to play the game or using propaganda. We must be really realistic, because we want our country to move forward. We want our development. We want our country to be good. We want everybody to come. For me, I'm fighting for the Kenya right. Every Kenya must be treated the same equal. No matter, and I don't believe it's only Kikuyu have I don't believe it's Kikuyu have a business in Nairobi. I don't believe that is a selling. I don't believe that there's a many tribe. They have a Luya, we have a Kikuyu, we have a Masai, we have a Luo, we have a lot of people. They live in Nairobi, they work in the business. It's not only Kikuyu. So Kenyans, let us raise our voice and we say Ruto must go. Zakaya must go. Ruto must go. Enough is enough. Thank you.
Well, Roda, let me ask you kidogo tu nikuulize swali Roda. You one time said, I don't know if it was Jana, that when Raila lost the elections, you were sick for 4 months, and you truly had a hard time accepting the fact that he lost. I don't want to ask you like Roda, but could it be also what Raila went through, that he's having denial as a matter of issue with him, that he cannot accept that he lost to Ruto? So hata hii mambo yote analeta, it's because he cannot accept.
Okay, let us go back 2013. You remember 2013 we had elections. And it was those days. It was I don't like to talk about so much about former president, because I want him to rest, because he has been done amazing in our country, and I love him and I'm proud of him. So they were together, Ruto and Uhuru, and 2013 election was not free, fair and credible. Okay, Ruto Raila akaenda kwa koti na akuwin haya 20 kesi ikatolewa hapo. Na 2017 the same, wakamwibia, lakini court ikasema hiyo ikuanga poa hiyo election. That means wanakuwaga wanamuibia. Kila siku wanamuibia kura. Kwa nini wanamuibia? Kwa nini uchaguzi ufanyike with the constitution, the way people they vote, hata sisi tufurahi. Unaona? When election is free, fair and credible, people they will be happy. Lakini kila siku wanamuibia. Kwa nini? Why do Kenya they hate him? Na Raila ni mtu amepigania katiba hiyo tuko na. This thing we are Raila is somebody who has been fighting. Ruto, let me tell you, Raila is a good person. People have never understand him. He has a good heart. He's a nice person and he's honest. He's somebody I trust.
Okay.
You know, and that's why I like him. 2017, I was not supporting him. I thought I was very angry with him. So why he doesn't want to accept the result? I have a lot of, but then later on, I can start to pray for Raila to calm down because they stood for his vote. I know it's not easy. Can you imagine people they wake up in the morning and they stay because so we want every election somebody who win it must be announced according to our constitution, not what they want, according to the constitution. Because as Kenya we can be very happy. The thing I get sick because I am an Azimio and I was supporting him. I was not actually many people even they kill themselves. Some people they kill themselves. Some people they went to the suicide because of this election. It was very, very sensitive. And many people they kill themselves. And remember 2017, it was not easy, remember. So we must our election. I was very sick because I was my support. We have been discussing, I was waiting for all campaign the other day. I was following them. And let me tell you, nobody who did campaign like Raila. Later he went every county to do. Sometimes I was feeling very sad for him. And he was sleeping. Like Wajia, I remember he went there 2 times and they sleep there to do the campaign because he wants people to vote. Okay. So let us Kenyans people, we cannot let our country to go the way it wants when our eyes is open. This is not about Raila, it's me and my children and next generation. Let us focus about the future. Okay. When our children will be corrupt, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Let us focus for tomorrow, and future is tomorrow. This is not about Kikuyu or Luya or whatever. This is about Kenya. When we focus about Kikuyu, they cannot. They're the one who are busy. I don't believe that propaganda. There's a lot of many community they work there. Kalenjin community they have a business, Kiku business, Masai, Luo, Luya, Kisi are very hardworking. So we cannot say lie to people that it's only Kiku. Let us start to have so Kikuyu are not so special than other. Nobody's special than other. Nobody's special than other. We are all human beings.
Okay. Kidogo too, I'm coming to you, Vic, Jenga, and Fredo, Coach. Kura, Duncan, I see you. Duncan, Rhoda says that the elections are very emotive and probably it explains how she is.
Of course. Allow me say this. From the elections, let me say, since we did the elections last year, it was all peaceful. And now what Raila is trying to do is triggering a war. And it is a war which might cause us a lot. So we better stop the issue of demonstrating, or let me say I'm a Luo, and I'm not happy seeing youths being killed just due to this thing they call demonstrations, which will not be productive as we may think. So my advice to Kenyans, also youths, let us use our senses. Let us not engage in such activities that will ruin our lives as we saw it on Monday. I think you can proceed asking these other members whom I can see watching from various areas.
Now, maybe I ask you a question related to what we are discussing. Do you think Ruto is making inroads with his visits to Nyanza?
You know, Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and he has freedom to walk in any part of this country. So as much as he was in Nyanza today, he has that right to be there. And maybe whatever he says is, let me say, Ruto is saying a fact. Yani, all what he's saying is fact. proceed.
Okay, and Jenga, what were you saying?
Jenga, all right.
Jenga wanted to say something.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, nilikuwa nataka kusema ya kwamba first of all ni vizuri kujua ya kwamba whether we like it or not, Kenya is a tribalism country. Na hata ukijifanya kama unararaka biguni unakuja hapa asubuhi. Kenya is a tribalism country. Na hiyo kuiondoa hiyo begu yule alipanda kuiondoa kutakuwa kugumu sana. Nimesikia my friend akisema ya kwamba Raila aliibiwa kura. Na ni kweli, isipokuwa ni hii ya last election pengine hatuwezi kuwa na sure. Tunajua for 4 terms. Na hiyo 4 terms tuko na 2 terms ya Kibaki isa Kikuyu. Na fact hata huyu Mkikuyu anasema ya kwamba fact Raila aliibiwa kura, na tunajua hata kama hatuna sure na yote ya 207 hata yeye mwenyewe ilijulikana aliibiwa juu hata members of parliament walikuwa wengi ya 207. Na kama Mkikuyu huyo ndiye aliiba Raila for 2 terms, huyu mwingine Mkikuyu akaiba Raila for 2 terms, hata hii juu tunaweza sema hii tunaweza sema ni Mkikuyu tu aliibia Ruto juu ndiye alikuja akabitire Raila. Mimi nikisema Wakikuyu ni waizi, bona naambiwa Mkikuyu si mwizi na wameibia kura Raila mara 4, na hata huyu Mkikuyu anasema wameibia, na huwezi jiondoa. Mimi siwezi jiondoa kama kwa wizi. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa nataka aamini ya kwamba yeye ndiye mwenyewe amesema Raila aliibiwa kura, na Raila hata tuache hii ya Ruto tuweke mara 3 ameibiwa na Mkikuyu kama ameibiwa. Na ndamshua, sina shua na hii, lakini niko shua na ya 207 guarantee hiyo aliibiwa, na hata mtoto mdogo anajua aliibiwa, na aliibiwa na Mkikuyu ageheshimika, the elder mzee kabisa. Kwa hivyo kama mzee kabisa ako na miaka 70 tuite anaweza iba
We, Jenga amepotea na alikuwa analeta maoni. Moses from Kisumu. Habari ya Kisumu? Moses, can you hear me? Moses wa Kisumu, habari ya saa hizi? We, Mzalendo, are you there?
Yes, niko nasikia maoni. Njenga leo, Njenga bwana leo amenifurahisha bwana. Ningekuwa karibu ningemwambia kunywa 2 kwa bili yangu. Njenga amesema ukweli. Unajua Wakenya Wakikuyu wamekuwa wakijidanganya hapa. Wengi wanakuja hapa kama huyu mwanadada rafiki yangu Roda akisema mambo mingi, alafu anasema baadaye anakuja anaharibu, anasema sisi Wakikuyu tunaibiaga Raila. Yes, mnaibiaga Raila, lakini ni vile sahihi hakukuwa na Mkikuyu kwa ballot. Anaona Uhuru ana support Raila, wacha ni kufu na huyu Raila. The truth is sisi Wajaluo tuna msemo mmoja nasema ule Mkikuyu mzuri ni ule ushamzika na ukamsahau. Ala, nimepotea tena. Ule Wajaluo wanasemaga ule Wajaluo wana msemo mmoja na Raila alisahau. Mkikuyu ule msinsia kabisa ni ule ushamzika na ukafunika. Huyo utamwamini kweli amekufa na hawezi fufuka tena. So hii mambo ya siasa ya kuibiwa na kufanya nini, hiyo imepitwa na wakati. Na ile tu ile kitu Njenga amesema, kitu ile Ruto alifanya Central, ndio hii anafanya Nyanza. Kitu ile alifanya Coast, ndio hii alifanya Central. Na hesabu hata tujikumbushe 2007 Raila alishinda, na alishinda kabisa, na alikuwa na wabunge wengi sana parliament. Hebu sahi, hebu piga mahesabu zako uone ni wabunge wangapi yako nayo, na ndio ukuja hapo ukipiga pia kelele ati Raila alishinda kura. Ni mahesabu tu, lazima tuangalie tu, ni mahesabu. Sisi tumekuwa tukisupport Raila all this time, tumemsupport, isipokuwa hii ya 2022 hakupata kura yangu, lakini hizo zingine zote amekuwa akipata kura yangu. Hii ingine hakupata kura yangu, kwa sababu kitu ya makosa ya kwanza ni hiyo handshake na Uhuru. Utaendaje uende ukushake handshake na Uhuru, mtu mmoja unaojua vizuri kwamba yeye ndiye kwanza yeye ndiye aligharamia ukashindwa kura, ukaibiwa 2007. Haya, ukaenda alafu unakimbia hapo, unaenda unachukua Timata Karua running mate. Mama moja pia ali make sure Kibaki ameapishwa usiku. Na alituibia mpaka mimi mwenyewe nitoa machozi. Tukiibiwa saa 4 saa 5, we are leading with almost 2 million votes. Tunalia, tunaambia baba bana, hao jamaa wanaiba hii kitu. Na amenyamaza tu. Tia vitu ziko sawa. Hata hii unaambia wandani wake, chief agent wake anasema watu wale wanamzingira Raila ndio wabaya zaidi. Hao ndio wameharibu sana asipate uongozi wa Kenya. Hao watu wanamzingira. Kwa sababu Raila pia amependa kusifiwa. Anasifiwa. Hakuna mjaluo hata moja anaweza mwambia ukweli. Hakuna. Awe ni Orengo, awe ni nani, au ni kila saa ni sifa tu. As if this is just a special human being that does not make mistakes. Ushaona binadamu kama huyo? Ati Raila yeye hakunaga mistake anafanya. Watu wake wote wako sawa. He never makes mistake. You've never seen a place where there's a Luo who is close to Raila anajaribu kumcorrect. Kuna time Otiende Amolo who came very very close kumkosoa juu ya BBI na Orengo. Na kuambia walienda wakanyamaza because you know what, hiyo kiti hautapata ukikosoa tu Raila hivi in Luo Nyanza, hiyo kiti haupati tena. So lazima they toe the line. Mzee akisema twende hivi tunaenda hivi, akisema tuniingie kwa shimo wacha tuingie sisi wote, tunaenda Canaan. Haya sasa Canaan, safari ya Canaan ndio hiyo imeisha. Safari ya Canaan imeisha, iko sasa. Canaan iko kwa barabara, watu wanapigwa na mamawe huko na matia gas.
I want to say like the 2000.
Rhoda, just one moment. I want to ask Mzalendo a question. Mzalendo, kuna history ya whistleblower, and whistleblower seems to be one of the things that Raila really believes that is the truth, and that the elections was rigged. I don't know. We voted manually and it was counted manually. The only thing that was relayed through the via any other method was the results. I don't know about you, but do you think that the man is credible? Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Yes, I've told you this several times.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to turn left onto Carl D. Silver Parkway.
The issue of the whistleblower. There's a rumor that the guy came up and he was paid some money.
Okay.
And if this guy was really, really sincere, what was the best time for him to unleash this evidence? And if those commissioners were really, really sincere, why were they coming on the screen and announcing results that were doctored? Then we asked also a very, very simple question. These are like 1 + 1 questions or 2 + 2. We have got 290 constituencies in Kenya. Ukipiga kura kwa ile classroom, unajua the moment you walk out, kura inaannouncewa hapo, ule ameshinda. Kama ni MCA ameshinda wa hii ward na president wako amepata kura ngapi.
Okay.
Agent wako wa hizo constituencies zote 290 Results zao ziko wapi? You publish them in a gazette and say, you know, this is what we got in the 291 constituency plus diaspora, and this is what is different to the
Go ahead.
Supreme Court and present that as an evidence. That is what the only guy who was capable of presenting something close to an evidence was Okiya Mtata. Yeah. Lakini hii yote hii ati evidence kina Jalango wanabeba na kanta, ulisikia hiyo ilikuwa ni hot air. Wakili anasema ati oh my God, God gave us evidence. God gave us evidence. You say that in court. Mungu tangu you need to support whatever document that you have.
Kidogo tu mzalendo, I don't know what leo una katika
no, I'm driving.
Oh, okay. Kabaru, how are you? I can see you. Asante sana kwa kujaja kwa studio. Mada yetu ni leo ni Ruto leo amekuwa Nyanza. Do you think hii inamtetemesha Raila in any way?
What I think is the presence of Ruto in Nyanza or in Luo is very okay. And there is nothing that should stop Ruto from going to Nyanza or to Luo. And I support what Gachagua said today, that Raila has been using the people of Western in a bad way. So I support Ruto conclusively and Gachagua completely. Like they should go there, try to liberate the people of Luo from the
Kaburu. Can we listen to what Gachagua said? Then probably you continue, because maybe some of the audience didn't hear. Is it okay?
Okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just a while.
But go ahead.
Okay, just a minute. Just a minute. Just a minute.
I'm playing it just now. Just wait. I'm about to play what Gachagua said in the what do you call it, in the meeting today. But basically, let me begin with this MP. This is the MP for where Ruto was today.
Also help us. Ndio watu waanze kupata stima in their villages. Finally, Your Excellency, this is a very, very wide constituency. We are ripe to be 2 sub-counties. Moja huko chini na hii ingine huko, and a couple of divisions and sub-locations. We have worked very closely with your officers. They have already done the work, and I think all that mebaki kule, wewe ukisema jambo moja tu, hiyo kazi imekamilisha. Hawa watu wataniua nikitoka hapa bila kuongea mambo ya Sony. Right now we are seeing in the Western Kenya, some of those factories wameanza kuweka tani ya sugar inafika kama 5,600. Hapa iko shida kidogo. I'm sure mimi nimechaguliwa, mimi niko na mshahara. Hata sasa hii naangalia tu tarehe, I think next week kakitu kataingia. Because they have already voted for me, I am doing my work. Ile kazi ambayo waliniambia nifanye ni kuwaletea maendeleo. Mimi nataka kuwauliza hawa wananchi, tufanye maendeleo ama tuende kwa sarakasi? Tuende maandamano kwa barabara. So we have made up our mind that we are only going to engage with the government for the betterment of the lives of our people. Mimi najua watatutisha, watasema mambo mingi, but as long as we are doing this, it's clear that we are doing something right for our people. Sisi tutafanya kazi na wewe to ensure wananchi wamepata haki yao. Ama namna gani? Ya mwisho nikimalizia, I have a couple of my colleagues here.
Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, the Cabinet Ministers, the Prime Cabinet Minister who's here, Jasai Bear, Your Excellency, I've listened to you many times, and I'm convinced you have a heart. If Wangwana did not vote for you, na hii pesa yote naomwaga hapa, you have a heart of gold. The Bible tells me in the book of Exodus 14 verse 14, I will fight your wars. Yours is to remain silent. Na usitishwe, wewe ni mwanaume kama wengine. Your Excellency, me have told the guys who want to demonstrate in game on Monday, wajaribu wataona. Wajaribu wataona. This country belongs to all of us. It does not belong to one individual. And we are partnering with you for the country to advance and progress our people. We are here for our people of Nyanza. May the Lord bless you.
Waziri Mkuu, Mheshimiwa Nyamita na viongozi wote waliofika, waangwana wananchi wa hapa Urere, jodhuru wa otie, mulembe vosi. God is good, so that these people can make a contribution to the Republic of Kenya. Na rais wetu tunakuomba, wewe ni muungwana. Sisi watu kutoka Mount Kenya ulitusaidia. You helped us to liberate the people of Mount Kenya from the slavery and the enslavement by one family. You again have a duty, Your Excellency, to liberate this Luo community and bring it into mainstream politics of development and prosperity.
Okay, I'll play that in a short while. I just wanted to stop there. Do you think Gachagua is making some point? Sorry, I lost the guy who was talking. But what do you make of this, Jenga?
Yes. Gachagua is making a point. Because maybe some...
Try to raise your voice, sir.
I'm saying that Gachagua is making a point because maybe even the way he is saying, maybe he can change some few rules. Maybe to think about the way Wakikuyu walikatana na familia ya Kenyatta, na pengine nao wengine maybe hata kama ni percent kidogo yenye haiwezi geuka. Juu saa hizi nimeshangaa mimi, hata sikuwa nimeona clip kuona one of the I don't know whether it's MCA or MP akisema ya kwamba hawaogopi na hawatishwi, na hiyo mambo tujawahi iona tena. Mimi sijawahi ona Ruo wakienda against na let me tell you, if it's a Kikuyu asimame hapo aseme pengine hivyo, mimi singemuamini juu ninajua ni kigeugeu. Lakini ukisikia Mjarua akisema hakuna ati kitu anajipaka mafuta ati juu rais yako hapo, tunakumbuka hata kuna wakati wengine walikuwa wakiapa mpaka na Raila kwa bunge, na hapo anarudishiwa mara 3, na anajua hiyo sio sheria. Kwa hivyo Huyo ukisikia akisema hivyo, alafu hii kitu Gachagua amesema, pengine hata kama hacheji sana, inaweza cheji kidogo, pengine wafikirie hata sisi tunaweza toka katika kuongozwa na familia moja. In fact, I was in hiyo familia, hata hii ya Kenyatta imeruru Kikuyu more than that 5 years, hata hii ingine nayo padi hivyo, pengine hata nao wanaweza cheji, hata walete mtu mwingine. Ni sawa tu kama kunaweza patikana mtu mwingine. Hata sisi saa hizi hakuna mtu alisupport hawa watu na kuna kitu Gachagua amekuwa akituma hawa watu waonekane wako na shida, because he was talking about monopoly. Anasema maneno ya masiwa, maneno ya gas. Yani hawa watu wanaweza cheji watu werefu kidogo, lakini wajiga ndio wali wao. Lakini watu werefu ninaona wakibadilika kidogo. Unajua, even my theme of this year inakaa pahali ya wale wasichana walikuwa werefu na wale walikuwa wajiga, na kweli wale walikuwa wajiga juu hata wewe ukijiuliza, wasichana bikira walikuwa wanaenda wapi sasa ya usiku? Walikuwa wanatoka kwenda wapi?
Tuko na Reverend kwa studio. Reverend kwa studio, sijui utatujibia hiyo swali lakini Rev, wacha nikuulize, you saw Ruto in Nyanza. Do you think somehow he'll succeed in his quest?
I didn't get your question.
Today Ruto was in Nyanza. Do you see him succeed in his quest to woo the Nyanza nation?
Just imagine, I think my connection is not right. You are saying that the president was in Nyanza to do what?
To launch projects and to talk to the residents there.
Almost projects. Anyway, there's no project is launching. It's there to cause it. It went there to cause us pain. I just want to ask the people who are watching the show, what are the achievements of Ruto since entering into politics? Is there anything tangible people can actually say that Ruto launched this while he was a member of parliament, while he was that and that? You know what, my friend Ruto and the wife, they are to somebody by the name of Albert Angel, Prophet Albert Angel. This Albert Angel is involved in a gold scam in Zimbabwe. And Patni is also involved in that gold scam in Zimbabwe. And all those guys are connected to William Ruto. So I will not comment much about his visit in my backyard, but there's no project that guy is launching. That guy is going to sink Kenya, and people are going to suffer. If his friends are gold fraudster, what do you think we can gain from William Ruto? This Albert Angel is ambassador at large, and is using his diplomatic status to siphon, to take, to shift or to take gold out and to bring things in Zimbabwe, and is connected to our president, the wife of the president. So Kenyans, get ready that this scam of gold in Zimbabwe is going to touch your president and even the wife of your president. So to me, I don't recognize William Ruto. I'm a clergy, yes. And to me, there is nothing good I can say about William Ruto. Nothing completely. He stole the election. after stealing the election, is clueless about developing a nation. Just imagine Gachagua is his deputy. Where are we heading? Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Moderator, can I contribute?
Sorry, just one moment. Who's that? Kaburu, you are on the mic before anyone else. Ukapotea. What were you saying? Unmute your mic.
It is not mute.
Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
You can hear me now. Okay. What I was saying is, whatever Ruto was going to do in Nyanza, I want to say Ruto will achieve what he will achieve that positive thing of uniting the people of Nyanza to himself and to his government, and for those people to follow him and to follow his policies and to liberate those people of Nyanza of Raila Amolo Odinga, of making people follow him blindly into bad politics. So I concur completely, and let Ruto continue visiting Nyanza and let him take his development agendas to those people and continue to liberate them and develop that place, because Raila has made those people get lost completely.
Seth anasema hivi Kabaru, that hakuna kitu ama hakuna maendeleo ambayo Ruto amefanya akiwa mbunge, akiwa naibu wa rais. So kulingana na wewe unasema pia ni haki yeye kwenda huko na azindue miradi. So mnapotezana wapi? Mnapotezana wapi?
I cannot hear you.
Unajua Jakes,
yes.
Reverend has spoken, and he has spoken very well. But you know, when he came in the studio, his whole agenda was to bring the story of the gold scam that is happening in Zimbabwe.
Because of this man, do you want me to play the video that he's talking about?
No, don't play it right now. Let me just finish what I'm saying. I know he's watched the video, and he believes that whatever he is seeing in media, those are the facts.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you mute somebody's mic here?
Okay, go ahead.
Whatever he has watched on video, these are guys who go on the internet, and whatever they pick on the internet, they believe that is true and absolutely the truth. Now, if Rachel Ruto was associated with a pastor who is an evangelist in Zimbabwe, like him, he is also a pastor and an evangelist like the other evangelists doing evangelical work, and they came into contact. Does that make him a thief? Does that make you a gold scammer? When you met this guy maybe in a conference. So there are things that you can say here that are so irrelevant, and you are a reverend. I want you to use facts. And again, Mr. Reverend, stick to spiritual matters and tell us how leaders are anointed, or we get leaders according to the Bible.
Okay. Well, Reverend Seth, naona umevamiwa directly. Sijui utajitetea ukiwa sehemu gani ya koti. Unmute and speak, sir.
Unasema mimi?
No, ni Reverend Seth Ochieng.
Okay, sorry.
Rev, naona network yako inakufeli, pole sana. Lakini net yake imemwangusha. Pole Rev. Maina, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I don't understand Kenyans, because many a times we talk about things that are obvious. they think they're obvious, you know. I mean, Ruto is a non-thief, and it's a common knowledge. You ask everybody, he's a thief. So we just call it as it is, because it is important to understand. It's important to understand that the government that is in Kenya today is of thugs, and I think even the kids know that. So anybody trying to say that Sijui Ruto will Sijui change who, he has not changed himself. He has not changed his family. And therefore, to me, I think he's just a non-thug, and he's not gonna do anything in this country. And these stories of I'm going to change Sijui from Sijui dynasty Sijui, those are just lies. And we all know that. So a thug cannot change a country.
Okay.
A thug will never change anyone. You know what I mean?
I understand.
So, yeah.
Now, to you, do you see him making inroads in Nyanza?
For inroads for where? To go where? You know, look at him. Look at look at Ruto himself. How he looks like. I think even this Mandamano is making him skinny. You know what I mean? So I think he should concentrate on stabilizing the country, and forget about campaigning. I think he's a disgrace. This guy is a disgrace to Kenya and African. He should settle down. Kibaki took like 2 years without talking to anybody, without doing any politics, and develop this country. What has Ruto done since 6 months ago or 7 months ago, except telling us about Mgranga, telling us about this guy should vote for me. In fact, today he said Raila should vote for him, as if we are in an election mode. Guys, this is a pathetic leadership, so to say.
I see Vic raising his hand. Probably he does not agree with you. Vic, what do you have to tell Maina here, who says we have a pathetic leadership?
Yeah, Maina and the likes ni watu wako tu bita. Okay, it's high time they accept that now Ruto is the president. Throwing an accusation that he was at Yaliba. Raila was in the government for the last 4 years. Now walk him accuse about Aurora and the rest. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa the perfect time to prove that the mine was stolen. Now wamu prosecute. So hizi ni we understand. Okay, and then let me talk about kama Ruto amemake inroads in Nyanza. I can only say maybe part Kisi now anaweza make, anaweza make. But Luo Nyanza ni ngumu sana kutoa jelo kwa baba. Maybe kama atamake ni kidogo tu, but largely wengi wataenda baba's way. But maybe in Kisi now anajua ata make changes, but for you to tell us Maina na nani anasema Ruto is a thief. Kwani unajua it is easy to accuse. Hata mimi naweza amua kukuita wewe Maina you are a thief. Na ni make watu wote waamini wewe ni mwi. But the thing is, can I prove that you are a thief? Kama nimekuwa accused that you stole maybe something. Can I prove that you actually stole?
I don't know what you mean. Are you in Kenya? Are you in Kenya?
I'm actually in Kisumu.
All right. So you're not even listening. I want to tell you.
You have interjected.
Yeah, I'm interjecting because you're not talking the truth. In Kenya,
yes,
the judicial system, the criminal system is as corrupt, and you know that. You know that the rapist can walk out free. You know that the OCS can be the prosecutor. He can be the judge, depending on the money. Unless you are new in this country, so Ruto knows how to buy people. He has bought the judiciary. He is now buying MPs. He has bought justice. So he is a free person. But when you tell me he's not a thief, where did he get Weston from? He has 2,500 acres in Taita Taveta. What does his business? What does he do? I mean, these are evidence that he's a thief, but you cannot prosecute him. Why? Because he has bought the justice system. Everybody fears him because everybody fears him. We also fear him. He's been accused. All the witnesses of ICC died. I mean, if you walk like a duck, talk like a duck, smell like a duck, and move like a duck, you can only be a duck.
Can I continue?
Vic, I don't know if you heard that part, that if you smell, walk, and quack like a duck, you could be a duck. Now, according to Miner's allegations, because some of these things we can only call them allegations since they are not verified or have not been substantiated in a court of law, and he says the court has been compromised. Now, to you, do you see a corrupt system that in one way or another helped us get a president illegally or unconstitutionally based on what Miner is raising?
One thing, I cannot deny that our judicial system, there are some few corrupting characters. Imekwaga all along, ijanza wakati wa Ruto. Now, since Ruto ameingia government, now wacha to assume Sam ameingia government is the full dictator that you wish him to be, but is not yet there. Ni nini amefanya? Influence judicial system to his favor, ama tu is just unajua in opposition it is sijui kama it is just ni character ya kuwa in opposition just to accuse, yani just to throw accusation left, right and center. Ruto has been a thief all along, kama mnasema hivyo. Baba amekuwa kimaccuse while out in the government. Ameingia kwa government the last 4 years, waje prove in fact they had the opportunity ya kufix hiyo mtu kabisa. That means those stories were fake kwa sababu hawakuwahi prove. If anything, scandals zao ndo zinatoka sahi. You are now suffering because of their scandals. Unga tulikuwa tunanunua 250, at least now tunajua imeteremka. In fact it was 250 na tena haikuwa kwa duka, tulikuwa tunangangania. Ukienda kwa supermarket you are only allowed to pick one packet. So Ruto ameingia government, alikuwa amepromise vitu. Kuna vitu zenye aliimplement immediately, kuna vitu zingine haija implement. Let us wait for him asome budget yake, kama kuna any corruption between now na tukirudi nyuma up to the time alikuwa amepewa presidency, then sitolewe tujue, otherwise him ambaye kwa accuse. That's why nimesema it is very easy, I can accuse anyone of anything, but the kazi ni kuprove. So let us be honest, hata kama hata kama sisi tungekuwa tumeshindwa, maybe tungekuwa tuna complain vile wana complain, but now it is them to prove, it's just to accuse. It is very easy for that. Thank you.
Uncle Charlie, I don't know if you're there. What do you say about what we are discussing? Uncle Charlie, are you there? Unmute your mic. Uncle Charlie, are you there?
Can I contribute?
Please do, because Uncle Charlie ni kama freeze.
I have one question for Miner. He's talking about the
but Miner has
allegations
left, but anyone can answer it.
Because he's talking about theft. So I wanted him to prove any constituency that he says that they won that is different from the one that was posted by IBC.
Sorry, I didn't hear you correctly, Titus Mayo.
Oh, I said I wanted him to name just one constituency that I have a problem with, different from the one with the IBC.
In terms of the results or what?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, I don't know who can answer that question, but Uncle Charlie, are you now there?
That Mike, huyo ametoroka. The guy who, that question that the gentleman has posed, we have been asking it for the last, 1 month. They can never answer you. What they'll come here and tell you, fungua server. Server ikifunguliwa, wataleta kitu ingine tena. That Ruto is a thief. He has been a thief, my friend.
we know how the judges are appointed. The judges are not appointed by the president. Kuna commission inaitwa JSC. Hao ndio wana appoint majudges na wana recommend majudges wale wanafaa kufanya kazi. So, I mean, sometimes you come here and give a lot of misinformation because you are ignorant or you speak English. Unaona ni kama unajua kitu unasema. Don't run away when you have thrown a jibe here, alafu unakimbia. Wacha tukuambie ukweli wa maneno vile iko.
Now, he has raised minor, though he has left, he has raised issues that that probably would need to be substantiated even in a court of law. He has said that Ruto is scandalous, and he has really tried to ask, where does he get his money? Even went ahead to ask, where did he get Weston? Mzalendo, what do you think of such?
Yes, there are evil things that Ruto has done. There are mistakes that he has done in his legacy. Western is one of the mistakes that he did. But you see, we are in a country where we are looking at somebody who we can trust with the country. Yeah, and Kenya, we have not reached a point where that's where we are heading politically. We are heading to a place where we will now start choosing leaders by policy and integrity. Kenya today, the whole parliament, hiyo parliament yote na hiyo senate yote, I can tell you for free, there is nobody with integrity. Hakuna ule wote, ule ana dosia. You can imagine, these guys are complaining na wanaenda maandamano, na unasikia huyo MP, huyo alikuwa na Ruto sahi, anasema yeye anangojea mshahara wake ingie, tarehe sijui ngapi, next week mshahara itakuwa imeingia. Mwananchi wa kawaida hata jui mshahara itatoka wapi. There are no industries, there's no nothing. Yeye anaambiwa waenda maandamano, na hao wabunge wale watawapatia 200, 500 baada ya hizo maandamano zao. Yeah, we andamana ndio kusudi sisi tukae kwa hiyo meza na hii serikali tupate kitu ya kukula zaidi. Na vile wanaongoza mshahara yao ni sawa tu. Ingekuwa ni maandamano, mimi mwenyewe ningekuwa frontline kusema mishahara ya wabunge irudishwe chini na nusu yake. They should get like half of what they are getting right now. Can you imagine, Jakes, this is a country, a third world country. Kenya is a third world country. MP analipwa 116 Kenya shillings and some 89 cents per kilometer. Every time anatumia gari yake analipwa hiyo pesa. They claim for mileage for each and every MP. Hata ule anaishi Nairobi is almost 2 million. Is almost 2 million. Kila wakati analipwa hiyo. Then wanakuambia lazima Kenya tukue na usawa. Hatuna usawa. That is what should be annoying us most. Yani ile usawa. Yani we should be annoyed. But what Ruto got right, and he should work on it, is that hii story yake ya bottom up, he should make it a reality. Lazima tukue na usawa. There should be some balance. There should be some balance. When you see kina Gachagua going to Nyanza, they know that those people live below $1. They live below $1. There is no economic activity. Unaona Aluo youth in Migori where the president was. Ukiangalia mfuko yake hata hana mbao kwa mfuko, lakini enda across the county uende Kisii, a youth akona 1000 kwa mfuko. Uende zidi mbele uende Bomet, a youth akona 2000 kwa mfuko. Na huyo aka Kajaluo kale kanakimbia na anabeba mamawe, hata hana bob, hata suruali ya ndani pengine hajavaa.
And I think these leaders, they need to tell their people the truth because if you close down Kisumu, who are you? How will that affect Ruta? Honestly, because you are affecting your own people. If you loot a supermarket in Kisumu, that means you're affecting your own people.
Okay. Uncle Charlie, I see you are ready. What do you say about what we are discussing? We are discussing on Ruto's tour to Nyanza. Do you think it has made a tint or a dent in the confidence of Raila on its support from the Nyanza region? Uncle Charlie, go ahead. We cannot hear you. Okay, nice. Can you hear me? Uncle Charlie, we cannot hear you. Check on your connection, especially for your audio. Okay, nice. Can you hear me? Well, Sikuski, unmute and go ahead. Unmute. Well, okay. Kindly, both Uncle Charlie and Kenais, check on your connections. I don't know why you can't seem to communicate. But Macy, LM, I see you. Thank you for being part of the show. We are discussing Ruto's tour in Nyanza. And what do you see Ruto is trying to do with his continuous trips to Nyanza? We saw him in Homa Bay, we saw him in Kisumu, we saw him today in Migori. Actually, the first place he launched the housing program was in Homa Bay. What do you think Ruto is trying to do, Messi?
Thank you, Jack, for this opportunity. I want to thank the rest of the panelists here, Zalendo, Titus, John Njenga, Uncle Charlie, for coming out to discuss matters relating to our country. It is a show that we love our country, and that is why we set time aside to come and discuss about it. I think I want to also thank you for bringing this show and making it available so that we can reevaluate ourselves and make sure that we have put our government on check when they go as unexpected. So, in relation to your question, I think Ruto is working. I don't know. First of all, let me begin by criticizing Ruto before I speak of what he is doing. I want to say that what we are seeing Ruto doing in Nyanza, Luo Nyanza specifically, we want to see him going across the country and bringing this development. I'm glad. I think it's yesterday he was in Nyamira, Kisii. He went to launch a certain development there and brought leaders had a chance to come together so that they can have an opportunity to discuss. Ruto should have started doing this long ago. He's late to do this, and he should do more of this and ignore his critics, because people want to hear about development. They're asking the government to bring development. We elected Ruto to bring development to our people and not to exchange, with those who are not in the government. That is what we expect from the government of the day. So now back to your question. I think what Ruto is doing is trying to neutralize Raila's radical or support, staunch support in the Luo Nyanza by coming to the people and saying, hey, listen, I'm not as you think or as I am painted. I'm bringing for you development. And that's why he wants to come and identify with the Luo people and tell them, I know your problems, I know your challenges, and I'm ready and I'm ready and willing to listen. And I'm not here to harm you. I'm here to work with you and work for this country. I am not juu ya mti vile wanasema ati Zakayo shuka chini. Niko hapa kwa ground, tunatembea pamoja, ndio maana naleta maendeleo. So I think this is agenda of relating with the Luo people. And you know, for many years, the Luo people have been mistaken. The majority of the Luo people have been perceived to be people who are destructive, people who do not think on their own, which is not actually true. Many people think the only person who thinks on behalf of the Luos is Raila, you know, but we have a lot of Luo people who disagree with Raila's style of politics. And not to discuss Raila, but I'm trying to say that it is perceived Nyanza, up to including Kisi and Nyamira, which is part of Nyanza, and Kuria as well, they are perceived to be the strong or staunch supporters of Baba, and this is what Ruto is trying to demystify. Now, Ruto's tours to Nyanza, they are not there by coincidence. They are organized or by invitation by the local leaders. You know, in Homa Bay, James Orengo called Ruto Your Excellency 15 times, and he called upon the people of Homa Bay to work with the government of the day in matters of development. Now, we are seeing, on the other hand, we are told to go to the streets to demonstrate because we are not getting the development. We are not getting what we are supposed to get. You know, why are people speaking from both sides of their mouths? You know, because we are seeing development going. The housing development, the housing, affordable housing development will bring about employment to the youths. Mzalendo said some of these youths ambao wanarusha mawe, it is true, hawana kitu I'm sure mtu ambaye ako na kazi hawezi enda kushika mawe arushe huko. Ni watu ambao hawana kazi, kama wako na kazi sio kazi ya kila siku, so unapata they can easily be manipulated. Wanaambiwa tumetezwa, just the same as what happened in Rwanda. We were told our tribe, you know, nini yetu tunanyanyaswa, and then you think the same person anakuambia tunanyanyaswa, yeye pia ananyanyaswa. Ananyanyaswa aje? Na akikuja kwa maandamano anakuja na V8 iko armored yenye hata ikirushwa risasi haitaingia through. Wewe unakuja maandamano na mwili yako risasi ikirushwa inaingia tu straight kwa mwili wako. So I think Ruto should do this. We want to see Ruto now moving away from central, going to eastern, aende tena other parts of the country. Ruto is not the president of Rift Valley alone or central alone. Ruto is the president of the Republic of Kenya, and every Kenyan, whether they voted him or they did not vote him, expect good leadership and principles of good governance from him, because he should be neutral. The president is the symbol of unity in the Republic of Kenya. That's what the Constitution says. So Ruto should also take away Gachagua from the streets and take him back to the boardroom, because Gachagua, every 3 steps Ruto makes, Gachagua anamrudisha nyuma. You know, Gachagua should only come out once in a while. Yeah, sometimes you need someone who can be reckless in talking when it calls for that reckless talking. But for now, Kenyans don't need such sentiments, such tone like that of Gachagua, because it is not healing. It's just putting us apart, just destroying us. Is not helping us to unite and heal as a country. It is just reminding people, if at all the election of 2022 was stolen, as people are alleging, then the country has to move forward. We only have people have the opportunity to speak through the ballot, and that date only comes by after every 5 years. So far, it came by in August 2022. Now, the next time we will see it is maybe August 2027. So now we shouldn't be talking about stolen election. That is inciting people. But should we talk about electoral reforms? Yes. Now, how do we speak about electoral reforms? We have legislative assembly. We have three arms of government. We have the judiciary, we have the executive and legislature. This is where we need to see these people that we elected to parliament, the senators, the member of parliament, the member of county assembly. These are the people tunafaa kumarch tuende maandamano kwao if they are not doing oversight and representation for us. Let us not just pin down one arm of government, the executive. What are these other two arms of government doing? I think let me stop there, because it is a shame for our members of parliament to be part of maandamano ambayo inaharibu development in our country when they are not accountable themselves. Thank you, Bwana Moderator.
Thank you, LM. Thank you for your lovely submissions. Kiptum, I can see you. I don't know what you're saying about, or what did you say about what you're discussing. Do you think Ruto is making some inroads in Nyanza, and if he is, how does it benefit him now or probably in the future? Thank you, Maina, for coming back.
Yeah, thank you. Definitely, it's making some inroads in Nyanza. I will be very brief, and thank you for this opportunity. Nice to see all these friends of mine here. I'm sorry I can't say all your names, but when I come back again, I will. Let me say that I've benefited from, I like listening to some analysis from great Kenyans. Some I like, some, anyway, it doesn't matter whether I like or not, but some I agree with them, some I don't. All right. So let me say I've benefited from Lee McQueen today. I've just seen what he has been analyzing, because he was really, really focusing. So there's a comment I wrote there about the strategy of Dr. William Ruto in Nyanza. And I can say without fear of doubt that he will definitely succeed. Why? The reason why he will succeed is, one, he succeeded in the Kalenjin land. He dethroned Moi from being the kingpin of the Kalenjin nation. And Ichungwa and Dindi Nyoro and Kachagwa are also crediting him for dethroning Uhuru Kenyatta from being the kingpin of Mount Kenya. So what I can say is, he already has a model. He has a formula. And for those who do business, there is a book called How to Win People. So President Ruto can now be said he has a scientific model of how to win people. So if you see the way he is strategizing his politics, he has really put some work in how to win the Nyanza region. And he will succeed. Now, number two, I know there's some reactions about what is going on across the world, the demonstrations. And the demonstrations in Senegal, It was in Tunisia, it was in Nigeria, South Africa, France. But let me say this. We always, and I think this is from Dindi Nyoro, saying Kenya is our business. And a lot of African leaders always say that African solutions, African problems needs African solutions. And I think that is also attributed to Raila Odinga. Like when the West wants to make some comments about Kenya, he's the first one to come out and say, hey, Kenyan problems needs Kenyan solutions. So we want to be proud as Kenyans of the fabric that we have. We have 40, we used to have 43 tribes. Now we have about 45. So the way God designed Kenya is that it is impossible to make a revolution in Kenya, because two tribes, once they are in peace together, they can easily influence the rest to just follow the route of peace. There is a famous saying that we used to hear in 2007 that when Rift Valley is peaceful, Kenya is peaceful. And that is very, very true. So as long as Rift Valley is peaceful, there is not this. It's an additional blessings for every other part of Kenya to be peaceful. It's even the best, but it is Rift Valley where the peace of Kenya is being woven together. So if Central Kenya and Rift Valley have agreed to put Kenya in peace, I will tell you, our brothers and sisters from Western will join. The same thing from Ukambani, and to convince our brothers and sisters from Nyanza, whether it is Kisii, Luo, or Suba, or Kuria. I think Ruto has that opportunity. He has the political will existing in those regions, and he will definitely succeed. Thank you.
I love your submissions, and I wish you to stick around. There are questions I would have for you. Minor, you left, and people had questions for you.
I'm not getting.
And sorry.
Yeah, I'm back. It's network is a problem. Ruto had promised us free Wi-Fi in the 100 days, and we didn't get it because he's a typical liar. So we know that.
Minor, just one moment. Just one moment. Yes, Kenais, what are you saying? Kenais, what are you saying? I can't seem to hear you well.
We are not getting you.
Me or who? The panelist? Maina, can you get me?
Your sound, you're clear. We can hear you.
Kaburu, can you get me?
I can hear you well.
John Jenga, can you hear me well? Kiptum, can you hear me?
Good. Jex, we can hear you. You're loud and clear.
Oh, okay. So I don't know what K-Nice was saying. But Mina, you are making some submissions. What were you saying, sir?
I say that my network has been on and off. You have to buy bundles after being promised by the president in the next 100 days. They're going to give you free Wi-Fi in the next 100 days. Your calls will be free. When I hear people here talk about inroads, peace, development, I mean, I wonder as a Kenyan. I mean, we had President Moi for 24 years with a lot of peace. But at the same time, people did not go to school. Corruption was rife in this country. So this peace nonsense will not take Kenya anywhere, because we are still in peace while people are stealing public resources. Where people are, like, for example, right now, over I come from Kiambu, over 100,000 kids have not gone to school. And we are sitting here making inroads in
in Mount Kenya, sijui in-laws in where. And it's an unfortunate statement. For somebody to say that Ruto dethroned Uhuru Kenyatta as a kingpin of Mount Kenya. What Mount Kenya did, the chapter of Uhuru Kenyatta was over. Just like the chapter of Mwai Kibaki, which came to end, and the chapter of Matiba. So there's nothing like dethroning anybody. His time came to retire, and they retired. So as we speak today, I don't know what they mean by kingpin of Mount Kenya, because to me,
probably what they meant was they replaced him with Gashagwa. Do you feel Gashagwa as an able replacement to Uhuru?
it's a shame. That guy is a shame to the people of Kenya. The way he speaks, the way he dresses, the way he argues, like telling Kenyans that we are in a company. This guy does not know how to dress, guys. You know, and people address you the way you are dressed.
But Mr. Minor, I agree with you in what you're saying, or rather, I seem to hear you. But what does dressing got to do with him being the deputy president? We have seen able dressed people, but their characters is questionable.
I'm just saying the simple things like dressing. You know, people address you the way you're dressed. Let me tell you something, my friend. You cannot get into a matatu if you have worn a panty in your head. I just want to tell you, people always respect what they see. You cannot come with oversized clothes, and oversized coats, and then tell us you're a kingpin. Kingpin for what? So he's just a person who forced his way there, but the feeling on the ground is that he's an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment to the Kikuyu nation, because he has what we call in English verbal diarrhea. Every time he opens his mouth, it's like, you know, we are a company, we are going to do this. You know that you are. I don't know. It's just a shame.
Minor, just hold on. I see Jenga wants to ask you a question, but before Jenga comes in, do you see like the Kikuyus were like not, I don't want to say they wanted a kingpin, but they felt they were annoyed with how Uhuru's leadership was?
You know, that's the reason why we need to be very realistic and factual, because we are talking about a Kikuyu who the votes were not even, we were not, like, for example, and this is a fact, the percentage that voted in this last election was not the same percentage that voted for Uhuru. It was not 80 or 90%. But because Ruto had bought Chebukati in cash, which we know that Chebukati was in his payroll, we know that most Kikuyus who voted for Raila Odinga eventually, and I will tell you for the fucking truth, that when I was I voted in a place called St. Paul's in the middle, and in our stream, we had even a WhatsApp group. Because we were voting for Baba. But eventually what was posted, there was 0 votes for Raila Odinga. What that does tell you? That this election was stolen.
Your stream had around 700 voters, if I have that correct.
Yes.
And you are able to have all of them on your WhatsApp, or I didn't get
No. What I'm trying to say is that the group that was to vote for Raila Amolo Odinga was in a WhatsApp group.
Oh, okay.
We knew, and I actually said I might not have trusted. You know, Kikuyus, you cannot trust them. I would not have trusted my friends. But what about my vote? Where did my vote go? So we know that there were no agents for
give me that polling station, since the portal is still active. I get it for you. Where was that, kindly?
St. Paul,
Kiambu.
Kabugo. So what I'm trying to tell you is that it is factual
that the votes that were meant for Raila Amolo Odinga were they were given to Ruto. And that is why we are saying in simple math, if indeed Ruto feels like he won, why don't you show the world by opening the server? That's what I'm saying. Yes.
Sorry, I'm almost getting that. Give me, what is the correct name of that polling station? Hello, Maina.
Kabuko, St. Paul's Primary School.
Kabuko St. Paul's Primary School. Ladies and gentlemen, you can also as well help me. I'm almost getting the polling station. Maina says he voted there, and we have always yearned to get one person who would say, I voted this way, and in my polling station this happened. So to verify what he's saying, you go to IBC portal. From the IBC portal, you go to the results 2022. They're still there, up to date. I don't know if you are with me. Just one moment. But as I'm getting that, John Jenga, you had something to say as I'm getting that result.
Yeah, thank you, because I was listening to my fellow Kikuyu, Maina, and let me say that those Kikuyu that they are saying more about Raila, first of all, it is not good in politics now. Sasa tumetoka hapo mbele, haters kuhate mtu tu kumhate ati Gashanafaa oversize, hiyo ni haters na ni wivu, na haipatikanaji kwa wasa, inapatikana kwa wanawake. Hata kama anafaa oversize, anafaa nini, you must look yourself, wewe unafaa namna gani, then you cannot come here kutuambia ati watu walivote Mount Kenya, they voted for Raila, whereby sisi hatuwezi, hata hawa watu from Luo hawawezi kuja kuangalia the person, somebody who shows us where you voted for the guy is member of the parliament and MCA, more MCAs. Sasa huwezi kutuambia ati Kafuko walivoti for the Raila, yet that in the central tukiangalia wale MCA walikuja nyuma ya Raila ni wagapi? Kwa hivyo hata kama unajifanya unajua mahesabu, tuambie MP ni wagapi walikuja. Definitely Raila get less than 1 million in central, whereby the vote he got in central ni zile za watu wake wenye wanakaa central. Nobody, even you, is like the time that Kioni walikuwa, I don't know whether Kioni walikuwa na nani na Mudavadi huko, alikuwa rani ni mechi wake, hata yeye mwenyewe hakumvotia, iliangaliwa kura ya Kioni ikakosa. Don't come here to lie people that Kikuyu we voted for Raila. We didn't. If we voted for Raila, let us bring just one member of parliament. Hata yule alikuwa, hata huku kwa Uhuru kwenyewe, hata Uhuru hakuvotia Raila. Bona hata MCA wake mwenyewe hangeweza even to rig vote hata ya MCA, na hiyo sio kitu inakuwa gumu kwa Wakikuyu kuiba kura. To rig vote tu hata ya MCA ya Uhuru mwenyewe aonyeshane at least kidogo tulikuwa nyuma ya Raila. What are you coming here to lie people that ati Raila alikuwa amevotiwa Central? Definitely I want to tell you, if Central walikuwa wanataka Raila, hata hiyo aibu kidogo wangeifuga kidogo, hata na KMCA kamoja. Sasa hata kwa kina Karoa kwenyewe ile nini ametoka, ile wadi ametoka, hata hiyo wadi kuconfuse those people, hata na hawakuwa wengi, walikuwa less than 12,000, less than 13,000. Hata si wanunua na 5,500 basi ilikuwa tu rahisi. Kwa hivyo kukuja kusema ati Kiambu ati sijui Kafuko, even if I voted for Raila, we know that the bata iko hapo na iko that word ya Limuru, bata wale watu wengi over 80% ni watu wa Raila. Kwa hivyo hata kama ilipoti Kafuko, hiyo ni bata ilipoti na hao watu wa Raila, hata ukiangalia. Lakini kuja center kwa Uhuru ndio tunasema ni center ya Kiambu. How many voted for Raila? So don't come here to kudanganya watu kushinda ukiwaambia ndio wakupende. If you are a minor, you didn't vote for Raila, na wewe ni kusimama tu unasimama hapa. Then don't come. Kuna mzee mwingine na namalizia pale, nilimkuta ambassador wakati tulikuwa bunge ya mwananchi. Ambassador alikuja kuambia watu hapo ati in the year 1969 alikuwa anabeba mchanga hapo kwa hiyo nyumba iko hapo na anajua venye iliibiwa. Mtu wa 1969 na Arobu aseme amepewa nyumba Kibera ya kukaa. Hata Mlolongo sasa hiyo silikuwa inachukuliwa bure. So don't usi unafanya na kusema mtu ni mwisi ati amepata shamba namna gani, amepata shamba namna gani. Hata wewe iba, tuendelee. Kama Kenya ni ya kuibwa siibo, unajifanya rais as if you sleep in heaven, you come here to work in the morning. Nothing like that. I don't entertain that.
I wish mine was in the studio.
Nobody, no Kikuyu even can in Kega.
I wish mine was in, but
I'm here, throw stone.
Just a moment. Mine, are you there? Mine has left. I have the results, and I can confidently say he has lied.
He cannot rate me. You know me well.
But anyway, Melchizedek, how are you, sir? I don't know what you say about our conversation.
Could I say something quick and then before it escapes, please?
Okay. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that even as we debate, let us tuheshimu viongozi. The way we address, hata kama ni Raila, we don't have to like them, you know, but bado ni viongozi. We don't have to like them. But sense of style, vile ninavaa, it doesn't define my character, or it doesn't show how knowledgeable I am, or how much I know. I think when we go that direction, Bwana Moderator, I think to have decency here, we should encourage people to have constructive criticism, to even, to a limit, so that we don't also become a platform that is propagating hate towards our fellow Kenyans. This above and beyond Ruto, Raila, these are friends at the end of the day, and they will never, you will never have they will never have a problem. So I just wanted to call my brother that kila siku ukitafuta kura unaambiwanga ni wewe tu, na ukifika kwa debe there is a likelihood hata bibi yako hawezi kupigia kura, unapata ni wewe tu. So do not be surprised kama uliona mko na watu na walikuwa wanasema ni Raila tu, there is a likelihood alifika kwa debe na akapata yuko. So lastly, mambo ya kuvaa nguo, as much as we disagree with Gachagua, we should respect him as in terms of sense of style. Thank you, Bwana Moderator.
Okay. Melchizedek, I don't know what you say from what we are discussing. We have a lot we are discussing, but we saw
okay.
in Nyanza. What do you say?
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
I just want to be a little bit brief because I hope wherever we are here or who have a good mind as a Kenya, as a youth, there are some things that we need to think before we say. First, I want to say that you are a youth sitting here. Maybe you have a job or you are a jobless, but you are sitting here or you are talking about someone who is earning more than you. That's the first thing that you have to understand. All these people that we are talking about, these people, they have their jobs, they have their money, they have their company, and they have everything that it needs in the family. So whenever we are talking about something, or whenever we say something against someone, siasa ni ile kitu ambaye Mtu alisema siasa usiweke ni kama ile chakula yenye unakula, utapotea. I'm not supporting any. I'm just saying, let me say I'm neutral, because I don't see when I'm supporting or I'm opposing someone who is enjoying with the family, and me as a youth, I'm suffering. I hope you people understand me well. If you are here and you are a youth or you are someone that you have a job or you have something, you should understand that each and every person are passing the same way that people have. If you are a Kenyan that you have everything that you need to have, you should think about yourself and your family. And the second thing that you should say that mtu amevaa. Kuvaa kwa mtu doesn't show anything. Anaweza vaa kama mtu mwingine lakini akona pesa kukushinda. Anaweza vaa smart lakini hana pesa. So according to kuvaa, I don't think we should talk about it here. Me, I thought we will talk about how we will move on as a youth so that we can make Kenya to be Kenya. But if we are talking about people, we are the people dragging ourselves back, because there is nothing we will gain when we are talking about Raila, we are talking about Ruto, we are talking about Gachagua. But these people are really enjoying. How much is Ruto? How much Ruto is earning per month? It's over $1 million, right? Gachagua same is getting millions of money. But what about you? You are here. You are talking about Gachagua, the dressing code. Oh, Ruto is mwizi. Oh, Raila ni sijui nini. We need to think before we talk, my friends. There is things that when you are saying in front of people, you may say that you are clever, you went to school, but you ulisoma nyuma ya kitabu. And this is the fact. Wisdom is very important than anything in this world. If you are not wise, then you will come here, uropoke, ufanye nini, useme utusi, ufanye nini. At the end of the day, when unalala njaa, when unaumiza wazalini wako, familia yako. So we need to see, or we need to sit here talking about something as a youth that will make us to grow and see, because Kenya is going to a place where in the next 20 or the next 10 years coming, we are the people going to suffer. Not those people you are talking about. Not even your dad or your mother. This is your generation. And if you leave it, that you are talking about someone else, then you are wasting your time. You are really wasting your time, because you can even abuse each every year. Munapigana, munafanya nini, but at the real sense, in the real sense, munapata ya kwamba nyinyi ndio munaumia, kwa sababu we are the Kenyans, we are the youths, and we are the people that are remaining after those people. Ruto can rule even 30 years. Raila can fight even, alianza kupigana kitambo, Amaluo man. Sorry to say, okay, Amaluo. But I feel very painful when someone is talking about someone who is earning a lot of you, is feeding his children, is doing everything. Raila mwenyewe ndio mnaongea, watoto wake wote wanafanya kazi. Ruto mwenyewe ambaye unaongea juu yake, watoto wake pia wanafanya kazi. Why can't we be people that are realistic and say the truth, instead of talking about something which will not help us? Mama Rhoda used to be very bitter when someone is talking about something that is not even helping us. Is talking about out of the topic. We are here to help our country, not to talk about someone who is giving us false promises. Actually, it's something that is very painful when you are here. It's very, very painful when you are here, when you are supporting lies. That whole. Me, I'm from Nyanza, so I will go for Raila. Me, I'm from from Sijui Wapi. I will go for Gachagua, whatever. These things that we are doing or what we are saying here, if you know that you are supporting the lies, that you are not supposed to be a Kenyan. You need to be a true person that stand and say no, enough is enough. We are the youths that should make our Kenya to be Kenya than fighting and saying things that is not helping us. Thank you very much. That's what I can say now.
Melchizedek, there's this other thing that, and I love your chain of thought. We have seen leaders come to the podium, and depending on where they are, for instance, let me use the president for an example. When he's not in Nyanza, he calls the Azimio leader mtu wa kitendawili. When he goes to Nairobi and Central, he calls him mtu wa maandamano. But today he was in his county and he didn't use such language. He was like Agwambo. He would call him Raila. He was slightly respectful. Do you see this as a character of deceiving the simple mwananchi who always attend these rallies?
In the first time I said like that, let me answer that question. I said this. If you are a youth and your time, kila kitu ambacho unaona ikikuja kwako karibu unaona ni ukweli, ikienda mbele unasema ni uongo. Ikikuja kwako, this is the thing that is damaging our mind or whatever. Ruto, kusema ukweli, hata wenye wako hapa, if I'm saying lying, then let someone tells me. Ruto alisema in the 100 days nini itafanyika? Hii itafanyika, si ndio? Ametimiza hata moja. Kama nadanganya, kuna mtu anaweza simame mbele hapa yangu na aseme ya kwamba Ruto alisema hivi na amefanya.
Alisema atachagua majaji na alifanya.
Alifanya nini?
Umesema kama kuna hata moja, nimekupa moja. Aliongelelea majaji na aliwateua.
So, can I ask you a question about that?
Please do. No, when you umeuliza, I've just answered. Not that I want.
Okay. Those things which are there, hizo ni vitu ambazo tunataka ili Kenya yetu ikue guarded, and tunafaa tupate vitu maneno ikiendelea vibaya tunaweza enda hayo majaji atusaidie. Hiyo sidanganya. But there are some many things that Ruto says that they are supposed to give, which is which one and which and which one. If you can understand, if you can recall what Ruto say akiwa wanafanya campaign, can you mention even two? The basic ones that Ruto says.
You see, when I don't know, but
alisema kwanza alisema kuna kitu inaitwa employment ambaye alisema akiwa kwa ushindi atapea youth kazi. Amepeana kazi.
Kiptum seems to have an answer for you. Do you want him to answer or first you finish?
Yeah, I will give him an answer in 30 seconds, please.
Not 30 seconds. I just want to only yes or no. Amepeana kazi ama bado?
100% yes.
Yes. Which constituency and which part amepeana kazi ambayo unaweza sema this is and this and this one? Apart from those aliweka kama CS wale wakubwa, sio youths. I'm talking about youth 30 and 30 years kurudi chini, 35 kurudi chini. Nani amepeana kazi ambayo unaweza sema these are this and this and this?
So let me mention only two.
Yeah.
One, When he launched the housing projects, which is so many, every time he launches, you're in the kazi for so many groups of people. Number one. Number two,
my friend, let me tell you something.
You
that
talk about
maybe
kazi.
wait. You can be elder or you can be younger, but let me tell you something. Wewe mwenyewe, wacha nirudi kwako. Wewe mwenyewe ukiwa kwa familia yako na mtoto analelea chakula na unampea nyumba, ni kitu gani ya kwanza unafaa umpee cha mtoto?
But Melchizedek, you have asked a question, and Kiptum seemed to have answered how he understood what you asked. You asked about that before you. Just one moment. Just one moment. Before you interject, you asked about. Just one moment. You asked about kama kuna kazi. He has told you what Ruto has done, but now you want to twist it and ask which one should come first. Is it food or is it building a house? That's what you have asked.
Yes. That's what I'm asking.
Now, Kiptum, I don't know, but this is what I think I understand you are saying, that Ruto has enabled people to build houses through that project, and through that project, people are getting something, some form of wage, and that way they might use to buy the food you are talking about. So I don't know what you are asking. If probably you can try to be as clear as possible for Kiptum and many others who are following you, sir.
Okay. Kiptum, you said that Ruto ana launch manyumba pale popote ambapo wanaenda. Have they started or they are still going on with the launching and the work is going on or no? Because we are in Kenya, we are not in Uganda. We are in Kenya, we are not in Uganda. So don't tell me that can you mention 3 or 5 that hizo vitu ambazo zame-launch zinaendelea sahi na youth wanafanya kazi hapo. We are in Kenya.
Okay, there's one thing I know.
Yes.
I'm in the United States. But there's one thing I know. I know there's a lot of constructions going on every single day, and I see in the news. That's number one.
Where specifically mention? Where specifically? Can you just mention where specifically?
Let me finish. Let me finish how I'm linking the job. A few years ago, I was constructing my own house, and when I was constructing, a mason came, and I paid them for every day, every single day they come. Wanasema tumalizane. So, when I look at all these houses being launched, and I have seen some being commissioned that they are complete. I know some in Eldoret that have been completed, and I saw some also in Nairobi that have been completed. So what I mean is,
maybe you are living where we are not living. Sorry to say this. You are living in another world where we are not living, because what you are saying is not happening. They are launching. The launching is going on. We accept there is a launching, but we have not seen any that is going on that we can say youth are doing. That one is your own house.
Okay, let me give another example then. One thing that Ruto has done. I was in Kenya until January 14. That is about 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I have a Kenyan number. This is my number from Kenya, okay?
Okay.
I got my hustler fund, 700 right here.
My friend, are you trying to make people to know that you are supporting what is going on, or
no? I'm saying I'm talking about keeping the word. He said and he did it. That's how we need to hold somebody to account.
Okay, you get your 700, right? What did you do with that 700?
Now you're going to my personal life now, right?
No.
Let's talk about.
It's simple. No?
Now let's do this. Mr. Jakes, let me answer my friend this way. When Ruto was campaigning, he had a Kenya Kwanza plan. And that Kenya Kwanza plan has some housing, he had some Masala fund, he had education, he had agriculture, foreign policy, all those. I want to confidently say he is following his plan to the letter. He has never deviated from it.
Can I ask you something?
Whenever you want to hold Ruto to account,
just a moment. Just a
Can I
moment. You see, Melchizedek, just one moment. Just one.
Why can't you just
One
tell him
moment.
Ruto scrapped off the subsidies? Why can't you
One
just tell him
moment.
Ruto scrapped off the subsidies?
Just one
And
moment.
this guy is arguing like I think.
The challenge
This
in the
guy
show
is
is
arguing.
this. The challenge in the show is this. You see, Melchizedek,
Yes.
I feel you, and I really do. It's now that we're trying to come to terms with what Ruto had promised, or rather his
Yeah.
manifesto, and Kiptum as well knows what Ruto has promised. So there's where you had your allegiance on, and Kiptum as well. So these are two people. One is defending what he had. You're trying to.
Sorry. Just a minute.
Just one moment. Kiptum is
Just a
trying to
minute.
explain. Kiptum is trying to explain based on what Ruto said, or probably what he feels Ruto said. Now, the challenge is we are not really sure to what extent is the plan, as Kiptum is calling it, is being implemented. I also agree with you. It's one thing to launch a project. It's another thing to be shown. One, if it's working, if it's being implemented, are people working in the site, so we can have a grand launch, but nothing happens after that day. So, but also Kiptum is also raising another fact that Hustler Fund is something that is ongoing. He has also told you he's able to access 700. Now that is what Kiptum is trying to explain. So if the two of you can try to balance, so that you know about the plan or about what Ruto is saying, Kiptum can explain. Is it okay?
One more thing.
Just a minute. Kiptumba says that Asla Fund is launched, and he said that Asla Fund will be free. Are we taking this Asla Fund free, or we are taking back with some benefit on top of it, right? Or I'm right or no?
That one you need to go to the website and read more.
No. This is the fact. Ukichukua pesa, unarudisha 500 ama unarudisha tu na kitu juu. Jibu tu swali baba. Wewe wacha kunini, jibu tu swali. Ukichukua 700, ulilipa tu hiyo 700 bila kukatwa kitu.
So I know where you're going, but let me answer this way.
No. Just, my friend.
Hustler Fund is a scam. Hustler Fund is a scam. It's nothing called Hustler. Hustler Fund is a scam, and you don't want to hear the truth. Hustler Fund is a scam. I cannot accept the lies.
But
why do you accept evil?
One person at a
can
time.
choose to have it or not to have it.
Okay.
It's very
We accept that they bring the Asla Fund, but alisema aje akiwa anafanya campaign kwamba tutapeana bure. Ilikuwa hivyo ama haikuwa hivyo? Naongea na Kiptumba. Alisema ni atapeana bure ama utapewa ukirudishwa na benefit on top ukishachukua. Ni ukweli ama si ukweli?
Okay, can I say something? I have 2 points to answer your question. Number one, I think my sister Rhoda was here when I mentioned my career, that I am I'm a teacher by profession. Give me 1 second, okay? So before I mention that, let me say this. Like right now, I'm a farmer. I've accessed the fertilizer that Kachakwa is talking about it all the time, and I'm really enjoying that. So I can tell you, in the next 3 months, there will be enough food in Uasin Gishu. And I'm sure you also saw when the deputy president Kachakwa went to Eldoret, the farmers donated 1,000 bags of maize, and he assigned them to Laikipia. So let me say this: as much as we talk, let's also do. Now, let me talk. Me being as a teacher, and especially what I saw, the struggle of the Kenya Kwanza government. I'm not saying that they are perfect, And I'm not saying that they do not have challenges. When you plan to go and teach, you plan theoretically. But when you go to the practical aspect of it, there's always some challenges, and you adapt the situations or grow solutions depending on the problems that are there. And singling out one of the problems that might have come in the process of implementation and trying to twist it is not being honest. I think it's time we need to talk as patriots and listen exactly what Musalia Mudavadi was telling the people of Migori, that we are not going to go back to do the elections. The next election is 2027. And I like what Jack said. Each one of us here, we have the capability of becoming a leader in Kenya in the near future. And in any case, we are leaders by our own right. So the shortcut to the success of our country is to let bygones be bygones, settle down to work, and focus on the future. Like pinning down Ruto that he said it was going to be zero interest. Well, economy said something else. And he has to go by the rules of the industry. So I think he is well-meaning. Given the support and being held to account, I think he will deliver. Thank you.
Okay. Jackson, let me ask him before I talk. Thank you very much for saying that you are a teacher. You are a teacher by profession. I just want to ask you a simple question. When you are teaching a kid or children that are not performing, how do you feel as a teacher?
There is something called remedial action.
Abibi, can you just answer this one? I know that one. I know that one.
Okay, listen.
If you are teaching the children that are not performing, how do you feel as a teacher?
How do you feel as a teacher?
Yes.
When I'm doing what?
When you are teaching the children that are not performing in
so
class.
It depends on what I'm teaching. So let's take an example. Is it geometry or Swahili? Take one subject.
Well, let's speak about
whatever subject.
General subject.
For me, one subject. I teach geometry, I teach Swahili, I teach English, I teach social studies.
You can take any. You can take any of them.
Okay,
Then
pick one for me.
Okay. For example, you are teaching Swahili and the children are not performing in that your subject. How do you feel as a teacher? You yourself, not another person. You yourself.
Now, in my training, I was taught to manage my temperament. And when the children are not listening, the problem could be with a teacher. So I have to redesign my lesson to suit the level of the children.
That's what we want, because Kenya are going to the same state that you are talking about. We need to read the way you say it so that Kenya be Kenya. Thank you very much.
All right.
And I would like to add on that. I would like to add on what that person who just commented about reassessing, because when you give a whole adult who has a family probably $500, 500 shillings, don't you think that is abusing them? 500 shillings. And yet, when you come to the SRC, which is supposed to stand for the Salaries and Remuneration Commission, they are revising how much they are giving the MPs or whoever the leaders allowances, and they want to increase it by 67%. From whatever they are getting, I think they are getting about 14,000 travel allowance to 16 or 18,000. Yet when you're giving citizens money for business, you're giving them like you're giving a child. Even Charlene Ruto, I don't think Ruto gives her 500 for pocket money for a month, or that could be a day. Actually, that could be just for her to go and have lunch in town. So what I see is that Ruto disrespects the voter. That's how I see it. That was just in addition to that. I'll give my submission later.
Mzalendo.
Can you give me something? I want to
I
talk
think
5 minutes. Muzalendo, can you give me 5 minutes because I want to leave?
5 minutes.
Before when I was here, Jenga was speaking about at the Kikuyu tribes are thief. That's why I come back. I get very sad to talk against community that they are thief, and that's not the truth. He's spreading propaganda. There is a Kikuyu live good life. They work. Kikuyu people are very hardworking. Ukida Kikomba, they're the one who work very hard. They work hard, very hard to feed their own family food in the table, and they pay and everything. And then he see that they are thief. All community, there is a bad people and good people. It cannot talk against one community. That's not good. That's not. And he's a Kikuyu. Instead of he defend his in community, he's speaking against his community. They are thief, but like Karejini. Not all Karejini are evil. Not all Karejini are thief like Ruto. Not all Karejini are like Ruto. There is a good Karejini, good people. They think well. They have a wisdom. They like peace. They have a love. They have mercy. They are kind. I know some Karajin are very kind. So we cannot say all Kikuyu are bad, all these community. That's not the way we can be unity. We must come unity. And what is a unity? Unity is we hear one voice. Not to say my community is a thief. That's a liar. Why do you hate yourself? You must love your community and you accept yourself who you are and you love yourself. You cannot love other people if you don't love yourself. You must love yourself and you love your culture and you love your language you speak and you appreciate yourself who you are. That's what I want to say because I get very sad. A man like Jenga speaking against, and he say myself that I'm not Kikuyu because I support Baba. I supported that. And Kenya is a rule by the multiple party is a democracy. You have right to support any party you want. You have right to support any person you want because that is a democracy one. That's a democracy. And because I support this, I'm not a Kikuyu. I get very sad and I'm a Kikuyu. My parents both are Kikuyu, and that's not good. The way Jenga is speaking against my community. I'm always defend my community. And not all my community, they are business in Nairobi. All community, they have right to be business. Or they have right to have business in Nairobi, Kamba, Kikuyu, everybody. We have 46 tribes. Okay, Please, thank you. That's what I want to say. Don't sweat the small stuff. That is nothing for you to sweat about. Just ignore what someone says because you can't change how someone thinks. Just ignore it. Let us talk. Spread propaganda. I hate propaganda and lies. That's not to build the country. To spread the lie at his community that live. That's not the truth. There's a few people they live good life.
Rhoda,
They are Christian. They
you
live with their own family. So that's not good. I will defend my community. No, I cannot accept.
Rhoda, you've made your point. I think Maina has got a right to reply at some point when he comes back in the show. You've made your point. Anyway, I wanted to talk about the Asla Fund. I think it's Ashley who talked about the Asla Fund. Some of these people don't understand how the Asla Fund was to operate. Yes, there is no way you can just be given money that probably you don't qualify for, and probably we don't even know who you are. Lazima, even if you go to a bank, you have to be given a certain amount. And Ashley,
are you
I
there?
don't know which bank. Can you? Hello?
Unapotea
Jex, can
potea,
you
my
hear me?
brother. Yeah, but
Oh,
unapotea
sorry.
potea.
All right,
Endelea.
let me just say that the Asla Fund was supposed to be ignited into the economy. Now, the first phase was given to those who borrowed. You will not be given 1 million, the way some panelists here are saying, or even 100,000, or even 50,000 in the beginning. we have to see how if you are given money, unairudisha, unapewa ingine, unarudisha. That is how these funds are supposed to revolve. And the next phase of the fund, according to the what I've been reading, is that they will now start stepping it up. The people who borrowed money and returned in good time wataongezewa. Hivyo ndio unakuwa credit worthy. More credit, you'll get more, what do you call it? Ashley knows the name. You'll get more money allocated to you because wewe, you are credit worthy. Unaweza borrow na urudishe pesa. And hii pesa hukukuwa nayo. So don't complain about it like ati nani amenipatia ni 500 inaweza nisaidia na nini. First, you didn't have this money. You didn't have it at all. Hata hukukuwa na pesa ya kununua makamkate, then you are given money, urudishe na 15 bob juu. So what are you complaining about? Ama ni kuongea tu ndo tunapenda kuongea? Tunajua mdomo ni bakuli ya maneno. So sometimes unaongea tu juu unataka kuongea. This is money that you don't have. And my friend said that Ruto alipromise makazi. Yes, Ruto akiingia hivi, do you expect him in 1 month to create a factory or an industry that will employ everybody? I need people to be judged after the electoral process. Judge me after my term. That is the time ndio nakupatia report card yangu. And if he's initiated housing projects first, kuna planning. Hapo kuna kazi zimepatikana. Kuna watu wale watabeba hiyo kuna architects watapata hiyo kazi. There are some engineers that will be employed there. Kuna masons watakuwa hapo watapata kazi. It is all, yani vijana watapata kazi. And this is not something to complain about. This is something that was initiated a long time ago and Ruto is implementing it right now. Then somebody tells you alitoa kazi ya kuchimba mtaro kwa vijana. So how long will vijana watumiwe kuchimba mtaro Kenya? Na huyo uite kazi. Ati umeamka asubuhi unaenda kuchimba mtaro ya Njogoo. We need to think beyond how we used to think or do things before. Sahi tuko in a modern world, kuna technology. We need, the other time my brother Ruto was launching an assembly plant for buses, electric buses. That already created employment for a few people in that sector. Yeah. We are talking about the blue economy in the Lake region. That is already employment. The projects that is launching, that's already employment. So sometimes let us just not complain, especially if you are in Azimio and you didn't vote for this government. You wait and see. Put the government on check the way you are doing. We love it. Wewe piga sema kosoa serikali kwa ile mambo ile hawajatekeleza, hiyo ndio kazi yako. Yeah, so that the government can also be put on check. I hope you answered.
Were you answering me or you were talking to someone else?
He was combining what you said.
I was combining. I didn't have time to comment on whatever you were talking about, so I was just trying to tell you that is an answer, because at some point you said ati nyumba mtu atakula nyumba ama anataka chakula, but you don't know that somebody is supposed to work, get money and buy the food. Yeah, you're supposed to work, get money and buy the food. You are not supposed to be given food. The government doesn't run a feeding program, all right, for its citizen. It creates them opportunity to work.
I think the person talking should tell that to the leaders who want to be given travel allowance, because they are being given free. They don't have to return, yet they also make money. So I think they should also use the money that they are making to take to those trips that they are supposed to take, because they were not given money to keep into the bank like flowers. They were given money to use, and since they have enough money, benefits, and perks, they do not need an allowance. So you want to be so heavy-handed on the citizens, talking to them in such a language. Remember, this is not money that is coming from Ruto's pocket. It is the taxpayers' money, and we want it used well. It is not being used well when one leader can get 14 or 16,000 for one trip. So they will constantly go out of town so that they can make money. Yet you come here and talk to us about $500 and tell us we are not running a charity. That money is not free. It is our money, and it should be put to good use. And they should not do things for PR just so that they can be told they have a hustler fund. What are you giving? You're saying you're giving someone 500 and they don't have food. So you're setting them up to fail, because if they take the money, are they supposed to go do a business, or are they supposed to go and buy food? It is time our government stop taking us for fools. Because that is taking us for fools. You don't give a grown adult $500 shillings, and you know that they don't have money at home. You give them something if they are that broke that they don't have food. The government, this money they are giving these leaders should go to the people to feed them. It is their responsibility, and that is why taxes are paid. Whoever is talking should know that.
Let me answer you, because I think you are replying to what I said. The ASLA fund, it has got its teething problem, and since its inception, there are issues that they were addressing. In fact, it didn't have a board, there were no allocation, and Ruto didn't really have a budget for it. So these are some of the promises that he made that had got some issues, technical issues that they needed to rectify. There is no way, Ashley, you will be given money, yet you have not been trained to handle that finance. Tell me of any institution that you will walk in, or any government that will give you money that they have not trained you for, or money that you have not applied for. This money, this fund, just listen, wait a minute. This fund was supposed to be handed over to the banks, and they train you on whatever business that you want. Because you as an hustler, most likely, most hustlers don't have job training. They don't have any kind of skills. So they needed to have been trained. They needed to be identified. And it was not supposed to be given to everybody the way it was first launched. And that is the mistake they did. So not everything that the government does ni sawa. Kuna saa zingine zikona, it is a good idea, but ikona makosa.
And we should hold them accountable when they make those mistakes, because we pay them so much to have those positions. So they should sit down and make sensible decisions with the money that they collect from the people. And they should be held accountable when they do make mistakes. So it is true. I know somewhere like in where you are right now, they have what they call SBA, small business loans. Before they give you the loan for the small business, they get into a class. It's like 8 lessons. You go for each class, and once you are finished with the class, they teach you how to be self-employed. They teach you a lot of things about self-employment. And if you want to go into a specific field and you don't have the skills, they also pay for you to school. And then once they know that you're launchable, they give you the funds and they follow up. Some of it, if you do well, they wipe off the fee. So since this is the challenge I'm going to give the Ruto administration. Since this $500 was so little, I think he should just write it off. If they can give our elected leaders 16,000 just to make a trip, and that person is on the clock, they can be able to just write off that 500 and start off well. Because it is unfair to hold a person who has no food in the house accountable for $500, 500 shillings that you're giving them to go and do business. What business can anyone do with 500 shillings?
Okay, before I leave, I just want to say one thing, that if you listen to me, I will just leave by saying this. The truth is bitter. It will hurt you, but when you sit down and realize the person was saying the truth, then you will come back to your senses. So We will argue here until tomorrow, but if we don't say the truth, and we say the truth will set us free, then we'll just make a mistake by saying all what we are saying. So you have a very good morning or good evening. I'm leaving, but let's be the truth people, the truthful. Truth is something which is very, very important. If something is going wrong, we should say the truth. If something is not going right, we should say the truth. Than saying, and we are the people that are suffering.
Okay.
Kipruto, kuna kitu nataka kuniambia?
I need to ask that friend of mine a question, please. And I want to thank him for his passion and patriotism for Kenya. Number one. Number two, I also want to thank him for his choice of language and words. I didn't hear him abusing anybody. I had a friend of ours before talked about respecting our leaders. As much as we don't agree with them, we still have to respect them, not talking about what they wear and stuff like that. But the question is, when you talk about the truth, we have an absolute truth and a relative truth. And a relative truth is developing. What is true today cannot be true tomorrow, and something like that. So I'll let you have a good night, and then when you come, let's discuss about the truth that you're talking about. As good night. Thank you.
You say that you have a question. Can you just ask me that question so I can answer you, please?
What type of truth are you talking about? Is it the absolute truth or the relative truth?
The real truth that we need in Kenya, the real truth. Are you answered?
I didn't ask about the real truth. Relative truth or absolute truth?
Melchizedek, are you in a position to answer? Do you understand what Kiptum is asking? The difference between relative truth and absolute truth.
Like some relative truth is conditional, while the absolute is consistent and eternal. It doesn't change.
Kipruto, the question that you are asking, you have an answer with you. That's what I can answer you right now.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night, and I thank you for your presentation.
Kipruto, just in case, before you go, I do have something I wanted to share with you, just in case you those people in the government. I know that right now we are talking about the demonstrations. We are talking a lot about personalities, about Ruto, about Raila, and them fighting each other. What we are forgetting is, as we are talking, a lot of things are happening. See, like now they want to rebuild the state house in Mombasa, and it's been 126 years, so they might have to redo it all over again. If you think this money that they're using to rebuild, because we don't have that much money, so we have just so much to go around. Why can't we invest this money in making our schools? Because there are some kids who go to really bad, dilapidated schools. Why don't we put instead of putting the interest of the leaders and their comfort, and that is what I was talking about, these allowances. We concentrate our tax, the money we are collecting, the revenue, so much on the leaders and their comfort, to where the people are so living in abject poverty. Let me ask you, Kipto, how, if you are to put priority, rebuilding this state house in Mombasa, well, Ruto can go there and fly back to Nairobi if he has to, or go to Eldoret to his home. Can he not do that and do something with this money to help the people uplift their livelihood? These are the things that I'm concerned about. These are the things that pain my heart. Now, when you look at the SRC, they want to increase the allowances. Really? They don't even need allowances. They're already making a lot of money in their salaries, benefits, and perks. Why can they be comfortable with those? And then like the Azimio ones who are going to demonstrate and saying high cost of living, why don't they show good faith by saying we are going to take a pay cut because the money is too much that we are getting and the people have nothing? Because where are you expecting, does Ruto manufacture money? Does he magically make money to appear? We have just so much. So if you are concentrating on getting the money to the leaders, where is this money to lower the cost of living? So Kipruto, do you know somebody in the government who you can talk sense to? Because I am just, and it's not that they are foolish. They know what they are doing, but they are ignoring the voter.
Thank you. And is that Ashley?
Yeah, it's Ashley.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. My name is Kiptum.
Kiptum, okay.
Yeah. So my presentation here is purely my thoughts of how I see the current affairs affecting our country. Am I happy about everything going on in Kenya? Absolutely not. Am I happy about some things going on in Kenya? Yes. Kenya is a constitutional democracy. And I think the Kenya Kwanza government is in the right direction. And they are trying as much as possible to follow their plans. The plan, what they say, the big plan. And whatever they are doing to manage every situation, every circumstance, in the shortest time that they have been in power, even in the midst of the many problems, the drought and what have you, I think they are on the right track. Actually, I think you have seen the news. There's a very heavy downpour in Nairobi yesterday actually, and a lot of lives have been displaced. So, and of course, we have been praying for rain and stuff like that. We have demonstrations. Demonstrations, let me say this about demonstrations. How I wish that Raila Odinga can call off those demonstrations. And, or if demonstrations have to happen, I wish they could be peaceful. We also, the South African demonstrations. And I was watching this gentleman, Danson Omari, the greatest lawyer, and he was being interviewed by Supeda in KTN. And they are saying that Kenya does not have the law that governs maandamano or demonstrations. After the Constitution, 2010 Constitution, the parliamentarians should go back and come up with the final details of how they should be doing maandamano. And one of them should be, first, they should be, in my opinion, those people, other people should not be on top of the cars, and others should be running. No, I think the car should be parked somewhere far, and all people walk with the same uniform, with one voice, being guarded by the police. I think that is a very civilized way of demonstration. But whatever is happening in Kenya, I think the leaders have some hidden agenda in trying to create havoc or destruction in one way. So, but I know, and then another thing is our leaders, because at the end of the day, like for example, the sad story of a student that died in Maseno. At the end of the day, there's going to be a solution, maybe in a week or two or so. And Raila Odinga and President Ruto will be sitting down and moving on smoothly. But look, a family will have lost a loved one. Somebody else will have gone through so much, and nobody will ever revisit that. That is the painful part of our demonstrations. And let me answer now, Ashley. I come from Wazingishu. There is something very, very major ongoing right now about what they claim to be a scandal of students going to Finland. And That has really captured the imagination or the thoughts of my people from Wasindishu. But there is one positive thing I really liked of a good friend of mine called Kimtai Kirui. He wrote a petition to the Senate, and the Senate awarded some time, and it was discussed, and it was concluded and acted upon. I want to tell Ashley that you and me, as per the 2010 Constitution, have a right to petition Parliament or Senate, write a very big article, talk to an MP about anything that is not going right. And I can tell you those senators and MPs will be more than happy to act upon it. What Jacoya was saying, when he becomes president, he was going to move the capital city to Isiolo. You told us about renovation of State House Mombasa and stuff like that. Well, let me overall say that we are on the right direction. When you hear us talking about all these things, that means we are on the right footing. All we need to do is bring more to constructive debates like this, and even to a level of being able to write a petition and signing our names and assigning one person, maybe in the Senate or Parliament, to talk to air our voices. And I must applaud this Mutembe TV, because over and over, I can see some positive discussions here. If we continue like this, I think we are in the right direction. Unlike the candid talk, which is a lot of vulgar language, name calling, and all those. I think I've answered, Ashley. Thank you very much.
Just a moment. I think you didn't answer Ashley. Ashley, this is what I think she's asking. She's asking you that, as you have rightfully said, there's a lot of challenges affecting our country, and the priority of the government seems to be misplaced. Just to raise another issue that also happened today or during the week, the office of the First Lady is in deficit of a whole billion. They need 1 billion to make that office run. But in the same country, as you have said, floods are now becoming a bother in the same country. In the same country, drought is ravaging that same country, that people have increased their sitting or rather mileage allowance and all. Now, as per what you're saying, the petition, yes, can be brought to Parliament and to any other office that needs to be taken. But do you think we have leaders who will listen if they know that they are blind to the challenges affecting Kenyans? As you have said rightfully, your opinions here are for you, yes. That's why we are here as Mutembe and everybody joining in. We want to make sense and to probably call out these leaders, because your voice and mine and many others who join in can be heard. Now, is it right? Is it proper? Is it in order for that money that could have been probably been put to good use to be misused? You see, I don't think that the renovation of Mombasa State House is as urgent as the people who are losing their cattle and their livestock in Marsabit and Wajir at the moment. Probably that is what, I don't know if Ashley, that's what you're asking.
Yes, among other things, like this one of them wanting to increase the pay, and then you see like they are like tone deaf, or they don't care about us because like now the electricity prices went up. We're already talking about the high cost of living, and now they are increasing the electricity. And
actually,
at the same
time, up to around 63%.
63%, and in that same, they want to give the office of the First Lady $1 billion. They also want to raise this traveling allowance. Like if you're going out of Nairobi to Nakuru, they want to give you 17,000 per trip, not for the whole month. It is per trip. So that is where I find a disconnect, or as someone said, they see like Ruto is seeing he has 5 years. So in between here, he can do what he wants. And then 6 months to the election, maybe is when he's going to do these things to close our eyes. That is my problem.
Kipchum, I don't know if you have understood us.
Yeah, understood.
Okay.
Let me break it down into three. Number one, do I have somebody whom I can talk to in government to present my petition or our petition? Well, I have yes, I have activists whom, if I have the facts myself, I can present to them, draft a petition, and present to the right place, whether it is parliament or Senate. And then number two, the issue of electricity, I think that one affects everybody, and I can assure you, even if nobody in this group will get into the point of writing a petition, I am very sure that somebody in parliament will be raising that, and it is going to be discussed as a matter of national importance. And then number three is again, I will go back and say the issue of the first lady, the issue of the salaries and all that. Well, I will say that Kenya is a constitutional democracy. For example, the issues of salaries and allowances is with the SRC. And it cannot be pegged onto President Ruto. It is the interested parties who just push their way. And of course, they are not right. And if I have a chance, I will definitely speak against it. But again, we also have to be very careful. The elephant in the room right now in Kenya is, yes, the cost of living, yes, the imminent demonstrations. Every part, every sector, be it the government, Kenya Kwanza or the Azimio, they have a lot of propaganda going around. You will see things that are not true because they have the opportunity, they have the platform of taking their noise higher. So the issue of First Lady or Mombasa State Lodge, I have never seen the facts or the document or the information that can make me, and I've never read about it, to be able to be in a position to comment. So I'm also very careful not to jump into a propaganda. Thank you.
That information about the State House is actually available. If you Google it, you'll see it. And something else, Ruto has been saying that he's going to do what the Constitution says. He's going to do everything by the Constitution. And what I'm wondering, when the people of Kirinyaga try to get a license or a permit to hold these demonstrations, they were refused. Yet it is constitutionally within their rights to be, well, when they try to take whatever document there's the permit to take the request for a permit, nobody would receive their request. So why is Ruto saying that he wants to do everything by the Constitution or by the law, yet he's circumventing citizens who are trying to keep the same way by doing everything that is for them, that they have a right under the law, yet they are being refused to do that?
But
I don't know whether you've seen that place where the Kirinyaga people got angry. The police refused. Yeah,
we did. But from the law, Article 37 is clear. There's nowhere it says that you need permit from the police to demonstrate. It clearly states that you have the right to picket and to hold demonstrations. The only condition is you ought not to be armed, or threaten any lives,
Eric Omondi was arrested the other day because they said he did not give them notice. You have to let them know. So they put a letter to let them know, but nobody would receive the letter from the Kirinyaga people who went to take it to even the OCS. When they heard it about the demonstration for whatever the Raila demonstration, they refused it.
Okay. Kidogo too, I see we have another guest in the panelist. And Black also is in. Welcome, Sana Black. Geoffrey Mboro. We are talking of so many things, and we are trying to make sense on what is happening in the country. Maybe let me have your opening remarks. I've pasted a comment section Article 37 that says assembly, demonstration, and picketing is allowed. Let me read it from the constitution itself, that you are free to demonstrate and to assemble and to hold demonstrations, picketing, and presenting a petition to the office and the public and public authorities as pertaining the reason for your picketing. Now, Geoffrey Mboro, go ahead. Unmute, sir. Unmute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. First of all, is to thank you for giving me this opportunity to give my view on the topic.
Mm-hmm.
I would like to start by saying, as much as we have picketing and demonstrations as a constitutional right, we as a country have adopted a bad culture whereby our leaders do not educate or inform their followers what they are supposed to do. They don't tell them exactly what they mean when they call those mass actions. When they say we are going to have demonstration, they don't take time to explain to them, when you go out there, what are you going to do? Or how are we going to achieve what we want by those demonstrations? I would like you to compare the demonstrations we had in Kenya versus what was in South Africa. We saw proper organization, proper arrangement. People were moving systematically. Nobody was holding a stone. Nobody was holding any kind of anything that can harm another person, because they knew we are not going to fight. We want to be seen that we are dissatisfied with what is happening in our country. But what happens in Kenya? Every time we have these picketing and demonstrations, and I think at the back of the mind of our leaders, they like it when there is violence, so that the international community can come in and say, you know, as there are so many people who are dying, businesses are being destroyed, there is insecurity in Kenya, so that the government may be pressurized to call the opposition and have a discussion. That should not be the case. My prayer and my request to our leaders, let us not, or let us discourage, using the strongest words possible, discourage your followers from looting the properties when they go out there. Discourage your followers, as much as the police might be wrong or might be siding with the government. It is a very high level of provocation when I saw young people chasing the police, throwing stones with the police, not knowing very well that the police have the authority to shoot you and kill you when they feel that their life is threatened. And I commend those policemen and policewomen that were chased, beaten with stones, and instead of retaliating and fighting these young people who are ignorant of what they were doing, they decided to run away. I tell you today, the young people who are listening to me, if you throw a stone to a police and that police shoots you and kills you, there is nowhere your case can go. They have the right to terminate your life when you threaten their lives, because the work of the police is to protect properties. So these demonstrations are okay. Let people demonstrate, not carrying stones, not carrying sticks, not fighting with the police. Go out there follow Raila Odinga, have systematic march to wherever you are going, but please stop destroying properties. It is so unfortunate that we lost 2 young people. And I said last time here, life is so precious. Those 2 young people who died, they will never come back. They are gone forever. And there is nothing we can do to repay the family. There is nothing we can do to replace them. Raila Odinga will continue, and if possible, he will be in the government after maybe they have the handshake. But what happens to those young people who died? We will never recover them again. Let us be critical thinkers as the young people. Let us not put our lives online to die for somebody. No. If you tell me that I'm going to demonstrate and fight with the police and die, surely, why am I dying? I should not die for anybody. I just want to highlight some few things that I think, I don't know if I have a minute. I want to say this.
Go ahead.
As a critical thinker, I should think beyond what the leaders are saying. I have heard Raila Odinga and the team saying that they are demonstrating because of the cost of living. But I have to ask myself, is that the true position? Is that the reason why they are demonstrating? I can tell you without fear of contradiction, that is not the truth. Because Uhuru Kenyatta left power just 6 months ago. What was the cost of flour at that time? What was the cost of the gas? What was the cost of other commodities? What has changed? In fact, if we are to speak the truth is that even the cost of unga has gone down. Because when Uhuru was leaving power, 2 kg was almost heading to 250. Right now, it's ranging around 200, 180, and 200. We are not being truthful to our people. So I want to say this. They have their own hidden agenda. They have their own reasons, not the reasons of the common mwananchi. Remember just the other day, Raila Odinga told us how bad Uhuru is, a drunkard who is rooting the country with Euroboard and with hospital money and all those things. But what happened when he was given that handshake? He went mum. He went quiet. He said Uhuru is the best president we have ever had. From that time, he did not even talk of the cost of living. That is what we call hypocrisy of the highest order. My thinking is this. Raila Odinga and Uhuru Kenyatta, they have realized we as the Kenyan community, we shall know so many things that they did against the nation when they're out of power. Now they want to force themselves inside the power so that they can cover up the things they did, so that they can protect their properties, they can protect their families and family businesses, because they have realized the government in charge is trying to investigate the evils that they did. You have heard about the subsidies. We, as the young people, the question we should be asking ourselves, who were the people receiving those subsidies? Whose companies were receiving those subsidies? If you do your own research, you realize the same people who are telling us about the subsidies were removed and all that, they were beneficiaries. Those companies, the few companies that were receiving subsidies, who are the owners? If we can ask ourselves those questions as the young people, I can tell you, we will turn against those who are calling for those demonstrations, because they are taking us like we don't understand, we don't have the brain to reason out. So let me just stop there, because there are so many things I can talk, but as we proceed, I will keep on maybe highlighting what I think. Thank you, sir.
I don't know if you'd care for 1 or 2 questions, sir.
I don't mind.
Now, apart from the what you say Raila is raising, the other things he seems to be raising, and that's why he says they need to protest. And he has called for boycott of Safaricom and other media. He had called for boycotting of the media paper, that the Star and Radio Africa, but he ended up recanting that boycott. He also says he is against the appointment of the CASs, and that he feels that Ruto he's heading the government in a more tribal manner. Among other things, he's also saying that the reason for demonstration is because of the high cost of living. You rightfully said that the high cost of living did not start with Ruto, but there are other things that seems to be making sense, and probably Raila could be resonating with one or two people, especially on these appointments. And what Ashley is also saying, that this appointment comes with a cost, and this cost eventually it will trickle down to that Mwananchi, the small guy down there, that Mwananchi who is still struggling with other form of issues. These appointments couldn't have come at a worse time. So, do you agree with some of the things? I know you have said you don't agree with the issue of the high cost of living, but there are other things that is equally also saying the appointment, that the form of the degree of tribalization, that it's like several communities in quote unquote those who have shares in this government, they're the ones who seem to be reaping big. I don't know what you say about that, sir.
Let me just try to highlight and maybe inform our viewers that we are a country governed by the rule of law. So let me first of all talk about that tribalism. Myself or yourself, you can only say what you hear people saying. And that is why somebody just highlighted and said, our politicians peddle a lot of propagandas. In the Constitution of Kenya, and not only in the Constitution, the Constitution talks of fairness and all that, but we have the Employment Act. As I'm talking to you here, I am a trained HR professional. So I understand about the Employment Acts very well and the labor laws. If anybody has the evidence that the government, especially in the government institutions, apart from the appointment positions, because the appointment positions, the president has some latitude to choose the people. For instance, today, if you are the president of Kenya, you will not appoint somebody who is opposed to your agenda, because what will happen? That person is going to sabotage what you are doing. So what happens? The president is given the latitude, the leeway to choose the people to work with him in the ministries, specific ministries. But when it comes to government institutions, maybe the parastatals, maybe the police, the army, people do not know that the law of Kenya is so comprehensive. And that is why right now, and I commend the people who have taken this issue to the court, because if the president breaks the law, we have the court to tell him no. And that is the only way we can have a civilized society. We cannot demonstrate in 1963. And today, in 2023, we are still throwing stones. Surely, we have seen demonstrations all over the world. But what I see in Kenya is no demonstration. It's hooliganism. It's confusion. So I want to say this. By demonstrating, if the president has broken the law, you have not fixed any law. Raila Odinga has the members of parliament, both in Senate and in the National Assembly. What we should see, if there is any loophole, that can allow our president to act outside the law. Raila Odinga should be pushing for the laws to be amended in the Senate, in the Parliament, for us to have an organized society. Where Kenya is right now, we should be thinking on how we should develop our nation. What are we doing, my brother? By sabotaging Safaricom. Surely, if you are patriotic to your country, can you tell people to cripple a company that is offering taxes to the nation, a company that has employed so many young people, yet you are telling us that you are mindful? When you are telling people to sabotage the banks, what are you telling us? You are crippling the nation. You are destroying the economy so that more people will be unemployed. More people will continue suffering. Instead of lowering the cost of living, you are hiking the cost of living. These young people right now, my brother, they are supposed to be somewhere in the farm, digging, preparing the farms to plant the crops so that they may have food. But if the people of Kenya are waiting for the government to feed them, it doesn't work that way. The government does not do any business. It is you, my brother, you work, you make profit, you pay the tax. That is how it goes. That is why in a country like this one, you see we had a demonstration in America. How many days? 2 days. After that, everybody went back to work. Today, you may not even think there is opposition in America because those people who are defeated, they keep quiet, they wait for 4 years. After 4 years, they come and tell the people, the president promised this. He did not fulfill. He promised this. He did not do it. On those bases, people will judge, kick him out. Or if he performed well, people will judge, give him another chance. But what is happening right now? We are trying very hard as the opposition people to ensure that the president does not perform so that we may tell the people he has failed. Let me tell you, as I have told you, you know, even a small company today, my brother and others that are listening to me, you cannot restructure a company within 6 months. Kenya is a country with so many departments. Even you see the CAS are just being sworn in. Why? Because in a country there are so many things that goes on. Ruto is still forming his government, but we don't even want to give him a chance to start the work. We are telling people he has not done this. Are you giving, assuming you are the one who is the president, we give you the office or any organization, we give you a job because I have worked as a HR. I give you an office, I give you the instruments of work. Then after that, even before you start the work, I start complaining, telling you are not a performer. That is not how we do performance appraisal. Is you give me the job, then give me time, give me peace, then let me form my way of doing work. I put down the strategies. Then after a period of time, maybe 2 years, you can do the performance appraisal and say, President Ruto is a performer or he is not a performer. What I see in these people, I see people who are trying to destroy our own country. Our own country. It hurts, it feels so bad when I hear people trying to cripple companies that employ people. And they are telling us that they are looking for employment. They are telling us they are looking for food. And instead of telling these people, go back to your farms, go think of what you can do. Like I said last time here, my brother, Raila Odinga is somebody with good connections all over the world. What he should be doing, we have devolved government. So many governors were elected under the Azimio ticket. Those are Raila Odinga's constituencies. What he should be doing is to be having meetings. If I am the one, and I'm speaking this from my heart, if I am the Raila Odinga, what I should be knowing is that I already have a government. Already, He has a government, almost half of the government. All those governors and those counties, they are his counties. Sit down with your governors. Ask them, how can we lay down good strategies of improving our counties? Get investors from outside to come and invest in Nyanza. Get investors everywhere. Those companies, big companies, motor vehicle companies, bring them to Kenya. But what is happening right now? We have chased investors for so many years. That is why Kenya is lagging behind. Instead of creating peaceful environment, we demonstrate all the time. If today you are a billionaire, between Kenya and Tanzania, where would you invest your money? Is it somewhere where people can just wake up one day and destroy your businesses and make sure there is nothing that is going on? For me, I see somebody who is not patriotic to his country. You already have all this. You have senators. You have members of parliament representing your people. Sit down with them. Then tell the government, we have good proposals of how we can develop our nation. This is what we are thinking. That is why I say it as I conclude. These people, they did a lot of evil to the nation of Kenya. And they have realized that the people of Kenya are going to know what we did. So we must force ourselves in the government so that we may cover up. My brother, you have heard, we have so many highways that are called as the public-private partnership. Are you aware that some families in Kenya will be collecting the toll levy for 60 years? Public-private partnership. They constructed those roads. We don't know at what cost, inflated rates, but they have put it in the papers. They will collect the levy for toll for 60 years. Are you aware that some of these companies, fuel companies, that we are being paid subsidies, they belong to the people who are in power? Angalia hiyo unafiki. Yaani unasema tunaenda kupeana pesa na wewe unajua umechukua makampuni kadhaa, unapea hizo kampuni pesa. Unasema kwa sababu there is COVID, and I want Kenya to see this, because there is COVID, tunaenda kusamehea some banks wasilipe taxes. Na hizo banki ni za nani? Ni zako. So what I should be telling people of Kenya, especially the young people, tusikue na huruma na mtu yeyote. And I have no problem if Ruto and his government, if they steal our money, we should be fighting for them to be jailed. We should be fighting for the rule of law to start working in Kenya. Mtu yeyote isijalisha ni kabila gani ama ni nani, let the rule of law prevail in Kenya. And that is what the young people should be fighting. That is the only way. Tutapata kazi ya kila mtu, tutapata investors, but nobody will come to invest in our country, a country of hooliganism, violence, and wars all the time. I don't support the handshake for a reason, that everything that should be done within the framework of the Constitution. Anything extra constitutional destroys a country. There is a reason why there should be a government and opposition for oversight. But are we doing the oversight in the right way? I am telling you, we are missing the point. That is not the way to go. That is in the 21st century, that is not the way to go. We should be more civilized. We should be more orderly. Ukiishi kwa nchi zingine kama Amerika, unasikia kama unaweza chukua vipoko uende utandike hata viongozi wetu. You feel so bad because people should be busy thinking how they should improve their lives. People should be thinking how they should start businesses. But we are here thinking, who is the president? Nobody cares in America who is the president. If we have good laws, even if we have an idiot as a president, the country moves on. And that is what we should be fighting to have: order, civilization, organization, restructuring our laws and our systems of governance. Those independent institutions, we should let them work. But it doesn't become good when it is favoring me. But when it doesn't, it becomes bad. It should not work like that. Sorry for being passionate about it.
It's okay. I love your submissions. Kiptum, I would have asked George, but so as to have everyone on board, and also Ashley. Geoffrey seems to raise some deep sentiments, but there is one thing that is striking from what he's saying. He has said that if Raila has issues, he should use Parliament and the Senate to air out what he feels is aggrieving him. Number two, he says that Raila should use the governors and every other person that he has to further his agenda and even develop his constituencies and all. But my question is this to you, sir. How will Raila do that if every other day we see MPs allied to Azimio, ODM, and people who we once said were had their allegiance to Baba trooping to State House, and if in any case Raila doesn't have the numbers either in the Senate or even in Parliament, given that even the Speaker and for both houses they attribute their allegiance to Kenya Kwanza. So how will Baba achieve his agenda if all that he had, Ruto has somehow managed to grab it from him? And again, if he would even try, it would die on arrival. So probably he feels maandamano or going back to the people is his only option. Do you think Raila has any other form of or any other way he could use? Because
Let
from
me,
where I
yes.
think he doesn't have senators or MPs to fully actualize what Geoffrey is saying here. I wanted Kiptum to come in. Maybe you'll come in after Kiptum, Geoffrey. Allow Kiptum to answer.
That's fine. That's fine. Let him talk. But maybe you can let me so that I don't forget about what you have raised. Briefly, briefly, to answer your question, I would like us to see ourselves as members of parliament in this team, the panel where we are right now. Assuming that you are a member of parliament, and the others, we are members of parliament. If somebody comes with a superior idea, a good idea that is likely to help our people, our country, regardless of who you are, or which party you have, even if you don't like me as a wise person, and I believe I have watched how the president works for a long time. He has not just come. And I have also watched our leaders. We have people of sound mind. Moses Wetangula is not a stranger to us. He is a sound mind professional. Even the speaker of the Senate. These are people with good brains, sober people. And remember, almost all these people, they have been working with Raila Odinga. You know, when I see the fights that are going on, I wonder, why are we even acting like these people don't know each other? Even President William Ruto has worked with Raila Odinga. He was fighting very hard. Nobody in Kenya has ever fought for Odinga to become the president more than our President Ruto. So these are not strangers. And I don't believe if Raila today want to talk to the president, he would fail. He has a phone call. Just call him. If he has a superior idea and a good idea to develop the nation, I am sure Ruto will listen. And I wanted to say this. If they come up with a good strategy of what they want in their counties, I have seen President William Ruto and the deputy and other people in the government visiting the Azimio regions. What are they trying to do? They are trying to know, like now, my brother, I come from Central in Kenya, but I am one of the lucky people that I have traversed our country. I have gone up to Bita, I have gone to Kisumu. I have seen how people live in other places apart from where I come from. And when I went to some of these places, I also went to Seikuru, Usweni, Machakos. Let me tell you, I felt like crying. And I asked myself, these are Kenyans who are living in this kind of life. Do they have leaders? Do their leaders really try to think of how these people are suffering? I looked at their houses. I looked at their way of eating, and I shed tears. I asked myself, they have leaders, but all what I see with their leaders, they only think of themselves and their positions. But they have never sat down to think, because we have the access to the government, to tell the government, if you try to do ABCD, you have helped our people. If you try to build this dam here, that is what should be preoccupying the mind of our leaders. So I have gone to deeper places. We are all Kenyans, but are our leaders really mindful as they want us to believe? So I want to say this, my brother, as I conclude. If anybody has a good idea, if you are a sober person and you love your country, there is no way you will fail to accommodate because it has come from opposition. So I want them to come with those superior ideas, take them to parliament, then they'll be saying, we had a good idea, but it was rejected. At that point, Kenyans will see that the government is not motivated by goodwill. Do you know the President, William Ruto, he even came here to ask, people in diaspora, what do you think we should do to better our country? If he is trying to reach us out here, how much more or closer is Raila Odinga and his team? He will only be there for 5 years. After 5 years, if you not have performed, we kick him out. It is not about so many things. Kick him out. But let us give him chance to implement whatever he wants to implement. If he fails, then we tell him you failed. We gave you a chance. If you failed, that is fairness. And even the people I see demonstrating and talking everything, they know very well, and most of them are lawyers. We say in law, you should not only be fair, but you should be seen to be fair. Are they being fair to the president? If you expect me, my brother, to be fair to you, make sure you're also fair to me. If you want me to respect you, make sure you also respect me. First of all, the big mistake they are making is to say, we don't recognize the government. We don't recognize this fake government. Then after that, you say, we want to sit with the president. Which president? If you call me all sorts of words, you don't respect the office, because right now we are not talking of William Ruto as a person. We are talking of the institution, the governing institution, the highest in the country, but we don't respect it. How will other people outside us respect our country? First of all, recognize that we have a government in place. Then after recognizing that institution, then say, well, guys, we are Kenyans. We are out of elections. Let's sit down and reason together. But if you don't respect me, you call me all sorts of words out there. Yet I'm the commander of the armed forces and all the power of the constitution. Do you think I will really listen to you? The approach is wrong. The approach itself is very wrong. Thank you.
Okay. Same question, Kiptum.
Yeah, thank you. I think I have to actually let me say that Geoffrey has really spoken very passionately as a patriot, and I just want to say I cannot agree with him more. The question you asked me is, does Raila have a way out of this? Constitutionally, no. The only way is what he's doing is the extra constitutional means, which is actually very, very sad for a country, anarchy. In my earlier presentation, I said I watched the interview between Danson Omari and Subeda Kome on KTN about Ujifunze Sheria. And what they said, what Danson Omari said is that we only have the Constitution, and there has never been a law that gives us specifics on how to do mandamano, except the Public Order Act, which was in the before independence, actually. So in the absence of that, it is actually, we depend on our leaders, the mercy of our leaders. So to me, let me really, really say very passionately, although I will not reach the Joffrey level, is kama Wakenya wenzangu wananisikia saa hizi, ninawasihi tena ninawaomba, tafadhalini, for the sake of your lives and your families, musiende maandamano, because anything that happens to you kwa maandamano, you are on your own. Kwa mfano, niliona mke wa Nuru Okanga akiojiwa hapo, vile aliwachwa na Nuru alipokamatwa na kupelekwa cell, ni amewachwa bure. She's a hustler actually, and Nuru is a hustler. And utaona tu the way, the extent at which vijana wametumiwa akina Kaucho na kadhalika. Those guys, please, there are three things that has come out of this. Number one, nobody has been as clear as possible about the deep happenings of the two sides of the political divide, the Azimio and Kenya Kwanza. Deputy President Rigathi Gachagua has been very consistent in trying to explain to us what could be happening, what is the deadlock, what is the bone of contention. And the two hardlining position is, siku moja Gachagua akauliza akasema, siku moja aliuliza Ruto when he was the deputy president, that kumbe wewe ulikuwa unapitia shida kama hii na huku tuambia. Ati Ruto akamjibu, kama ningewaambia mungenitoroka, kwamba alikuwa amenyimwa sijui pesa, salary, magari, mafuta ya magari, and so many other things. So akasema the deputy president was going through a lot during that time when he was having some issues with Uhuru. Now, and then I tried to connect with what is happening right now, because Raila has raised three issues. Number one is the cost of living. The cost of living is worldwide. The cost of living has been addressed by the president very, very ably. And he has proposed the long term, which is subsidies to farmers, fertilizers. And I can tell you for a fact that in the next 3 months, chakula Kenya itakuwa enough. Definitely the cost of living will go down because the rains is here. And in fact, ingawa imekuja na some shida kidogo kidogo, but I can tell you now that we have the rains, we will be food sufficient in the next 6 months or yeah. So number two, anaongea kuhusu the servers. Servers, our friend Sam was here, he took us to the website. The server is still right there on the computer. You can go to the IBC website and see the results, they are still there. So there's nothing like servers. And then number three is the IBC. Ruto will never change his mind because that is a constitutional thing and it's going on. So, and then what remains? It remains the blackmail. There's some sense that appears that our watu, the two sides of political divide, wanaongea usiku na wanakosana about some things, and especially the cartels thing ambayo Kachako is pushing so hard. That is my opinion. And then when they disagree at night, they come out and push for things that cannot make sense at all. Like that's blackmail. So the population just embraces it, or they have been given some money, and even if they lose their lives or they damage their lives in one way or another, the big boy does not care. Like the sad story of a student in Maseno, may he so rest in peace. So, because there are two things. Number one, when President Ruto was in Kapsabet, he was very, very categorical that he has really, really taken his time to listen to what Raila Odinga is saying. And he said he has nothing completely to argue about, because whatever he's saying is totally baseless. That's number one. And then number two, Musalia Mudavadi, while talking in Migori, haki aliongea kama wasee 24. And he really talked to the hearts of the Nyanza people. Kwamba, the next election is 2027. There is nothing that's going to be reversed. So, what does that leave us with? It leaves us that it is now for us to talk to our Kenyans, our brothers and sisters, the entire population. Kwamba, our watu wanatuchezea karata. Because I can tell you, first of all, I don't agree with Mandamano. But if their demands at night are met, they will just come out and make a press conference and say, we have called off. And they will never ever talk about the losses that people have gone through. So we really have to talk to ourselves and really plead with our fellow Kenyans to, first of all, be patriotic, love our country, follow our laws, and push our MPs, first of all, to put in place the Mandamano law that we don't have, number one. And then if there is anything, we forward everything through the parliament or our laws that we have. I think that's what I can say, Jex. Thank you so much.
Kiptum, thank you so much. Ashley, same question before I come to you, Black. Good to see you. Asante sana kwa show, karibu sana. Ashley, same question. Do you think Raila has a way to air out his grievances? Of course, Mandamano is one of the options. Probably he feels he has, because from what Geoffrey was saying, I know you heard what I asked. From what Geoffrey was saying, he should use his senators and MPs. But I equally raised this, that we seem to see them trooping to State House, and some even changing their allegiance from Raila to Ruto. So he feels he doesn't have enough numbers to even air out policies or even change the constitution or anything, or bring proposals in parliament or in Senate, because he feels parliament has become an appendage of the executive. What options does Raila have?
So before we talk about the options, we have to ask options for what? What does he want? He wants a lot. Someone here said earlier that he's mixing so many topics in one basket, in where when he talks about the cost of living, he would find support from a lot of people, some who support Azimio and some who support Kenya Kwanza, some who do not support either side. But then when he also adds the opening the server, then he is talking just about those who are in his political party. So you can't mix the two. So in order to, then he doesn't look like he's serious. He just looks like he's out to cause trouble. Because if he wasn't out to cause trouble, he would decide on which of these two to work on. So is he wanting the server to be opened as his primary goal, or is he wanting the lower to lower the cost of living? Which one is the irreducible minimum? Then we can see what the options are, because these two are different and options for each of these is different. So can you tell me options on the cost of living or options on opening the server?
Sorry, I was mute.
No, I was asking, so what options are you talking about? Because you can't have on those two, because they are two different issues. And with this different, the first one about the cost of living is something every Kenyan is going through, regardless of what affiliation they are in their political affiliation. Then opening the server depends on the party that you belong to. So what options would depend on which issue we are talking about. So I wanted you to clarify to me exactly what, but if it's about how he's combined them, he's out to cause trouble, and he just wants to cause trouble. So he's on the right trajectory as far as what he's doing, if that is all he wants, with what how he's coming across. But if he's serious, we have to know what is the issue at hand. What would if we change, if Ruto works on the cost of living and lowers or does something and the cost of living goes down, would they still go for Maandamano? Yes. Why? Because they want him to go. The real thing is that they want Ruto to go. Why? So I'm going to talk about that one. That is the real reason they're on the streets.
Now, let's try to think through the constitution. Is there an option, or is there a way they can make Ruto to go? Like, we know that how a government comes into power is through the ballot, and how a president comes into office, it's through either an election or the death of a sitting president, and we have no any other way unless there's a coup. But as per our constitution, how do you see them making Ruto to go?
You see, the fact that someone wants something to happen doesn't necessarily mean that it will happen. What we need to ask is his claim. Is it valid? Because then if it's valid, then we can have more support on his side. To me, I don't think his claim is valid. So I don't think he deserves any support, because to me, he's not valid. Why do I say he's not valid in his claim? In order to have options, he has to have a standing. He has to have, you see, they say him who comes for equity must come with clean hands. Even if it was in a court of law, is he coming to the court with clean hands? No, he's not. Why is he not coming with clean hands? I'm going to just use one example from Babu Owino's interview on why Azimio lost. He says that Uhuru assured him he would win. And the reason he was assured he would win is because Uhuru was sitting on the seat as a sitting president. And then he continues to ask, in which country have you seen someone not, like a sitting African president, not able to make someone president? So, and he also says that he told Raila on the 10th that they were losing, but they wanted Uhuru to do whatever it takes to make him president. Whether Uhuru acted or not, in any examination, in any test, if you are caught planning to cheat, he shouldn't even have been on the ballot. Even they shouldn't even have been allowed to talk to Moses' Kuria's appeal petition for him to be dismissed because of lack of coming with clean hands should have been dismissed. The case should be dismissed before even it starts, because he's not coming with clean hands. And he said, even when Babu Owino told him that he was seen, or he had been informed by reliable sources that they were going to lose, he told him, don't worry, because Uhuru, he trusted so much in what Uhuru had told him that he would be the next president. He would be the 5th president. So from the whole interview, we listened to it, it becomes clear that Raila had been assured, and in fact that's the word that was used, assured of a win, whether it was through the right means or the unjust means. So if he was going to that election, not caring if he was going to be rigged in, as long as he was going to be the fifth. And then Ruto came and stole. Let's assume he accept or say that he stole the election. So if two thieves try to steal a diamond ring and one thief gets the ring, can the other thief or the other person who was trying to steal go and claim that that ring is theirs? No, they cannot. So he lacks standing to even ask for the server to be opened. He should just accept that he didn't play. They played, but he got defeated with that dirty game that they were trying to play on each other. That is my verdict on that. So that's how I finished that. He has no option because he tried to play dirty and he was beaten. He was conned by Uhuru and Ruto, knowing they were going to play dirty, played dirty himself and won. I don't think it was a clean election on either side. That is my opinion. Now, what was the next question?
I wanted to play a clip of what Musalia tried to, what you're saying, and Uhuru's role and what happened that he feels that could have contributed to the failure of Baba. I don't know if it's okay with you.
And if you can find the one for Babu Owino, that is incriminating. No court of law, no international, even if it's, let's say that he's come, the way the demonstrations he's doing, anybody who watches that clip by Babu Owino will not support Raila in saying to open the server. What are the servers being opened for? He tried to cook. He was unable to do that. So if Ruto was able to do that, he cannot come back now and say he won. Won what? They were playing dirty, both of them. And that's how it should end. And he should just go and leave to play another day. And next time, if he plays clean and gets defeated, we will support him in trying to recoup whatever means to get that win back.
Okay. I'll begin with the Musalia, and then before I get, because Nanini ref, I'll try to be cutting it kidogo as Blake will be coming in. So let's listen into what Musalia said.
Ambao tumeandamana naye ndugu, nilipima na nikapima na nikaona kwamba yule alikuwa boss wa rais wa Kenya leo alikuwa anaongea lugha mbili, na mimi nataka nimwambie ukweli ama niwache. Nitoboe ama niwache? Mbore no hondeke. Mbore no hondeke. Huyo mimi nilikuwa nakaa na yeye kwa mikutano, anaahidi huyu, anaahidi huyu, anaahidi huyu, alafu anasema muniwachie. Akiketi kwa kiti anapiga mguu namna hii, leave it to me. Jamaa never mobilized anything for Raila in Mount Kenya. Alikuwa anafanya mobilization yake Nairobi kwa ile nyumba kubwa. Nikaona tutazama. Nikaona tutazama. Na hiyo earthquake ndio sasa imepeana nafasi na kiongozi wetu ni William Samoei Ruto. My brothers and sisters, we cannot reverse anything now. You cannot reverse anything now. No matter how many times you go to the streets or you go to the shop, you cannot reverse the fact that elections were held in August 2022. The international community was here. They had observers. Nata juzi former president of Ethiopia ambaye alikuwa leader of the IGAD observer delegation akasema Kenya's has been pride to Africa.
But for me to say that it's a long con, it means that I've thought over it, I've thought through it, and I've made a conclusion that that we were conned.
The other day you posted ukasema the president almeharibu hesabu yako. What was the hesabu?
Sasa hii ni waziri wa education bwana. And I would have been a cabinet secretary for education. And as I said, comrades, students would be studying for free. Right now, education would be free of charge. Nobody would be sent. Nobody would have been sent out of school. So what I know is that there's still time, and God's time is the best. Let him serve, but let him work for people. Actually, I want to challenge him. He said that help loan is going to be a grant. So let us start from there. Okay. We need comrades to be given that grant and not pay it back. Okay. Yes. And they also talked about free university education, if you remember. So we need all those to be implemented. Our work in opposition now is to criticize, but objectively. Objective criticism, nothing personal. We'll ensure that we oversight the executive. We keep check balances under the doctrine of separation of powers, checks and balances. Our work is to oversight the executive. Okay. Yes.
And made several posts talking about the long con. Can you try explain the long con and according to you?
Yeah. For me, this was a long con. It needs a person with a third eye, an intelligent person, to know that it was a con. And I've already concluded, and I know Uhuru is our chairman in Azimio. But for me to say that it's a long con, I've thought over it, I've thought through it, that we were conned. I really need like some time, like 30 minutes, to explain this well for you. So you will schedule for another interview. I will explain to you to BBI, to why the BBI failed, to why to fail the to bring BBI to the campaign period, to the elections, the attack Deputy President Ruto then, and to the international community, the international dissidents in Africa, the way they issued their congratulatory. Up to now, my mind is not thinking well. I'm disturbed. At times I just sleep and wake up in the middle of the night, asking myself what really happened. We lost an election that was ours. An election that was going to change the lives of Kenyans for better. And this election, we cannot blame Kenya Kwanza. We have to blame ourselves. Within our house, that is where the problem started. Personally, I knew now I would not be sitting in this office. Right now, I would be serving Kenyans at a different level as a cabinet secretary, either for interior or education. But look at me now. I promised Embakasi East residents that I was going to give them jobs. Some were going to work in Garissa from Embakasi East.
Some were going to work in Kisumu, some were going to Nyeri, some were going to remain here in Nairobi, others were going to Mombasa, and even people from various parts of this country were going to get jobs in my ministry. But now again, look at me, multiplied by 0 and raised to power 0, which is 0. I'm where I was last time. At times I say that I ought not to have even joined that presidential campaign team if I would have known the results. But you see, we made fundamental mistakes, but they were by design. Because losing an election is not very easy, especially when you have the government on your side, because it can only by design. But we lost an election when we lost BBI. If you ask me, all these others were just some additional information about losing the elections. But remember, when BBI was brought, BBI was a very good document, but BBI was a document that was designed to fail. But at what point did BBI fail? BBI failed in courts. The moment we introduced a clause of the office of the ombudsman to oversight the judiciary, we lost it at that moment. But the person who brought it in knew that we would lose it at that moment, because judiciary would not pass something that was going to oversight them. Number 2, the introduction of the 70 extra constituencies that was going to increase the wage bill. The introduction of those constituencies was not well designed. They were supposed to be done purely by IEBC, but we brought it in the document. But you see, when we were passing the BBI in various counties, we passed BBI in so many counties. Over 40 counties passed BBI. While Uhuru has always been perceived to be very close to the former president Uhuru, when she had a problem, the alleged corruption case and the alleged Muosho Moja at Capitol Hill, she was very close to Baba. Very close to Baba. Then out of nowhere, she just moved towards Ruto's. She went to Ruto's camp. So this tells you something, that people who were very close to President Uhuru, very close, were moving to Ruto's side, which means that there was unwritten law. There was some form of communication. There was some assurance that people were being given. Look at Alfred Mutua. Kalonzo having refused to move, but they needed some bit of Kamba votes, which they got around 100,000, although Kambas voted for Azimio largely. But that tilted the scale, because the 50% plus 1 was passed by around only 69,000 votes. But look at when Mutua moved towards the last minute. The last minute, which means that there was some form of communication. There's something that these people knew that we did not know. And today I'm speaking about this, fearing nobody, fearing nothing. But because I was at the center of everything also, I must think about it. For me to be free and for my mind to be free and for Kenyans to know what I'm thinking. But it requires a sharp brain, a very sharp brain and intellectual, to know that there was a game going on.
Black, I'm coming to you, and Geoffrey Mboro. I want us to try to see from what Babowino is saying to what now they are saying, because Babowino, this is very early. Ashley has brought this. This was said very early, not this month, not like I think immediately, like a month after elections. So we're going to listen just a bit and then we'll come back.
Let's fast forward. There was the purported fight between the former president and the current president, Ruto. Then the fight started escalating towards elections. And it was even very nasty to a point where the was telling Uhuru, do not kill my children. Where was that imported from? Was it necessary? But these statements were mere statements of puff. In law, they are called misrepresentation or mere statements of puff, meant to hoodwink Kenyans to say that we are genuinely fighting. That, you know, whatever we are planning ahead, the end must justify the means. Whatever we are doing, it doesn't matter. We can equally abuse each other. We can do whatever we want to do. At the end must justify the means. But let Kenyans know that we are fighting. Because why would Uhuru and Ruto fight if in 2002 Ruto stood with Uhuru against all odds? 2013, Ruto stood with Uhuru against all odds. 2017, Ruto stood with Uhuru. And they also went to ICC together. So what is it that went wrong between the two? Nothing. After all, you are advised that if somebody fights for you so much, and if you loses, you will always owe the person. But if you win, you will reward the person. So they fought in 2002, they lost together. So which means Uhuru owed Ruto. They fought in 2013 and 2017, they won together, which means Uhuru had to reward Ruto. What is this thing that Baba did to Uhuru that Uhuru ought to have rewarded him? Nothing. Truth be told. But you see, having known that after the 2017 elections took place, we had to go for handshake. Why? Because the economy was going down. Without peace, without peace, the economy will always go down, because the economy of a state is controlled by the political activities of that state. And the political activities of a state controls the economy of a nation or of a state. But because there were several demonstrations, the economy was down, there are no jobs, people are crying left, right, and center because of hunger. The only best thing that ought to have been done was so that people can go to their various jobs, children can go to school, people can do businesses. But that is where wisdom came in already. That you, as the president, let me bring Raila close, because we cannot with him. So what? I have to handshake him. The new Ruto, as the deputy president, play opposition within the government. Historically and politically, who was not in line with the president of this nation was either resigning or to resign. But this didn't happen. Who is Ruto, sorry. He didn't resign, but he played opposition within the government. Then Baba, having come with clean heart, he who comes to equity comes with clean hands. That is a maxim. So Baba came with clean hands, but the other parties did not come with clean hands. The hands were hidden, and it reminds me of Adam Smith. Adam Smith said in his book that he wrote about the wealth of nations, the book called Wealth of Nations. Adam Smith said, it is not by the benevolence of the brewer, nor the chef, nor the waiter that you get to eat your dinner, but it is by their interest attached to it. Wealth of nations. So if you look at this, it was completely interest based. That once I handle Baba, I will rule this country. But because I promised you, zangu kumi zako kumi, we have to fulfill this promise. Because we have the, in quotes, purported tyranny of numbers. So what do? Agree? Play your position? Me, I'm in government. With Baba, he has agreed we work together. But what do? I bring in BBI. Because Baba must also explain to his people why he's gone for handshake, what he need for us, for his people. Then he'll have to tell his people BBI is coming and BBI is about inclusivity. And therefore, we are going to form the next government because even the current government is in support of the BBI.
And the explanation continued and continued. Black, I don't know if you're there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Was it a long con? And as Musalia said, uh, was Uhuru really need to support Raila?
First of all, hello to everyone in the panel. Nice to see you again, Kiptum. Hello, Geoffrey, and everyone else watching us from wherever they are. I hope you're all doing fine. Kama kawaida, kazi ni kazi. Now, I think the Raila camp, or rather the Azimio camp, with the handshake brother, they were going to fail from the start. I mean, and the worst part is they were too arrogant to even listen to advice. Because I recall even at the time that they were talking about the BBI and planning to launch the BBI, the current president, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, tried to advise them and tell them that that BBI document as it was had a lot of errors. But I recall even in was it Bomas? Where was I think they were launching it at Bomas. They all heckled him as he was trying to explain the errors that were in that BBI. He actually pointed out each and every error that was there that ought to have been corrected, but they booed him there. They all shouted, heckled at him, insulted him, but he knew what he was saying. But if at that moment they could at least sit down and ask themselves questions as to what could this man Ruto was trying to say, and maybe perhaps look deeply into the BBI, into the areas that were specifically mentioned to be in error, perhaps the BBI document could have passed, because I'm sure they would have removed those clauses and the issues that were there, as mentioned, as per the 71 constituencies that were supposed to be put in, which was the responsibility of the IBC, could not have been passed through the BBI, of course, and many other things. If at all they could have sat down and looked into what was told to them by Ruto, then perhaps they would still have the BBI intact and would have gone through. Because if the BBI would have gone through, it was going to 100% guarantee their win, because of course that would have meant that Kina Musalia Mudavadi and the Wetangulas would have still been in that outfit. So of course Ruto would not have gotten the numbers which he had received through Mudavadi and Wetangula in their areas, because all those numbers would have gone to Raila. So from that point onwards, it was now going to be a sinking ship from that point. Because kulingana na ile BBI, there was going to be a position set for Prime Minister and 2 Deputy Prime Ministers. Now, that said, would have definitely guaranteed the likes of Musalia Mudavadi, Kalonzo Musyoka, and Kina Wetangula's prime positions in the government upon Raila's win. But you see, once they lost that BBI court case, oh yeah, thank you. Just play that for the viewers to see.
No, go ahead. I'll play it. I'll play it. Go ahead. Continue.
Yeah, so from that moment onwards, the chips started falling, you know, na hapo ndo makosa ilianza kufanyika. Now moving forward, I think it would be best if I could just allow you to play this, then I can speak soon after that, if it's okay with you.
But I'll not finish it. I'll just play it kidogo tu, eh?
Now just play wherever you feel is relevant.
Okay.
Discuss the ravages of COVID and the reality of our economic status, especially the majority, 40% odd people of our country who live below the poverty line, and the 16 million or so young people who are unemployed. All this, Your Excellency, as you have said, and as the former Prime Minister has here, this is a process where we can bring all our views together and listen to one another. And no idea is more superior or less superior to the other. Let me say we have a civic duty, all of us as Kenyans, to engage in this process. We do not have the luxury to say, I don't care. We do not have the luxury to walk away. In any case, it is said that the punishment given to good people who don't participate in the politics and governance of their country, the punishment given to them is to be ruled by fools. I don't think anyone of us here wants to be ruled by fools. That's why we must participate in this process. And it's our civic duty to do so. The BBI process has given us a raft of proposals for us to see, to interrogate, to improve. You did tell us, Your Excellency, that we're all free to improve on this process. And the many proposals that have been put, especially that were outlined here by Adam Solo on administrative issues, on legislative issues, I believe that since we have a forum where in Parliament and in government, where we can discuss the policy, the administrative, and the legal issues in Parliament, that can be interrogated in that process. Many of those issues that are administrative and that are legislative are issues mainly to do with our youth, mainly to do with how to do business, how to grow our economy. And Your Excellency, I want to say that these are very important issues. And in any case, I would add that from that list, especially on matters to do with young people, how we can assist them with Higher Education Loans Board and give them a moratorium, how they can start business, it must not be lost on us that the real problem, the real problem is that these young people are jobless. That is the real cause of all this. And that is the discussion we must have. That is the discussion we must have. Having said that, Your Excellency, there are, in my opinion, gaps. the single most important sector that drives our economy, contributing 25% directly to our GDP, and through manufacturing another 24%, and which employs almost 65% of all people in Kenya, is the agricultural sector. I dare say, Your Excellency, that this is an area that, again, we must find a mechanism of having a conversation, especially the farming community, and matters to do with productivity, matters to do with proposals that were made on guaranteed minimum returns for our farmers, our wheat farmers, our sugarcane farmers, our coffee farmers, our tea farmers, our dairy sector, the pastoralist corner. Your Excellency, my humble submission, that area that we can improve this document on. I have heard many speakers say they have finished reading and we should move on. We are not all at the same level when it comes to reading. Scientists like myself, we take a bit long because we interrogate things and we want experiments and we do many things. So I would plead with the first learners like Kalonzo Musyoka to bear with us just a bit so that we can all move together. And I agree with Kalonzo Musyoka that we should try and have a non-contested referendum if we will end up there. But Your Excellency, let me just say 2 or 3 things before I conclude. On the matter of the judiciary, allow me to say there is huge space for us to have an improvement on the proposal that has been made. Access to justice is one of the biggest challenges that we had, and that is why the 2010 Constitution was promulgated. As we talk today, the judiciary, as per the requirements of the law, there should be a high court in every county. As we talk today, there are counties, almost 5 counties, that do not have a high court. Many Kenyans have to travel far to look for justice. As we talk today, though the law provides that there must be a court at least in every sub-county, there are 160 counties that do not have a court at all. And the problem is that the budget for the judiciary, we need to operationalize the judiciary fund that is already in the Constitution, so that the judiciary can establish more courts and the judiciary can hire more judges and more staff so that Kenyans can have access to justice. The recommendation that has been made to have an ombudsman appointed by the executive to the judiciary, in my respectful submission, is a derogation from the independence of the judiciary. And we must be careful. We must be careful about the independence of institutions. We are coming from a history where judges received telephone calls, where courts were held at night. We do not want to go there. On the matter of IEBC, let me say, on the matter of IEBC, the recommendations that I have read say that political parties participate in the appointment of commissioners to IEBC. My brother Raila Odinga is good at football. So let me try to ask, how fair will be a league where the referee is appointed by teams? And not all the teams, some teams. How fair will this league be? If you persuade me that you will end up with a fair game, fine. That's what I'm saying. So if you tell me it is okay for some players, for some teams, not all the teams participating, to appoint the referee, if that's what we are saying, I have my reservations. And I need to be persuaded, like many other Kenyans, that that is fair. On the third issue, you have had me, I have had you. And I think that is good progress. It's good progress. You've had me, and I have had you. You think it's fair? I think maybe we will find ground somewhere. Third issue, the third issue, Your Excellency, is the independence of our police force. The 2010 Constitution was very clear that the police must act independently of any politicians, whether they are in government or in the opposition. To recommend that we will have a police council chaired by a CS is actually a derogation from the independence of the police. And I want to ask you, we must be careful on where we are going. Today, you may have the latitude to do what you think will be right as per you. Tomorrow, the shoe will be on the other leg.
Gibson, tomorrow the shoe will be on the other leg. Geoffrey, sorry. The shoe is in the other leg. I'll be coming back na ile clip ya Babu Owino shortly. And Black also is also submitting. But Geoffrey, was Ruto telling them what is happening?
Yes, indeed. And actually today, the shoe is on the other leg. Mm-hmm. What I can say from that submission is that the president we have is a very genuine person. He might be very firm because he is very firm in his decisions. And that is the character that is required for any leader of a nation, especially Africa. And especially Kenya, we don't require a very soft person. But the president was very genuine and he told them everything. Just like Babu Owino said. And I knew, and actually I came here in Mutembei TV. And I was trying to open the eyes of the young people. But maybe I was so passionate that they kept rocking me out. And I came here and I was telling them the reasons why I think, even with the government, that there is no way Raila Odinga was not going to win, was going to win. And they kept kicking me out of the studio. But just like William Ruto, I like telling people the truth, and sometimes the truth hurts. But you should be happy when somebody is telling you the path you are following is a slippery one, because it means that person is telling you, I don't want you to fall, or I don't want you to enter in the trouble. So when they introduced the office of the ombudsman in the Constitution, if you are a judge today, Jakes, would you allow such a clause to be passed? And also the deputy president told them something, that there are some very good things in this BBI, but there are few things that we should rectify. And if you don't want us to rectify, let us have questions for each subject. We take it to Kenyans so that they may vote for those items one by one. This one we want, this one we don't want. But still they were so adamant because they believed. I want to disagree with Babu Owino in just one area, that it was a con. I don't believe it. Because Uhuru and Ruto, their fallout was visible, almost tangible. The things that Uhuru administration did to Ruto, it could not, if you are somebody who is critical, you would know that there is no way somebody can do such things to you, Jakes, if that person is joking with you. You know, it was extreme. And actually, to a greater extent, it favored President William Ruto because of sympathy. So many people sympathized with him. He supported Uhuru so much. Then Uhuru, after he won the second time, he decided, now I have crossed the bridge. I don't care who helped me cross the other side. So I want to say this. I came here on Motembei TV and I told them I don't see in which way Raila Odinga is going to win. I don't know whether Jake or others who are listening to me, I don't believe, and I don't want to imagine that there is anybody here who is thinking or believing that Raila Odinga won the election. I don't believe it. And I came here and I told you the first mistake he made, the choice of the running mate. And I asked them, why do you think Mother Karua?
But they said there was a mother effect.
Yes, that mother effect was effect in the negative way. Actually, I would call it the mother, what I would say, affect, or mother affected the victory of Raila Odinga. It was not mother any effect. It was an effect in a negative way. And I told them here, Mother Karua contested as a presidential candidate. That was a good benchmark. How many votes did she attract? I told them, if anything, Mother Karua will bring the same votes or less. And I said here,
but you see, the effect here, sorry, just to cut you short, the effect here was to bring the sanity effect that the other team was running on a card that was not clean, and they had corruption cases hanging over them. They were not straight. So Martha was coming in to showcase a candidate who has clean pair of hands, and a candidate who would probably attract the gender card in terms of pulling ladies or women to her support. And we actually saw women coming out to support her. So that was the card that they were trying to bring out. I don't know, but to me, I tend to think,
let me tell you,
they brought out a candidate in Martha Karua that probably was not either ready, but from where I sit, and maybe me saying one or two things, it was a form of play where they wanted to showcase that you have option A and option B. Option A, these are crooks. Option A, these are guys who have stolen coffers. They don't know how to govern. They have run away from their responsibilities as deputy president and members of parliament and a member of parliament. These are guys who are caught every Friday. They are in the cells, answering to criminal charges, such form, and then they were portraying a leader who is clean, a leader who is able, a leader who is a mother, not mother, her spelling of her name, the mother of mama. They wanted to
The
bring out
mother
a
of the
mama,
nation.
and of course mama, and then there was this other notion of baba. So it's like a family. We want to bring the country together. That's how I probably would say it. But before you answer me, Black was making a point, because all this has come because of Black. Blake,
Yes.
you're saying that this long con, Geoffrey seems not to agree. But this long con, as Babu said it, began with BBI, and they're saying with BBI, Ruto kind of told them this needs to be done, and if it doesn't happen, BBI will fall, and it fell. And he also said, you as Blake, that if BBI had passed, Ruto probably his chances of being president would have been slim. With the matter
Well,
issue that Geoffrey is raising and what you had said, what do you think?
Jakes, I
well,
think you diverted from the main reason why I brought up the wrong long con. It was in answering that Raila had expected Uhuru to rig him in if he did not get enough votes. So you've gone to the long con, but I wasn't talking about the long con. We didn't answer that question. They keep asking for the Sabbath to be opened, and I'm countering them by saying, if they had played a clean game and they were rigged, we can see how they would ask for the Sabbath to be opened to say that they were rigged. But if they had they hired someone to rig for them, whether he performed what you're talking about, the long con, or not, is another question. But they had expected Uhuru to act on their behalf and make sure that Raila wins. Now they are saying that Chebukati acted on Ruto's behalf. So if they have a problem on who they paid, not acting on their behalf, their beef is with Uhuru, not Ruto, and not with the IBC. That is what I was trying to say.
also,
Black, do you
just to
agree?
add on that, before I say anything more, these guys have been saying that they had some guys do some ethical hacking on the server. That's how the whistleblower came up with whatever information that he says, purported information that he has, that Raila won. Now, the first instance, the minute they say that they have hacked the server, already that discredits the whole data that whatever the server may have at this point. How sure are we that they themselves have not tampered with, those hackers have not tampered with the server itself as it is?
Okay.
In the first instance, the election starts and ends at the polling station. But why
polling
are they
station.
insistent on the server? And on top of that, to add that they have already hacked it and they said that they did it, but they're saying that they did so ethically. So already that just discredits the whole narrative about the server.
Because they can even go there and put votes for Ruto so that they can be found and say that he did. So you can't tell who exactly put those votes there. And the second thing they are going for demonstration for, they want the four Cherala to be, the four IBC officials to be reinstated. And I send you something in the chat to ask you to continue a little bit on playing the video of the interview for Babu Owino. You will see that those four were planted there by Azimio. So they are rightfully out of office. So that is also mute.
I think if there's anything they should be requesting, it would have been the 34 A's for specific areas, the forms themselves.
Or all the votes,
Not
since the votes
server,
are still there. The
the
actual ballot papers are still intact.
No,
Because
you cannot. I
if you
mean,
read the
that will be
constitution
absurd to
and
try to
no, no,
try
no,
and
no, no,
start
it's not.
counting
It's
You
not
more
know
like
than
that
that.
if
18
someone
million
wants to
votes.
argue,
Not
they
like
can
that.
say, even if you count them, they will still say, oh, something was added. So that's the reason we are saying this is gone. It's water under the bridge.
Done.
But
It's done.
this interview of Babu Owino is so incriminating to Azimio, where their issue about opening the server becomes mute. The issue of the IBC, they are saying that they were asked to bring 4 officials, and they were told they'll handle Chebukati. That is what they were assured.
Actually, can we continue playing Kidogo? We listen in.
So okay. So now,
Can I play
actually,
Kidogo?
what I had.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Aha. Can I continue playing Kidogo? We listen in Kidogo, ama we continue?
Utaicheza. Sa namalizia tu kwa kusema that if you heard what up till that point that Babu Owino was had spoken from that clip that you played before this one of BBI launch, where the president was pointing out the errors that was in the BBI, is exactly what Babu Owino said. Babu Owino said exactly the same things that Ruto said in that BBI launch. I mean, even the ombudsman, you cannot have the president being the one to appoint the ombudsman to oversee the judiciary, right?
So Joffrey
And I expect
and
that
Black
that
and
BBI case being taken to the court,
Yes, please.
that the judges would pass it through. It's impossible.
Yeah.
If I understand what Babu Owino was trying to mean as the long con, he's trying to bring out Uhuru as the con guy, in that he knew BBI would fall. One, you see, he's from the reasons he's raising. We'll try to play it along as we talk. That Uhuru, one, I'll take too long to appoint the IEBC officials. Two, he knew, because he has advisors like the Attorney General and all, he knew he cannot initiate the process, right? So he initiates a process,
But
and
Tom
then
Ojenda
he
tried to
brings
explain
things
this
that
in
were not.
Parliament before it was passed. If you followed that proceeding, Tom Ojenda told them that as it is, this document is destined to fail. They actually abused him, insulted him, and heckled him in Parliament. Tom Ojenda
But
tried to tell them.
according to Babu Owino, this was just meant to keep Raila and his people busy. The BBI, it was meant to fail, but I don't think it was. I just think Uhuru has always had people do for him things, and Raila expected him to perform, and he doesn't know how, and that's how they failed.
Do you know what I think about the whole thing of the Uhuru and Ruto factor and their fallout? Uhuru was very genuine. He wanted to support Raila Odinga because they had their own agreement. Because even the whole issue of BBI, it was also to try and bring Uhuru back to the government through the back door. So they had already agreed on what they are going to do so that they may, what we call consolidation of power, or that they may keep power. The two gentlemen, they had talked how they would continue after the handshake. They had very good plan. But the only thing where they failed is that they were not smart enough in their planning. So I see people who are not smart, and they were outsmarted by a very smart Ruto. Ruto is very strategic. Even now, I'm telling you the truth. You see the way people are jumping from Raila Odinga? If Raila is not careful, his supporters very soon will be supporting Ruto 100%. Because today, the kind of war we want, because people are getting educated, it is not the physical war of stone throwing, of words throwing and exchanging words and using force. It is the battle of intelligence. Who is smarter than the other? So Ruto might not even fight with Raila so much on this Maandamano and all that. But in the office and in his strategic teams, they are not sleeping day and night, planning on what are we going to do to persuade people. Now, instead of Uhuru and Raila Odinga persuading people, they decided we are going to force them. And you know, the moment you use force, people will react against you. Even if the governors, most of the governors in Kenya, they accepted to support Raila Odinga because of fear of investigations and all that. In their heart, they were not for it. So they did not campaign for Raila Odinga the way they are supposed to campaign if they did it willingly. So many people were not in Azimio because they wanted. So the strategy of Uhuru and Raila Odinga and their teams, it showed how unsmart they were. They were not very smart. So I believe Uhuru wanted to support Raila Odinga. And even now, that's why he's still stuck there. He don't know what to do. He mistreated the deputy so much. Actually, even some of the properties of the deputy president, through those investigations, Ruto lost a lot of things. So, but he persevered. And everybody would see what was happening. Most votes that Ruto got in Central Province was sympathy votes. And people were saying, he came and supported us. But when his turn came, somebody who thought that he controls the whole society decided to turn against him simply because he wanted to continue with his rule. That is how I see it. So he was genuine. He was not calling anybody. They wanted to retain power, but Ruto was smarter than them. He even tried to enlighten them. But they decided because, you know, sometimes people think because you're in power, you don't need anything else. You just need power and everybody else will sing your song. That is not how it works. Yeah, you can play the clip.
Counting the presidential. So by midnight, the president Uhuru Kenyatta had known who won elections. Therefore, if Raila was defeated in quotes, we could still do something. Honestly, we had enough time. Raila won, we could still. Okay? Initially, Ruto is leading as per our screens in the TVs. Then we took. Baba was ahead of Ruto. Then screens went off. No of those dance. So what was being done at that time? Is it not engineering or doctors those results?
But you're saying that by 10th, you'd already known that Ruto will win this election.
I
So is the doctoring coming in?
I was being told, I did not know. I was informed that elections are going to be done to be in favor of Ruto. I have my sources.
So you still believe Raila won this election?
I'm telling you the truth. Raila won elections. I'm telling you.
By how many votes?
Raila won elections. The only problem is that we would not know now because of the doctoring that took place. You see, I cannot say with certainty how many votes, but Raila won elections. Because election is a process. It's a process, both the qualitative and the quantitative. Now, at the time of Bomas, you remember I used to tell people results even before they get to know of it. The question should be, how did you know this? I have to protect my sources. But I also had my deep state that was working for me, because I had time, resources, energy, and even my life in that election. So I had to add my backup, which was giving me proper information. Now, let me ask you, before results were announced, United States of America, the embassy issued advice to Kisumu. Why Kisumu? They already knew what the results were going to be. Before the results were announced, before the ruling was declared by the Supreme Court, another travel advisory to where? To Kisumu by the United Nations. Why the hurry? So what does that tell you? If Uhuru wanted Raila to win elections. Number one, would Koome be the Chief Justice? No. He would leave it to Ouko because he would tell him, okay, me, I'm leaving. I want to leave you with the Chief Justice. Oumo and two. Ruto stood with Ouko, either resigning Adams. But it is by their interest attached to it. Wealth of nations. So if you look at this, it was completely interest that once I have, I will rule this country. But because I promised you, zangu kumi zako kumi, we have to fulfill this promise. Because we have the, in quotes, purported tyranny of numbers. So what do we do? Agree? Play opposition? Me government. Of course, I'm with Baba. He has agreed we work together. But what do? I bring in BBI. Baba must also explain to his people why he's gone for handshake, what he needs for us, for his people. Then he'll have to tell his people that BBI is coming and BBI is about inclusivity. And therefore, the next government, because even the current government is in of the BBI. Then the BBI comes, then fails. Then after the BBI fails, then now elect campaign starts. But let me stick with you in quotes. But when we were campaigning, of course, campaigns were going on smoothly. But if elections were stolen, and there was a proof by the fact that the Supreme Court nullified the elections, then why did we have to go back to elections with Chebukati as the chairman of IEBC? Why did we have to go back with him? We proposed in Parliament to remove Chebukati as members of Parliament. But we were told we will handle Chebukati. The same deep state, in quotes, told us we will handle Chebukati, so stay still. So we said, okay, let's stay still. Of course, they say that there's a quote that says that if you're walking and you don't meet with the devil, know that you're in the same direction. So we were going in the same direction with the devil. Yes. So I can tell you that at that moment, but again, we are being told that now, give us your IBC against 3. Then we produce 4, knowing that 4 are not powerful. The only person who holds powers there is who? The chairman. But chair is theirs. But we are convinced that we should not remove this chairman because he will deliver. Are you getting this? So, now that goes again. We go for elections. Then we are going for elections, given the polls. Scientifically, personally, I'm a scientist. I did actuarial science. I'm an actuary. Yes. Even got first class honors already. I believe in those polls. I know those polls. There's no any firm that can meddle with its polls because they know that they're going to lose business after that. Mm-hmm. Should the results come contrary to what they predicted. Yes. Okay? So, all the polls were consistently talking about elections. Okay? Yes. Then there comes the deep state. On 10th, on 9th, we went for elections. 10th, I called Baba, told Baba that I'm seeing we are losing elections. We are losing elections.
Well, actually, is this what we call self-confession?
Yes, to me.
Is it what we call incriminating evidence?
So at first, the 4 commissioners that they are saying we reinstate, he has said, then we brought, and they had. So you see, so even they were removed rightly because they were partisan. So for them to say that we put them back, they were removed unjustly, it cannot be. We would just need to call to get Babu Owino, who says he was in the center of it all. So he's not talking hearsay, he's talking something that he knows.
Hapo mbele kwa clip, he even says they told this PS, what was his name, Karanja Kibicho, to arrest Chebukati, meaning they had even control of how they can even intimidate the officials.
And they told him, don't worry, he will deliver. So he was supposed to deliver.
Okay.
Can I say something about Chebukati?
Please do.
Yeah, because I was following everything that was happening in Kenya during the election time. What people don't know is that the system that Chebukati and the team had come up with, it was very hard to be manipulated. Mm-hmm. And that is why this case when it went to the Supreme Court, the judges were not so much concerned about what was on the portal, what was on the server. They were saying, okay, the servers, the portals can be manipulated. What about the hard copies that even the agents of all presidential candidates were having? So when I think of Chebukati, I see Chebukati as a very genuine person, because the first election of Uhuru and Ruto was cancelled, was nullified. He didn't want to make another mistake like that. And that is why the court said that the election was being won or lost on the polling stations, not on the servers, not on the portals. Because in Kenya, though people do the fingerprint and all that, the election in Kenya is manual to a larger extent. So any other system is backup system, but you go there, you vote with a ballot paper. And then that information, supervised by the agents and other IEBC members, are put in a form. And I remember Justice, I think he's called Smoking Wanjara, told them, I followed the submissions in court, told them, we want to be very fair. Can the team of Azimio produce one document of IEBC, or I think it's called Form 34A, that is not in line with what is in the portal? So you tell us this is a genuine form, and what is here, because they had agents, is not what is in the system. They failed to do it. Then number 2, I want everybody to know that Chebukati was a member before he became the chairman, was a member of ODM. He even contested, I think, he contested in one of the constituencies as an MP under the ticket of ODM. I don't know whether people are aware of that. I think it's about Chebukati contested as an MP, he failed. Then he was pushed by the same ODM members to become the chairperson of IEBC. But now, because he was not in a position to favor them, they call him all sorts of words. Yet even the judiciary is telling us, please show us what is not consistent. Then the other mistake they made, they said we have several areas where we have doubt. I don't know, an area in Mombasa, I don't know where. Then they said we want to recount those votes. The judges said we want to be very fair. What are we going to do? We are going to let you go to the servers, check those servers. Then we are going to open they were given what we call partial access, read only. Then they were given a chance to open the ballot boxes, count one by one. An exercise that was done with Azimio lawyers, Azimio agents, and everybody else and the cameras. They had said they are doubting some areas. It was counted and it tallied. Even if as a judge you wanted to help Azimio, how would you have done it? How would you have done it? Because in court you don't take hearsay. In court you don't take rumors. In court you don't take emotions. You take facts. You take evidence. They never had anything. That is why the judges were so much furious, and they said, this is what? It is hot air. It is chasing wild goose. Actually, what they were telling them, you have made us waste our time. So surely, that is why I asked people here. I came here and asked you, does any... Yes.
Again,
put that.
I've been intrigued. I've been reading. If I understood you correctly, and if I understand the affidavits correctly, we are having this Form 34A. The original, which is filled, leaves the polling station to go to the National Talent Center by road, let's say, for ease of understanding. Its image leaves to go to the same destination, but this time by air. Somewhere along the line, in mid-air, the image is captured. And then all sorts of things are done before it is re-uploaded, which means, therefore, if you go to that captured image, which has been re-uploaded, you will find different content from what it had at the polling station. So to determine whether that has actually taken place, you would have to go now to the tallying center and locate that one that left by road and compare. Is it possible that that capturing in mid-air also somehow magically changes the content of the one that left by road? Okay, just because I just want to understand. Then let's get back to the 4 commissioners.
Continue.
You see, exactly. That is a matter of logic. But if you are asked such a technical question by a judge, even if that judge want to help you, because what the judge wanted is, tell us, okay, you are saying the servers have been tampered with by, I don't know, Camargo, Jose Camargo, you are saying all this about technology. What about that ballot that people went to the polling station? They voted physically. It was counted. That is what matters. Then, okay, you are saying you even have doubt with that. Which areas do you want us to help? Because I believe the judges wanted the facts. That is why they allowed all these things. If the judges did not want fairness, they would have said, no, the ballot boxes are not going to be opened. You are not even going to have the partial access to the servers. Because what happens, my brother, if Odinga, who is almost exiting politics, if he really want to help us as a nation, what he should be doing now is to fix just one area. As a nation of Kenya, we don't have our own tailor-made technology to help us conduct our elections technologically without involving outsiders. What he should be doing right now is to gather experts that we may come up with our own Kenyan technology for our own servers and portals, so that tomorrow we don't talk of Jose Camargo that we don't know. We don't have servers everywhere. But what Kenyans don't know is that the technology that we are using is an outside technology, hired technology. So even if we are given access, that access must be protected by the right or by the copyright. So if even what Raila Odinga is asking is, he knows very well, unless he's not educated, he should understand very well that you cannot be given full access because of copyright. It is not your technology. If we want full access where he can even go there, do whatever he wants.
Go ahead. Sorry, I was just playing your story, evidence
It's okay.
coming to court.
It's okay. So if Raila Odinga want full access to the servers and the portals, he should help us come up with our own technology where when he want to access, he can be given access, even if you want to stay there for a week. But the one we have is a higher technology. And it was explained very well that even IEBC itself cannot be given full access. It is there on the agreement. Now he want to, because he knows Kenyans, many of them are ignorant and they don't even care. They say if Baba says, even whatever Baba says is true. It should not be the case. Everybody should be able to think, what is he asking? Access. What kind of access?
Can I interject?
Yes, please.
I think
Actually, interjecting, please answer me this. They're carrying boxes from this video. Where did they get this evidence if they didn't have access to some degree of the servers? Because these are things they printed, things they got from polling stations. As Geoffrey is saying, it was manual. So there is something they brought in these boxes.
So when you have when you have servers, you have the main server. The problem is that the main server contains all the information of the other little servers. The main server was not in the country. I am not going to say Ruto did not cheat. My belief, knowing Kenya and knowing Ruto and knowing Raila, is that both cheated. They played an online war, cyber war, and Ruto was defeated. They both did not, because how did Chebukati go to a nation that is at war? And we don't even have a way we can petition their government to get those records, because if we paid for them, we should be able to have access. And if the stipulation of the contract was that we could not be able to have full access, they should have walked away and gone to another government or another place where they would be allowed full access. So I do see some I like calling things as they are. I do see some monkey business going on, but it was on both sides. Let us tell the truth. Because that country that they went to contract in is a country like Somalia. It is a country at war. Why did they specifically choose that country? Why did they not choose someone like USA? Why did they not choose somewhere like Canada? Why did they not choose somewhere like UK? Specifically, why did they go to that country? A country that is at war. A country that is more, they don't have, like the way we can, if like they have a problem with a company here, they can even come here and subpoena the records. And as long as they paid for those, when you pay for something, it is yours. If the contract gives you something that doesn't give you an advantage, they say you cannot access something, they should have been able to walk away. So let us not, I know it was stolen, but they were both stealing and one won. The one thief won, one did not win.
So did you mean to mean that
I can say
Raila was defeated or Ruto was defeated? Or I mean Ruto stole or Raila because you said Ruto was defeated.
No, the way by looking at just the fact that where they went to contract, and from 34A there was A and B, which were duplicates. Both sides were seeking to play each other. And they did attempt to play each other. What I think, those people who started going Akina Kibicho, in the end, you see them panicking, going there and starting to say Akina Soleil are stealing. Let me tell you, if you read about the interference of Russia with US, you'll understand about this stealing. You can see the numbers changing on the screen, but you're not able to see how they are changing. You just see them changing. It's someone, maybe Raila's people are trying to put in the numbers, those 8,000, they're talking 8 million, they're talking about, but they were seeing someone else changing the numbers. They were not able to see who was changing. That's why you see when they started going at 3 a.m. looking for Chebukati, because they knew someone else was playing with the numbers. So they played with the numbers, and when they put maybe 3 million somewhere, they would see the number has changed again to 15 million, to 1.5 million. So they played and they were played. There was an online war that went on, and one side won. That is my belief.
But the
Yes.
question is, Ashley, sorry if I can interject there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Ask you this question, just to rebuttal or to challenge you. Was there any numbers or poll results from a particular polling station as per the 34 A's that were pinned? Because first, let me take you back. Okay. Once the election, or rather people have cast their votes, and the voting activity is over. Now they count the votes. The guys responsible count the votes. After that, the results are pinned on the wall or on the door of the polling center. After the party agents have signed to agree with the results. Correct. Now, as per what you are saying, the question would be, what results that was pinned at any polling center is different or was different from any that was displayed in the portal? Because for you to say that the numbers were changed, then the 34 A's or the 34 B's must have been changed too. Now the question that was asked, if the ones in the portal were in error, was there anything to back it up in regards to, because you have to have a 34A that is displaying different numbers from what is displayed in the portal for you to say that they're changed, right?
You know, Raila is not stupid to say that it was rigged. He is not. So what you're asking me, he already knows. So if it would be that open and shut case, he wouldn't say that.
The question that was asked in the court, they could not answer.
What he's saying is true. What he's not saying that he also rigged. And we can go, this is not going to end. I mean, we need to talk about something else. But the truth is what he's saying happened. But what he's not saying is his part in it.
What he's trying to do is trying to just try to prove, or rather try to not really prove, to try to paint a picture that the election was unfair, so that perhaps there can be a rerun whereby now he can try and do away with the wrongs that he did. That's what he's trying to do, which is not going to happen.
No, there can't be a rerun, and if they had a rerun, even they both should be dismissed if both of them rigged. So we just accept what is and move on. That's why I say they should. Now in the future, they don't try and leave loophole, because they might think they are smart, and someone smarter than them may come and take advantage of the loopholes better than they did. And in this case, there were loopholes. I am sure they knew the loopholes before the election, like the way they put 4 IBC officials thinking they brought 4. And they thought those 4 were going to sway because there are 3 on the other side and 4 on their side. And it didn't work for them. They thought that loophole was going to work for them. So the moral lesson in this case should be, try and play right. If you see loopholes, cover them, because you don't think that you're the only smart one who knows how to make them work. Someone smarter than you might come and outsmart you in those loopholes that you have left.
Yeah. If I can say something about that, and it's because I followed the submissions of both parties in the judiciary, and as I said, I have been following the elections in Kenya, I think since 1992, when I was a very young guy. I don't think we have ever had any other credible election than the one we had, because most of the loopholes, the IEBC, you know, the Raila Odinga team was asked factual questions that required a direct answer. and they were not able to show those loopholes like that, because the greatest loophole was that one of the disagreements of the IEBC members. But that one did not actually affect how people voted. So what I'm trying to say is this. Since independence, we have never had another transparent election in Kenya than the one we had, because the IEBC conducted this election having information or trying to do what they were requested by the court to do after the nullification of 2017 election. And they knew how much it costs to conduct an election in Kenya. It cost a lot of money, billions of money. So they did not want to make another mistake, because they knew the same judiciary that nullified the other one, it's likely to nullify another one. And Chebukati did not want to make such mistake. That is why whatever he did or whatever happened in the Bomas, even his lawyers were there. If you saw that guy, I can't remember the name, maybe you remind me the name. The way he was doing the submission, he knew everything that was going on with the whole voting system. So I want to say this, as much as the politicians, I know they were trying. If there was any rigging, it was done in the polling stations, not through the servers, not through the portals, as someone has just said. There was no way of changing those forms after they have left the polling stations, because there were so many people to confirm and to sign that actually this is the actual form and this is how people voted. If there was any rigging, it was supposed to happen at the polling station. So anything else is not going to help Raila Odinga. And before I stop my submission, I just want to say this. Because there is a question you had asked about if Raila Odinga has any option, because he is saying, and I have heard people saying, Ruto must go. What is Raila team or Azimio team going to do to make sure that Ruto goes? And I want to give them only two options that they have. Option one is a coup d'etat, like the one they attempted in 1982. Remove him by force. If they think they have the power to do it, go to the state house as they had said, kick him out, take the instruments of power, swear themselves in by force. That is option number one that they have. Conduct a coup if you think you have the power to do it. Option number two that they have is the option of going back to the same court. They have told us that we have now new evidence that the whole process was leaked. We have the evidence. Go back to the same court. The court told you you did not have evidence. Now, because you have gotten the evidence, go back to the court. Tell them we told you. Now we have the evidence. It is called an appeal. Go appeal. Say,
hey,
we have
excuse me, let's move on, because he cannot appeal. You know, the statute of limitation has expired. That is gone. He can't do that. So let's talk about something else, because not be able to go.
Listen, my sister. If they have credible information, the court will listen to them. That is actually what Kenyans don't know. The major reason why the Supreme Court was formed is to deal with election problems in Kenya, so that we don't repeat the mistake of 2007. So I believe there must be a leeway. If they have credible evidence, they should go through the system, so that we may know what they have. Right now, we don't know what they're talking about. We don't even know where the whistleblowers and all those things. We don't know.
The case was final. It cannot go beyond whatever was discussed or whatever was not discussed. That was final. It is buried.
He has no option. He has no option then. He should go back, think of the way to work with the government peacefully within the constitution.
maybe I ask. Can I ask a question to you, Geoffrey and Ashley?
Yes.
With all that has happened, uh, don't you think it's now ripe we relook at our constitution so that some of these loopholes that our president can decide to appoint uh, commissioners to suit his function and to suit and kind of prepare the country to rig, and also to give more time, and maybe if for instance we have an election dispute, maybe to increase the days from the few days that it's there, maybe to more days, and also to have plan B, like after you have exhausted all avenues, do you still have another option? Like now that they're saying they have a whistleblower, can the constitution like create another avenue, probably reduce it from Supreme Court to anzange na appeals court, then from the appeals court we go, if the appeal court fails to listen to the grievances, now it moves to the the Supreme Court. The other thing, probably, don't you think it's also high time that the president needs to, or rather, some laws needs to come into play, that the president does not take too long to appoint the commissioners. For instance, Uhuru took over 4 years, or rather 3 years, to appoint the commissioners, and then
Right.
comes in to appoint them when time almost is out. So, do you think it's time we relook at the constitution? Maybe I
Before we
start with
say,
Ashley.
yeah, okay.
Let me start with Ashley Kanza.
I think I like the direction the topic is taking, and that's instead of talking about the dead who cannot rise back up or situations that are already settled, we need to be talking what actually that's the kind of conversations we should be having, progressive conversations on what can we do next to make this better the next time, or what can we do if a president is not performing. Okay, do we have avenues of removing him if he campaigns on one thing and once he enters he changes completely and starts doing contrary? Is that a breach of contract? Those are the things that we should be talking about right now. But in order to do any changes, we need our elected officials. Unfortunately, once they are elected, they become beholden to the president. So that's why I'm saying we need to return the power to the people. So our discussion should be, how do we return the power to the people that they don't have to feel comfortable? They can, how do we make them work for us? And if they don't work for us, how do we make it easy for us to remove them from office?
And that's why I'm saying, Ashley, because the constitution starts with a preamble that this is a constitution that we gave to ourselves. So it's something that we gave to ourselves, and as they always say, it's a living document. We can still go to it. Do you see a way we can go back to it and probably work formulas and have laws in it that even an MP, if you are elected, for instance, what you are raising, if you're elected on this party and immediately after elections you want to kind of shift your allegiance, you need to go back to the people and seek fresh mandate. Probably
That
those
is
are
a
the things
waste of
that
money.
can
That is
be
wasting money. I don't think changing party should affect how someone gives service to the people. Yeah, so I think being that we are constrained on money, I don't think that someone just changing the party should make us go back to the election, because that is waste of money. As long as they keep the vow, what they made, they will do. We should that is a non-issue to me about what party they are in, if they are performing. But someone like Ruto telling people it's going to be a hustler nation, and now he's saying he's forming the government, and all he's doing is giving all his friends positions while people are dying of hunger, while children cannot go to school because of the parents cannot afford. If this is not a hustler nation, and if people have actual needs, not secondary needs, primary needs, I think those needs to be met before he puts the 50 CAS's position, before they talk about giving allowance to people who are already making so much money, some without even college degrees, some are just with D minuses, they have not gone to college, and they are earning more than some of our college students. So once you get in and you don't do what you promised people to do and they elected you to do, that should be a breach of contract, and that should be something that should get you out. Jakes, you asked about that we brought this constitution. Yesterday, I talked about the leaders setting the narrative. Even this constitution, they made it and put those loopholes for themselves so it can fit them. We haven't, as people, formed a constitution, because I think if we did, we would put limits on how much they can make and how much they can give to themselves, and we haven't done that. So how do we have, as the people, undivided by our tribes, be able to come together and somehow be able to give a constitution that is for the people, by the people, so that then the power comes back to us and not concentrate on the leaders, them tell us what, like now people are going to demonstrate because Raila told them to demonstrate because of the issues he raised, and now he's calling them the people's issues. They are really his issues. So when do we stop listening to them? And when they come with their issues, we tell them, no, before we talk about those issues, we want you to talk about these issues that are our issues. To me, that's where I see the problem being.
Okay. Black, leo hujaongea sana, wacha nikupe time kidogo before Geoffrey gives his submissions, even as we near wrapping up. It's 7 hours since we began.
I'm a good listener, and actually, I like Ashley's thought of view. I mean, her train of thought is good. I mean, it's supposed to be, we should be the ones who put ourselves first to Jekembele, then the other ones should come later. But it seems like it's the other way around, and that's not how it's supposed to be. Yeah, so I second Ashley on that.
On the issue of where do we get the solution on the challenges we are facing, do we need to change the constitution, Amma? What do you think?
Like, you have to be specific, like which challenges?
Like,
because
for instance,
I would say most of the things and the problems that we have are self-made and self-inflicted.
Mm-hmm. There are
So
many,
unless
like
now
for
you point
instance,
a specific, for instance,
maybe you were out, you came in when I was asking this. We had a president who took long to IBC officials, and then after he even makes the appointment, it is coming out clear that it was self-centered. Two, we had people who would steal from public coffers, and they become mightier than life, like Akina Moradhe and all. Do you think we ought to empower our constitution so much that it is more of mwananchi than the leader or the president or anyone else?
but you see, again, like I said, I mean, everything that we are facing right now is self-inflicted.
Mm-hmm.
Because even for all these laws to have been passed, there was a referendum which we overwhelmingly voted for it. Had we sat down to read and seen the loopholes, then I don't think there will be anyone who would have voted them. So if the vote si wenyewe tulijiwekea, because your constitution, it was not pasted there by, I mean, put there by force. It's due to our ignorance that it got in because we voted it.
Okay, Geoffrey,
But if it can be implemented,
mm-hmm.
if it can be implemented to up to 100% as it is, then we'll definitely benefit from it. And then there's something that actually before niachiane mwingine ongee, actually had spoken about the hustler fund.
Mm-hmm.
As it was like, yes, kwamba it is kidogo 500 and all. Yes, it's true, but it is worth noting that actually that fund was not for business.
Mm-hmm.
It was just there as a credit facility, like the way you'd have the, what is this name? There was these microfinancing apps on phones. Because naitwaje, nimesahau, it's been a while. Kenya hizi kwa simu, Tala, kina Talas.
Yeah.
I don't know if you still know Tala, actually ama umezisahau hizo. There used to be Tala, Tala apps and all these mobile lending apps. Now, this facility was coming there kujaribu kusaidia wananchi at a far much more friendly rates. That was the whole purpose of that. It was not for business. But in regards to business, there is another fund that's called Startup Microfinance. Now that one wanapeana from a range of I believe 50,000 or 100,000 to a maximum of 2.5 million. Now that's the one that we ought to be talking about. It matters funding for business, actually. So just wanted to clarify that for you.
Okay, thank you. I
I
didn't
don't know
know
if
that.
I've answered. Yes.
Yeah, you have, but I wish the 500 he just let it go, because he should
Yeah.
even have given everybody just 5,000 to help with what's going on. Because like someone is saying that we have when people who have gone outside have to take their best practices. Like even at work, if you're at work and you're best performing, normally your supervisor or your coach will ask you to share your best practices. So some people on the comment section say they keep talking about this because we should. Because when you go somewhere and you see something good that can apply to where you come from, it's good to share it because you want that place to also grow. So I'm not sharing that to brag. Of all people, I try not to do that. I'm sharing because I'm seeing it would help our country to move forward. And if we all of the people who are outside the country share their best practices from where they are, our country will be the most prosperous because almost every country in the world has Kenyans in it. So I hope people don't take it negatively, but take it positively. Like I know of a state where in a Western country where they had a surplus from the money they were given by the government. At least their leaders didn't steal their COVID money. So there is a surplus. So that state, which is like a county, one of the senators in the county has suggested they give back to the people. In 2020 and 2021, not only were people given money, $1,200 in the US, they were also told if you haven't paid if you are having problems paying your rent, if you are laid off, they would also help you with your rent up to a year. They would also help you with food. This is the money that was given to help with COVID. I haven't heard Ruto trying to collect on those billionaires who stole the money for COVID, because if he collects back the money that was stolen for COVID, he could cushion people. He could actually send money. Sometimes people need a help up. It's not bad to help. You can give people some cushion money, while the things that he has in play are, like he's setting up the ground, like the way you give children, an appetizer while they wait for the main meal. So he can give people if he was able to collect on those billions that were stolen, he could be able to give people who are very struggling right now some money free. Just like now in that one state, the governor is contemplating giving each citizen who makes below $100,000 $400 free because they have a surplus. Can you imagine? And Kenya has money, but the leaders steal it. Can you imagine a time that coming where they decide people who are struggling, we have so much money that we were given by the government, by the national government, and instead of just because they are taxpayers and it's their money, let us give the ones who are struggling to help them with their budget. So Kenya isn't there yet, but I think the 500, he should just let it go.
Okay. Geoffrey?
Yes, please.
Your remarks, even as we wrap up.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you also, Ashley, for that submission. It's good to borrow things from outside, and we take them to our country. Like today, I was watching and I saw Governor Kimani Wamatangi doing something that the government of Rwanda does very well, cleaning the city. One day per month, whereby all people come out and clean where they are, clean their towns, clean their places. Because there is the extent the government can go, but there is also that part of the individual. It gives people the sense of responsibility. So I just want to touch few things as I also wind up. First of all is to talk to the young people. I have never heard anywhere in the world where the government is the one that changes the lives of people. I would like the young people to think on how they can change their own lives, take the advantages of the government projects and the government systems to become somebody. And don't let anybody take you for granted, because I don't believe there is any leader in Kenya who will be happy to see their children throwing stones and destroying people's cars and shops and all that. But they are happy when they see the children of the poor people do it, and they don't condemn it. That is how much they can misuse other people's children. So it's the high time we as the people who have the media stations, start enlightening these people on what they can do to better their lives. Go to those Juakari courses, go to those mechanic courses, go to those hotel courses, so that even if you get a chance of leaving your country, you can go outside there and be employable. It's very, very important. The other thing, and Ashley, I think, talked about it, Kenya has lost a lot of money through our leaders that we still love so much. And she has said something, that if the money that they have stolen, like the COVID billionaires, if that money they can be forced to return that money to the economy, that money can help the nation. And if there is something we should be agitating as the young people or as the people of Kenya, is to know how much money was given by other governments to caution Kenya against COVID-19. And we be very hard on corrupt leaders, that it doesn't matter whether he comes from my tribe or my brother or my sister. If you have stolen from our country, you cannot be my friend. So we should start putting our leaders into accountability, and we should not be joking with them, because what they're telling us right now, they are just trying to cover up their mistakes. And because we don't want this Ruto government to repeat the same thing, we should first of all force this government. I would be supporting anybody who is saying, let us force the government to start investigating and arresting people who stole from us. You have heard that within 26 minutes, 15 billion had been removed from the government coffers. 15 billion through the SMS that were being written by the president himself. And the people who are saying this are high people in the government, deputy president. What we should be asking them? Yes, you have realized they have stolen 15 billion. What have you done about it? That is the discussion we should be having. They have said that in the last 3 months of the election period in Kenya, we have lost almost 100 billion. We want to know that money, where did it go? That is the conversation we should be having. The other thing, and I want the president, because sometimes we talk in the media and we think people are not listening or they don't hear, but this information reach them. What I want to ask the president of Kenya is, if he want to be remembered, help us, William Ruto, to fix our country and ensure that our country will be governed through the rule of law. And everybody, regardless of who we are or whom we think we are or how many supporters we are, everybody should subject himself or herself under the rule of law. The reason why America is so much developed is because people fear the law. All those people that were working, most people who were working with Trump, those very close people who misguided the president and all that, as we are speaking, senior people are already in jail, serving their terms. And the public is not going out to fight for them. No. The moment you break the law in America, you fight it alone. And that is how, and I'm asking that the judiciary of Kenya raise the bar, raise the standard, that we have judges that cannot be corrupted. We start seeing these politicians being jailed and their money being returned to the government. That is the only way we shall grow our country. So even with this maandamano is there in the constitution. But should anybody break the law, we want to see them behind the bar. Because if I get a chance today to be in any influential position in Kenya, you break the law, we follow the law. And that is the only way Kenya will grow. We cannot be growing the economy when we are growing, then within 1 day or 2 days, we cripple the whole economy. It should not be like that. See what happened in 2007. Haven't we learned something? The economy had reached the point of 0.8%. What happened? Within no time, we crippled the whole economy. I think it was 8% or 0.8, I don't remember. But 1 day or 1 week, the whole economy went down. How can we fix that? The rule of law. Is it Ruto? Is it the president who is breaking the law? After he steps down, take him to jail. That is what is happening even in South Africa. Is it the opposition leader who thinks that he is untouchable, he can say anything? No. Take him to jail. Is it anybody? Is it those young people who are always talking of let us fight, let us shed blood? That is not accountability. Let them be put behind bar. Then the process be followed. And as I finish, the police, please avoid using live bullets. Today we have technology. Unless somebody has really crossed the line, don't use live bullets. We have those very strong rubber bullets that can shoot you, fall down, you become unconscious for some few minutes, they arrest you, then you wake up when you're already behind bar or in the truck, going to the police station. Or they use the electrical shocks instead of killing people. It is very bad when we kill our own people because of 1 day demonstration. Unless somebody has done something that is, that the police feel they are so unsafe, please try to arrest criminals, but don't kill them. They are still our children. What they are doing, most of them are ignorant. They don't even know why they are doing what they are doing. They have been misled by the leaders. Please avoid killing them because life don't have spare parts. Thank you.
Aha. Mzalendo, umeingia tukiwa tunakaribia tamatisha. I'll give you the last person to speak, but Ashley, Black, okay, go ahead, Black.
Can I just, because I've spoken less, just want to say something. But I think despite us saying all this, I think it is only right also we point out where I believe the government ought to pull their socks or slightly to do better. For instance, I have seen less of the CS. Actually, I've seen zero of the CS coming up in the TV trying to tell us what they are doing. I mean, that is something that they ought to come out there and tell us. I mean, I've hardly seen Murkomen coming out and telling us that barabara fulani ndo wanatengeneza hivi na hivi, hapa ndo wanatengeneza hivi, hapa ndo wamefika. I have not seen that. I don't see Aisha Jumo coming up say that these are the plans. What? I mean, I hardly see that. I don't know what's happening. I've not even seen Alfred Mutua for a very long time, our foreign affairs minister. I've hardly seen our sports minister. The only time I saw him, Babu Namwamba, was when he was, I don't know, alikuwa anapeana something to this TikTok anaitwa nani huyu msichana huyu Aziad. That was the last time I saw him, but I've hardly seen him telling us anything that he's doing for the sports, for the sports people in Kenya. I mean, so I think it's about time that these cabinet secretaries that were appointed recently to come out and tell us that what's the progress, what's the current status of whatever they're doing right now all over the nation. This thing would also work well to calm down the nerves of Kenyans to know what's happening, because right now most Kenyans are in darkness, to be honest. Hawajui nini inafanywa. So perhaps it's time that they ought to look at this that I'm saying. Cabinet secretaries to come out and be telling us briefs of whatever they've done.
Okay. Aha. Mzalendo. Mzalendo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Aha.
Thank you, Jakes. Today you had a very good show. It was the bomb. So I think we have discussed nearly all the aspects of the ongoing in the political scene. But I didn't see you putting up the story of Baba in Kakamega, where he was looking kind of drunk on the dais. I don't know whether you got that clip.
I wanted to put it as my final. Actually, corner to final two clips, but go ahead as I put it.
You overlooked that. So anyway, I think the panelists who are here today, they educated us in a lot of things, and it was a sober discussion. We hope that next time we'll have a bigger forum, and we'll discuss other issues, maybe other than politics, and the way forward for our country. You know, we love Kenya so much. We want to be back at home. We are cautious when something is going wrong. And the government right now is a government of Dr. William Samoei Ruto. Is the legitimate government that has been elected and sworn in as per the constitution. So we must respect that. We must respect the rule of law. Even those who are going to demonstrate on Monday, Baba has already announced that it is the mother of all demonstrations. It's within their rights, but also respect my right if I'm not going to be part of that demonstration. Let them demonstrate peacefully and go back.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, you didn't get me.
Tunakupata. I'm just trying to get the video, ndio unaona nanyamaza, but pia nakusikiza.
And then maybe Mzalendo, since he's there, I can also add one or two things on the fund. I'm okay. Forgive me. Mimi ni mtu sana economics na mambo na numbers, all these things. This is my interest. That's what I do. Now, hii mambo ya Asla Fund, bwana Mzalendo, I don't know if you are aware about the Uwezo Fund that was there before.
Uwezo Fund.
Yeah, it was removed. Yeah, it was removed. Just hold on that video a bit. It was removed and wakaziunganisha ikakuwa biashara fund. Now you see, there used to be a youth fund, and there used to be a women enterprise fund. But you see the repayment ndio ilikuwa shida. The youths paid around 40% in regard to repayment, and the women have been good. At least they paid 95% of the loans they took. And then for more than 7 billion that was disbursed for this fund, just around 4.7 billion could not be accounted for, because you see, each constituency, there used to be a constituency Uwezo fund manager. Now these guys cumulatively could not account for 4.7 billion shillings.
I think the CEO
So,
there was a
they realized that there was a problem in this, so they decided to merge it. Now you see, at a Hustler Fund, I think it's just a trial and error thing that they're trying to see kujaribu kutwika hapa na hapa on how these things would work well. So that was a way that they had thought in the past to disburse these funds through the constituency managers of this Uwezo Fund. Mtu anaenda pale na kundi lake, anaenda anasema business idea yao, pengine wamama 10 wamesema wanataka kuweka kuku, wamesha identify a location, they say this is how they plan to do the business, blah blah blah. They pitch the idea to the county, to the constituency Uwezo Fund manager, and if they pitch successively, then they're given the funds, they go start up their business, then they start prepaying back the loan.
You
Now,
see, Blake, there's a lot of risk in doing business with the locals like that. You know the country where we are, and we know how corrupt Kenya is. You put 20 billion out there for anybody to come with an idea that they are a youth and they have a group. These fund managers will definitely start looting this money. This money should go to the right, it should be given in the right manner, and the risk assessment should be done, for this kind of embarrassment of funds. There should be a risk assessment done by the government.
But the government
I don't
taken
agree
measures.
with the Uwezo Fund.
Yeah.
I don't agree with how it was being given out. There should be a better way to know that Jake nikimpatia hii pesa, he will do the right thing. All right?
And right now, what they have done is, pesa inapewa these microfinance institutions and these and banks. No.
Yeah.
So through them, one gets to borrow this money. You see, now these banks can do the follow-up, and these microfinance institutions can do the follow-up easily. They can do the background checks and do the ABCDs of whatever is needed to be done. You see, but this is for things like the, what do you call this, the startup capital that I was telling Ashley about, the startup loans, the funds that have just been released recently. That's what's happening right now. No. But as for the 500 shillings that people are getting, hiyo ilikuwa tu credit facility. But ni propaganda tu ilikuwa inatolewa na watu kwamba hii 500 hii mtu anaanza biashara nini, but that was not the intention for the business. Because there's no way you can go start a business with 500 shillings. It was just a credit facility. Now, at least we can watch the video.
It was just a joke, eh? Ni venye baba alikuwa anaogopa hiyo podium. Unajua ilikuwa ya mbao. So people online are making fun of what happened to him. Hii jukwaa ilikuwa ya mbao. So hii jukwaa ni ya mbao. So sasa he really struggled to be on this podium. Unaona ilikuwa ya mbao. Unaona hapo chini anaogopa kukanyanga. So he feared he would fall. So akatoka tu immediately. That's what it's trending.
Ni wapi ile kuna wakati wa election kuna podium moja ilianguka. Was it the Azimio or was it the KKA?
Ilikuwa ya Azimio. Hiyo ni ya zamani, ile alikuwa anaomba.
Raila alianguka bwana. Aliogopa hii. Inaweza fanyika tena bwana.
So this one is trending. There's also another kafani video trending. Let me see.
Well, you never know. Maybe he was high. You never know what he took.
He looks high. Me, hiyo kitu Jackson anajaribu kusema.
I don't think it ni kwa sababu ya mbao, boss.
No, kwa sababu
angalia. Hata angalia vile ameweka mkono.
He was high.
Shida sio bao. Naona kama kuna kitu alikuwa ameonja ama kitu kama hiyo. I don't think the problem is the platform. Sidhani bao, sidhani ni kwa sababu ya bao, kwa sababu amezoea. Si kama hata huwa anasimama juu ya viti. ile kitu ameonja ndio
hapo bwana. Mwapatia mzee stress sana bwana, lazima aonje ka ile double black.
Unajua hii maandamano hata yeye inamsumbua. Unaweza anzisha kitu haujui itaenda wapi, itatokea wapi.
Unajua vile unasema tu, ninaambiaga watu hii kitu inaweza kuwa kubwa hata kumshinda. Then ashindwe kuizima. Unajua unaanza kitu unashindwa
lakini
kuzima.
angalia, he was afraid,
Hata
hakuongea kama alikuwa anaogopa hii. No, alirudi akaongea, but ni hii jukwaa alianza kucomplain.
Mzee ako maji.
Ako maji bwana, sema tu kweli. It's allowed. Lakini watu walimpeleka hapo wangesema tu jamaa bwana, leo mzee tulia.
Lakini if you remember the jukwaas he used to have, classic ones, falling down to this one,
Na unajua bado miaka inamsukuma.
Mzee ni mzee bana. Raila amekuwa amekomaa, ashamaliza. Mimi nimesema Raila ashamaliza safari yake ya siasa. Sasa ni kukuza vipaji wa siasa saa hii. Yeah, he should now start grooming somebody to take over the mantle.
Unaona kama ataachia nani?
Hawezi waachia. This is the problem. Unajua kwa nini hawezi wacha, my friend? Na hao watu hawezi toka kwa siasa kwa sababu gani? Kuna sheria hapa Kenya ya political parties zinapatiwa pesa. Kulingana na wabunge wale wameleta pale bungeni. Unanielewa? And this is almost Raila's party gets like over 300 million. 350 million.
Wow.
Same to Jubilee. Saizi I think UDA ndio itawashinda kidogo, but hao ndio number 2, then Jubilee, then Wiper. They get this money annually. So niambie, ni mtu mgani atafunga hiyo duka akuachie ati wewe sasa, ndugu yangu Jex, nimekuachia chama haji? Hawezi. So they have to be there until they die.
Most politicians, most party leaders either retire with their parties or die with their parties.
They would just be there on the background.
When you look historically, inakuanga tu hivyo tu. Party leader akishapotea ni hivyo, ama akishaondoka ni hivyo. Hiyo chama inafifia tu hivyo. Inabidi chama nyingine inamea.
Hizo laws they make them favorable to themselves, so it is a high time we start looking for a way how to make the laws favorable to us. Kama hizo pesa ya chama na vile watu wana struggle for things that really matter, how can we make them divert that money, maybe zikuweza kulipa shule, kusaidia watu na bursaries?
Actually, kulipa shule is so simple. You don't even need that money. Your MP should just bring a bill in parliament, aseme Wakenya wamesema hivi, hawataki kulipa secondary education. This should be a bipartisan bill. Kama ni MP wa Azimio, they will support it. Kama ni wa UDA, they will support it. But you know the reason why they don't want to bring such a bill?
We are not asking them.
They want to handle the funds. They want to handle the funds themselves.
They want to handle the funds. They want that money. How do wanataka hiyo 250 ya CDF? Na hiyo CDF ni Constituency Development Fund. Hiyo
They want
CDF
to handle that money and manage it themselves. Otherwise, the best practice, like you said, the lender would be just to make the schools free.
Make the schools free and reduce that fund. because wanasema ati hiyo fund ndio wanalipa nao school fees. Tangu lini MP wako ati anakulipia school fees? Wewe unaishi huku Marekani, tangu lini uone mtu wa Congress ati leo napeana checks za watu ati waende shule? What nonsense is that?
In fact, that is, they are making their work more hard because people keep calling you, so that you're wasting so much time answering to people, talking to people about money, while you could be talking to them about something else that is more important. If that was handled by the school or the department.
Look at this. This guy comes with 10-20 million annually. Na anawapanganisha line constituencies wake. Anawaambia shika 5,000, 2,000, 5,000. It is a bribe. It's a bribe. Na kama hujampigia kura, wewe upati basari.
Yeah, it is very sad. Hii pesa yote inastahili, kama ni pesa ya county inaenda kwa county moja.
Haya, saizi wameweka sheria nyingine, achana si sheria, ati there is a spree, MPs are buying school buses for schools. Yani Kenya kuna basarakasi, wananunua ma school bus, na school bus sijui zinaenda event ngapi inaia. Instead of coming up with a law that the county government will provide buses for all the schools, but it will be managed by the county and employ all the workers wale watakuwa na run hiyo school program.
Hiyo mtu anasema tunaongea about nini, like out of the country. Si hivyo ndio ufanya out of the country, the county hires or the city. Alafu hizo buses zinakuwa na city, zinamanajiwa na city, the drivers are hired by the city. It's not
by the schools, not by, these guys came here, took a constitution ya Marekani hapa, wakai copy paste zile vitu wanataka, but they don't know how they implement these things.
I don't think they don't know. They want to tweak it to where they make some money themselves. Because
actually you would meet a legislator akuambie, each and every year, each and every 5 years, there are new people who come in. Yeah.
But let me tell you, like now, time there is like some function, some event, like now, I was looking here online, I was trying to look where Wahome went to, Alice Wahome. You've never heard of her anymore.
Yes.
I think she was in New York yesterday about water and sanitization. Do you know what she was talking about? With these other people, what she's talking about is climate change. How it's hit the country. Now, if the Western worlds are talking about climate change, our people are still drinking river water. People are still going to the river to fetch water to drink and cook with. So are we even more concerned about climate change, or are we even concerned about making sure that every citizen drinks clean running water, not water from the river?
Because
now we should be seeing her bringing that issue here where she is in New York.
Do you know the problem is not the elected leader. The problem is the electorate. The problem is the electorate. Let me tell you, this is how it is. There was a time I was attempting to run in my area, and I'd revitalized like 12, 13 bowls, and people got water. Bowls that had been installed, and some, I'd never seen water that is coming from a bowl. And let me tell you, imagine they still believe hiyo maji ya bowl ndio maji ile mzuri kabisa wanaweza pata. They have no idea that hata tap water inaweza patikana mahali wako. So that is just kidogo, hiyo maji kidogo hiyo mwapatia ndio wanaona ni mzuri, but in other areas wanakuambia sisi tumezoea kukunywa maji na kwa river na maumbwa na kila kitu. We are used to it and we have never been admitted in hospital. So hizi vitu natuambia ati tunaweza pata maji ya tap. We have been doing this for so many years and we are okay with it. So there are people who want the status quo to remain the same because they are used to that kind of lifestyle.
You put the tap there. If they go to the river, that's their problem. But I think these people who are going always, they are on foreign trips, they have a responsibility to bring back those, if the funds, to make sure every person, before we fix the state house in Mombasa, I think we should make sure every Kenyan has clean running water. Now, it is their preference if they still want to drink river water, but the water that is running is available. The other day, Ruto said about giving gas to every household. That is a very good idea, because smoke, cooking with the firewood is a smoke inhalation, which also affects your lungs. So it is a health hazard. So if they can make sure that, and then the more people, or if we go to 100% people cooking with electricity or not using firewood, at least our forests would be let to grow. So if we can do those things, if Ruto can do just those two things, he would have left a.
Unaona, Ruto's idea is very good, but why is he doing it? He's doing it for politics. That's the problem. Yeah. Is there a better way, better than gas? Yes, there is something better than gas. But since Raila is in gas, let us try to get into this business na tumalize huyu mzee kabisa. That again, I don't agree with 100% because citizens are also allowed to do business. Wewe kama wewe ni Mkenya ama uko shida ni conflict of interest. Kama you are an elected leader, you should not do business with the government. But let us encourage also our citizens to do business. At the same time, what they're contradicting themselves is that they are privatizing all parastatals. At one point, they want to privatize all parastatals so that people can buy these parastatals and run them and be efficient. At the same time, you are killing people's business. So there should be a balance, all right?
Philippians 1:18 says, but what does it mean? The important thing, like people who are preaching Jesus, some were preaching him to be known, some were preaching him for real. He said, the important thing is that in every way, whether from false motives or true, Christ is preached. And because of this, I rejoice. Yes, I will continue to rejoice. And like that person who, I think it's Paul, who wrote the Philippians, I am going to say the same. I don't know why Ruto is doing it, whether it is for false reasons. If it is true that Uhuru and Raila stole a lot of billions, him being snatched his business will not make him go to bed hungry, but it will make someone else have a life that is worthy of a human being by having clean running water.
Yeah,
Being able to not use firewood, because that smoke, if you look up where where my grandmother lives, if you look up, they call it itara, where they keep the firewood just above where they're cooking. It's all black. So I was trying to explain to someone who I know that lives in that kind of an environment, and they have gas, and they were saying they don't like to use the gas much because they are trying to save. I say, you may be trying to save there, but you are affecting your health, so that your lungs are not strong enough to support you when you need them. Because if you look up there, how dark it is, that is how dark your lungs are going to become. So were you to get something like COVID, you would not survive as much as someone whose lungs are clear. So they do not.
As much as I want to agree with you, that is not a priority at the moment. That is not our immediate priority. Our immediate priority is to get access to clean water in each and every household, get good roads in each and every part of, and arteries in each and every part of Kenya, so that it can be accessible, make our people have money, the economic activity. Unapatia mtu gas na ana pesa kwa mfuko, that is you need to have some kind of money to purchase whatever you want to purchase. Yeah. At the same time, we are looking at environment. Environment is very, very vital for us. But is it really a priority for us at the moment, especially us in Africa? It is not.
And I would like to disagree with you a bit and try to agree with Ashley to some extent, especially on the part of the forest. saving the forest. Because you see now, first is we ask ourselves, what good do trees do for us? They are water catchment, right? It's because of them that tunapata hizi chemichemi za maji, if I may use that word in Swahili. So, but you see, the less people use these trees through makaa, tunazita makaa, ama wengine wanazita kuni, firewood, then it means there will be more trees that will survive. You see, I want to believe that if at all we had uh, uh, trees, far much more trees than we do now, because they were saying, I don't know what percent of trees have we lost in our forest. I cannot recall the numbers, but it seemed significant. Now I'm trying to paint a picture. Had we not had the deficit in those trees or lost those trees that which are believed to have been lost by now, would we be having the water problem to this extent that we do have now? The answer would be no. We would not have problems with water to the extent that we do have now. It would not mean that we would not have problems, but it would not have been to this far worse levels that we do have now. So, in one or another, that would itself have solved the water problem halfway. Mito yetu haingekuwa imekauka to this extent that they have done now. So, I would like to differ with you on that and try to agree with Ashley on the gas idea.
You know,
If at all, I don't mind politicians fighting themselves if the people are the ones benefiting. Actually, I would like that to happen every day if that's the case.
Can I
Because
say something?
if at all, as you say, it's because of trade wars between these two politicians. That's why wameleta gas na hii gas tumesema iko na hizi advantages health wise and
hakuna
and environmentally, which would itself also impact on the water. Maji ongezeke zaidi na ile ambayo ilikuwa inapotea ipungue, upungufu wa maji uweze kuwa eradicated, then so be it. Let them fight as much as they want. If at all it would bring some benefits to us.
So,
But as long
Black,
as we are not the ones fighting and we are not the ones
can I ask a
dragged into
question?
their fights, it's
hakuna
fine
watu
as long as we're the
wanatumia
ones benefit.
Yeah, can I ask a question before you proceed, Mr. Black,
Yes.
Ashley, and Jakes? Is the government going to give the gas cylinders or the gas itself? What is the government giving to the people?
What happened is
Yes.
the government is not giving you anything. The government just facilitates. I don't. If they're gonna give cylinders, I don't know. Maybe that's information that's new to me. What I
gas
do know is
cylinder ndio napeanwa, not the gas.
is the government providing the gas cylinders?
The
That's the question
government is
Geoffrey has asked.
providing the gas cylinders at 300.
Jakes, what is the government giving?
Okay.
Just one moment, I want to play the exact words. Mi napendanga kucheza vile ilisemwa.
Yes, because we should discuss on the point of information. We should have the information first, then we should be able now to tell the people.
Information, then we can now talk about.
Yes.
Just like a minute or so, nitakuwa ready. But go ahead. But I think what they did, they said watatoa all the taxes that is charged on gas, then reduce the cost. It's okay around 300 to 500, and then that encourage people to buy the gas at a cheaper price. And of course, when you increase competition, hata hii gas ingine pia ita reduce by. So I think that's what the government is trying to do.
Okay.
Yeah, because coming up just now. There we go.
We apologize, we'll be going back to Mombasa a bit later, but now Zambians and Zimbabweans.
I know you are a very resilient investor. I know the struggles you have gone through to get to this. This investment should have happened about 5 years ago. But because of bureaucracy and negative politics, investment has delayed. But I want to congratulate you, my brother, for insisting, for being persistent, and I want now to tell you that the government of Kenya is going to work with your company. We are going to facilitate your investment because it is the right thing to do for us as Kenyans, for the relation between Kenya and Tanzania, and for our East African community head to the Africa continental area. Hii uwekezaji ambao utaweka hapa, Kenya companies are doing. I came about from Ethiopia, where our Kenyan company, Safaricom, is investing close to $200 million in Ethiopia. It is commendable that you, coming from our neighboring brother country, Tanzania, you're going to make this huge investment in our country. You're welcome. Other investors are welcome from Tanzania and from our region, as we welcome all investors from the rest of the globe. Without a doubt, the launch of Taifa Gas project is a historic milestone on our journey to achieving self-sufficiency in clean, green energy, which is a critical component of our commitment to deliver rapid socio-economic transformation through clean, green growth. Our electric power grid is 92% green, and we are committed to turning it into 100% green by 2030. It is our intention to ensure that Kenyan households also embrace clean, modern cooking in order to complete our green growth agenda, protect the health and well-being of Kenyans, and conserve our forests. It is a fact that many Kenyan families bear the burden of allergies, complications of indoor pollution, and persistent exposure to clean energy is therefore a welcome preventive healthcare intervention. As we have been told, 70% of Kenyan households still use wood fuel. Asilimia 70 ya familia zote za Kenya wanatumia kuni kupika ama katika mambo ya mapishi manyumbani. Na sababu hiyo watu wengi wanapata ugonjwa, wengine wanapata madhara ya tofauti ya kiafya kwa sababu ya kutumia kuni na mambo mengine kupikia kule nyumbani. Na ndio tunasema mradi huu ambao ndugu yetu kiongozi wa Taifa Gas kutoka nchi yetu jirani wamekuja hapa kuegeza, itatusaidia kama Wakenya kuhakikisha ya kwamba tunapata gas na mapishi yetu yatakuwa kwenye mazingira yenye afya na mazingira ambayo haileti madhara kwa kina mama, hasa wale wanatusaidia katika mapishi manyumbani. Kwa hivyo, Bwana Rostam and your team, we welcome this investment as the government of Kenya. We are going to support the infrastructure you are going to put up here, and we are going to create a mechanism where the government of Kenya can support the distribution of gas to our households so that we can alleviate the serious challenges of health and pollution in our homes, especially on our mothers and the people who support our families. Beside that, clean cooking significantly cuts down our greenhouse gas emissions, minimizing Kenya's carbon footprint and bolstering our contribution to the mitigation of climate change, whose adverse effects continue to punish us quietly and disproportionately. Additionally, the adoption of clean modern cooking minimizes our appetite for wood fuel, which has
for the groundbreaking ceremony of the 16 billion shilling Taifa gas plant, saying the cost of gas is set to reduce. The 30,000 metric ton facility sits at the heart of the Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone in Mombasa. Francis Mtalaki reports.
The much anticipated Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone is beginning to take shape. The launch of the construction of 16 billion shilling Taifa gas import, storage and distribution plant, presided over by President William Ruto, setting the stage for what the president terms as journey to transformation. Ruto says once completed, the cost of gas will reduce significantly.
The journey to affordable, clean, green cooking gas using LPG kicks off in earnest from this investment. I have also approved to my good friend that instead of 30,000 metric ton storage facility, I have agreed that he makes it 45,000 metric ton facility so that we can increase storage of gas as we enhance our gas use in the country.
Tanzania wengi zaidi waje hapa na Wakenya zaidi waje Tanzania.
The latest statistics indicate that 70% of Kenyans use wood fuel. President Ruto says his government will zero-rate taxes for the gas cylinder in a bid to increase the use of gas in the country.
Liquid petroleum gas is an important transition alternative, representing a major step towards clean domestic energy consumption. It is therefore beneficial to promote it as a cleaner, safer, healthier, and significantly more environmentally compatible alternative to wood fuel.
Mnaongoza nchi zetu hizi, muongee na kuondoa vikwazo vyote
Bwana producer, moderator.
Kujua matarajio mema yatakuwa ni yapi. Watu wanataka kujua ya kwa mtu akitoka hapa ana matumaini ya kwa ataweza kupata ajira kutoka kwa kaunti ya Mombasa ikiwa itaweza kuhakikisha ya wawekezaji wamezidi.
Hii maneno ya Dongo Kundu itasuluhishwa na watu wa Kwale County na watu wa Mombasa County tukishirikiana na serikali. Watu wa kuleta porojo hapa hatutakubali. Na hiyo ni jambo mimi na gavana na Mheshimiwa Misi Mboko tumekubaliana. Hatutakubali porojo yote kutoka nje.
The government says more than 20 investors have also expressed investing in the Dongo Kundu Special Economic Zone. Francis Mtalaki, Citizen TV, Dikoni, Mombasa County.
Yeah, that is that. I'm also playing yenye anaongelelea of the prices, but it's what actually saying on why we need gas to really come into the country, because about health, which I also agree, just like Black was saying.
But also, Jake.
Go ahead.
This one should help us to understand why all this battle. And that's why I've been telling Kenyans, open eyes, not just what our leaders are telling us. To that extent, I am thinking that the battle between Raila Odinga and President William Ruto is, they are fighting an economic war. Because when the president has started now opening the space for other companies to come to Kenya, and the family or Raila Odinga has been enjoying the monopoly through East Africa Spectre for so long, whereby they have been the ones manufacturing the cylinders plus importing gas to Kenya. What do you think? For me, I think that is one of the reasons why they are having all these problems, because when he is in the government, he can be in a position to influence the government or not to bring competitors. Just like the same as with Uhuru Kenyatta. He has been enjoying monopoly, not ensuring that there will be no other milk companies in Kenya so that they can be able to control the market. So it is beyond what we hear the politicians saying. But at the same time, I want to say this.
Sorry. Just listen to this.
Wale wanatusaidia kupika chakula katika taifa letu la Kenya ni 99% women. Kwa hivyo hiyo magonjwa, hiyo matatizo inawafikia kina mama. Na ndio nimesema kuanzia mwezi wa 6 sasa tutapanga mpango ya kuhakikisha kwamba kina mama wanatumia clean energy. Na ndio tumesema kuanzia mwezi wa 6 nitafanya mambo kadhaa. Number 1, nimesema tunaondoa ushuru mambo ya gas. Ile 8%. ile 8% ambayo kama ushuru kwa gas tutaondoa, ndio tupunguze gharama ya gas, wananchi wengi waweze kununua gas. Leo mnanunua mtungi ya gas shilingi 2,000, shilingi 2,800. Tumesema sasa tutaweka pesa ya serikali kupunguza gharama ya mtungi ya gas. Ile ya kilo 6 mnanunua 2,500, 2,800, tutaishukisha chini mpaka shilingi 500 ama 300. Na vile vile
Actually, I think it is mtungi ndio itatoka hiyo bei. If I've heard him correct. What have you heard, Geoffrey? As even we wrap up, it's 8 hours,
kitu ambacho nimeelewa na diposa nikasema ni vizuri kwanza tujue serikali imepaga namna gani haya mambo, na nina support sasa, ninaweza nikasupport Ashley na Black ya kwamba the government has a plan of how or what they want to do exactly, kwa sababu kitu cha kwanza tumeona mitungi itapungua. At the same time they are breaking the monopoly so that people can afford. Do you know the gas in Kenya is actually, the price of gas in Kenya is very expensive kwa sababu ya taxes, kwa sababu there are also very few people who are able to import gas in Kenya. The cylinders bado unaona ni watu wachache sana wanatengeneza. So that is why I normally tell people ni vizuri kwanza kujua vizuri ni nini kinaendelea. So mimi ningesema That plan is very good for the government to open space for companies to come. Ile kitu ambayo imekuwa ikifinya Kenya sana sio eti ya kwamba hatuwezi kupata wawekezaji, but the taxes in Kenya are crazy and the government is supposed to check on that. It is very hard even to import something from any other country to Kenya because of the taxes. They are very high. It's very hard for you to start a company as an outsider in Kenya. It's one of the most difficult nation to start a business. So hiyo mambo serikali ikiweza angalia, kukuwe na competition kwa market, utaona ya kwamba most people, not all people, kwa sababu sio ati ya kwamba hatukuwa na mitungi ya gas hata wakati wetu. Sometimes ungekuta tuko na mtungi ya gas, lakini bei ya gas unasema wacha nikanunue makaa ama wacha ni katafute kuni, kwa sababu kuni ni rahisi kuliko gas. Hata saa hii they have to make sure that the price of firewood or the price of gas is lower than the price of firewood, kwa sababu lazima ujue kwa nini watu wanatumia kuni, kwa nini watu wanakata miti. Kama utaweza kuenda upate na watu hawana pesa ya kutosha upate gas ya pesa mzuri utanunua, lakini ukiona kuni ndio rahisi ili ubaki na kitu kwa mfuko utaendea kuni. So at the same time ninasema ya kwamba hata kama sio priority ile ambayo inafinya watu kabisa, at least we can see the government is opening the space for the competitors. Competitors wakiingia vitu zinapungua. The same case na hii mambo ya maziwa. Uliona ya kwamba Kibaki akitoka kwa government, KCC was doing very well. Alipotoka hata hatusikii KCC. Kwa sababu gani? Yule mwenye aliingia kampuni akona kampuni kubwa sana ya maziwa. So hiyo mambo unaona, tukiweza kupata competitors wa maziwa, farmers watasaidika, and vitu kama hizo utaona zitasaidia wananchi. So I think it's a good idea na itasaidia watu.
Okay, allow me to apologize to people who are watching us via Facebook. Time ilisha. Facebook normally airs us for 8 hours. We are now 8 hours 4 minutes past the time. So sorry, I can see kuna mtu anasema imepotea aje, pole. It is because Facebook only has a limited time to air, 8 hours. We are past the 8 hours. StreamYard also is in YouTube, so you can come to YouTube. We still have some people watching. I can see some people watching. So sorry, it is that technical hitch that has happened, but thank you for those who are keeping bado kuna watu wana watch. Naona nani hapa, Gitash uko ndani unasema it's all business wadau. Naona GK uko ndani. Naona nani, naona watu wako ndani. Continue being part of the show. Thank you so much, even as we wrap up, so that because YouTube can go on and on and on and on for more hours. Musalia, I don't know what you have to say even as we wrap up, because all good things have to come to an end, my brother.
Yeah, I think hiyo mambo ya gas, there is a genesis that people don't really know that and there is umeona president amepeana subsidy, na subsidy inaenda kwa the manufacturer wa gas ni nani? Ni Raila Amolo Odinga. So ma politicians bado tu tuchezea hiyo karata yao tu ya kawaida. Now on the issue ya hiyo gas, nchi gani itapata faida zaidi? Ni Kenya ama ni Tanzania? Ni Tanzania ndio inapata faida ya zaidi kwa sababu gas inatoka kule Tanzania. And I think sometimes last year the president was in Tanzania to fast track the pipeline ile inaenda from Dar es Salaam to the port of Mombasa. So ni Tanzania ndio pia wanafaidika zaidi. Na sisi kama Wakenya tunapeleka nini Tanzania? Hao wanatuletea gesi, sisi tunawapelekea nini? Hiyo ndio maswala tunafaa kuuliza, ni nini tunapeleka kule Tanzania kama Wakenya. Hao sasa wanatupatia gesi yao na hawatupatii bure, tunawalipa hela. So sisi tunapeleka nini kama Wakenya kule Tanzania. So this is very, very important for the country. And as much as the East African borders are being opened, we Kenyans need to think like the manufacturing industry in Kenya. Are they really doing trade among the East African community? Yes, Tanzanians are pushing for one of their own to invest in Kenya, but sisi pia lazima tuangalie ni nini tunaweza pata kule Tanzania na Uganda.
Okay. Ashley, your very last words.
I would want you to play. I send you some clips, or maybe we can do it another. The clips were actually, yesterday we were talking about justice for Jeff. And I remember Black saying he's going to leave the DCI to do their job. And I don't think it is a crime to put pressure on them to do the job, because they actually, there's a heading today about this DCI on the spot for posting false images claiming to be Azimio protesters. So if we leave them without holding them accountable, and we already see that they have shown themselves not to be trustworthy, I think we are leaving justice for that person to go, and tomorrow it will be somebody else, and the day after might be you. So if we try now to correct that our institutions work, when you are on the line or need them, then they will be working for you. So let us not just fight when it is ourselves being affected, but even be concerned about our brothers and sisters, so that when it is our turn, there will be those structures. Just like I said about the IEBC, let us structure it to where it is free and fair, so that even if you're going to the field, you don't have a loophole, because you might think the loophole is for you and your friend is smarter than you. So today you might refuse, you might want to look the other way when DCI is not doing a good job, because maybe that person doesn't belong to your tribe, or you don't like the tribe where they belong to, and you say those are two people from the same tribe killing each other, that's their problem, and you refuse to look. And then tomorrow you don't know whether it was your brother who will be on the line, or someone that you care about mostly, and then you'll have to depend on the DCI you refused to hold accountable. So our anthem says, tukae na udugu, tujenge taifa pamoja. So let us please do that. That is my, and the last and not least, I want to appeal to the Ruto government. They hold themselves to be Christians, and the Bible calls on Christians to advocate for those in need. So let us see them doing what the Bible calls, instead of living in extravagance and in wasting the money that they are getting from the taxpayers, that they will be considerate as they use that money. That is my request and prayer to them. And thank you guys for being in the show with us, and even for those who are listening or will listen. Have a good night.
Thank you, Ashley. Geoffrey, your very last words.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't have much to say because I have already spoken so many things. But because Ashley has raised something that I've been thinking about. I have had people talk so many things and writing so many comments about what happened to that young man who is called like me. And I would like to also pass my condolences to the family. But I've been thinking about it. I've had people call Fatso all manner of names and prejudging and even making conclusions. He is a killer and so many other things. And I've been saying, as much as it is very sad to lose a child or somebody to die, a young man like he was, I always leave a room of what if. And I've been asking myself, what if this DJ is innocent, as he is saying? How much will we have destroyed his career? What is he going through? What about his family members also? As much as we empathize with the one who has died, and we don't have a clear picture of what happened. So I always preserve, just like somebody said, I leave the DCI or the investigative authority to do their jobs. It is good to say, yes, we want to know what happened, but also it is not good to conclude that somebody is guilty before that person has been proved guilty. That is why I have been saying, what if he is innocent? Because anybody can find himself in such a situation. I might host somebody in my house. Then that person decide to kill himself in my house. As much as questions will be asked, is it right for people to say it is Jeff who has killed that person? What if it was an accident? So that is why we should always leave a room. As much as we have questions, I have seen so many things on social media, people calling that man so many words and all that. What if he is innocent? And that is why we say someone is innocent until proven guilty, not in the court of public justice or mob justice, but in the court of law. It is okay to agitate that we want to know the truth, but also we have to leave a room to know that even the DJ has a right and he might be innocent. So I'm not saying he is not guilty, but Kenyans, please, just like I saw another case where a pastor is being told so many things. And when people are talking, I'm like, are they really informed of what happened? Do they even have the information? So we kill people who are alive by speculations, by criticism, even before we know what happened. So as an intellectual, before I conclude anything, and that is my nature, I like following it and knowing the truth. So when the DCI or other investigative authorities will tell us this is the person who did it, then I'll be okay to come here and say everything I want. So let us always, as the nation, always have limitations on everything that we do. As much as we have rights, let us also have control over our emotions and other aspects of our lives. Thank you.
Okay. Mzalendo, your very last words, sir.
I think Geoffrey has just summed it up properly and in the best way. We were yesterday talking about this young guy, and I told you from the onset, I saw the guy and I said, this guy cannot be guilty. He comes on TV and social media and says his side of story. There is much to that story than meets the eye. So let us just wait for the investigations to be completed. And I'm sure this is now public interest. It will not be put under the carpet. This is such a big story. And I was surprised as a Mugithi artist. I also learned that Samidoi is also a policeman. I wonder when he does his duties. So the police service should really look into these things. If this guy is a policeman, I see him in Dubai, namuona sijui wapi, Amerikani, akifanya kazi na yeye ni anafaa kulinda wananchi huko nyumbani. There's a conflict of interest. He should either drop one na either akae kwa idara ama ingie kwa mziki. I think that should be informed by the code of conduct ile alisign kama afisa wa polisi. So there's so many funny things that happened in our country. That is one funny thing. That is one breach of conduct that is happening and we are just watching and we don't talk about. Anyway, Thank you, Jax, once again. Thank you, the panelists who are here. Ashley, thank you for staying very late. Geoffrey, once again, karibu tena. We like your wisdom. Come back again and educate Kenyans. Otherwise, asante sana, and a good morning or good night wherever you are. Thank you.
To the many who joined us, I see people still commenting. Nyasanti sana. We have to wrap this up, but thank you for choosing Mtembei to be part of your show and part of where you take your time to listen in. We are always grateful. Thank you for being part of this beautiful family. Mtembei is a journalist who works very hard to inform Kenyans. You can like, share, and comment. There are so many other videos. We don't just go live. Whenever there is a news that is making headlines, be sure Mtembe will be there to bring you the latest. Even when the mainstream media may try not to bring everything, Mtembe will bring it right close to you. Continue to support Mtembe TV by liking, sharing, and commenting, and above all, subscribing. You never know the power of subscribing until you subscribe to someone's channel. Please subscribe to as many share to as many other places that you can, and let's support Mtembe. Thank you for being part of this wonderful family. We are not here to support anyone. We don't speak for the government, neither do we speak for the opposition. We speak to you, Mwananchi, because it is you that we represent here at Mtembe. Thank you, my able panelists, Mzalendo, Asante Sana, Ashley, Godfrey, for making time to be part of the show, and the many other panelists who came and fell along the way, Akina Jenga, Akina Roda, I saw you, I saw many other guys who took their time to share, to comment. Black, you were in. I thank you so much for being part of the show. There was Kiptum, there was Adan Tarai, there was Kalenjin, Kalejinga Rapmeno, among many other people who joined in. Asanteni sana. It is always a pleasure to have you. We do this again today from 10. Today is Sunday, 6:27 a.m. Kenyan time. But we'll come back again from 10 p.m. today. And probably tomorrow to angalie what happens. Will people finally go to State House? I look forward to tomorrow's maandamano. I hope nobody dies. I hope nobody loses their lives. But above all, I wish Kenyans a peaceful and a prosperous day tomorrow. And even today, as you head to churches, God bless you. To our Muslim brothers, I wish you Ramadan Kareem. God bless you. God bless Kenya. God do you well. I don't know if anyone else has any other thing to say apart from what I've said, even as we say goodbye to our lovely viewers.
I have a request. You know that a thing about Reddit I send you? It's a CD. It's a called CGI. Huh? It's like less than a minute.
Could you resend me the link? Because what I'm seeing here, nikiingia inaniletea how not to sleep under a car.
Yes, that's it.
Oh, that's what. Okay, sorry. With a special request from Nancy, from Ashley, not Nancy. Nancy, I'll do my apologies. She'll be in next week. Let me see if I can be able to download it quickly and play it. But Mr. Mzalendo, how was the show?
Generally, I think you covered most of the parts, and especially the happenings. You are current. You know, this show, you are moderating fairly and not rudely, and you are very, very objective. So the show is becoming more informative, and we are not really leaning towards politics. Sometimes we veer to social issues like what Ashley brought. So as the show progresses, we need to talk about, entrepreneurship, things that will help somebody out there. You'd be very, very very, very surprised that there is somebody in the panel who can help people in various fields, in education, in engineering, in manufacturing, in sales, and opportunities that might arise either in abroad or back at home. So let us keep on interacting and raise the issues. And if there are issues that we can tackle in the show, let us see how we can tackle them. There was somebody who was here earlier on called Kipruto or some Kalenjin, sijui anaitwa, and he's a teacher. He's also very, very Kiptum. Kiptum is always very, very resourceful. So we can write a letter that like his friend did to Senate from Tembei, and and address the issues that we want to be addressed, especially things that we feel that are will affect the common man, or things that we feel are important for this generation. So that is very, very important as we talk in this show. This show is also a therapy for so many people. There are people who lost in the elections, people of Azimio. So some of the time when they come here annoyed, we cool them down, we give them hope. There are people who are supporting Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila Odinga. So Ruto has got to deal with Uhuru orphans at the same time Raila orphans. So unajua mayatima ni wengi, Jake. So when they come here, some of us will try to, they don't let them not feel like tunawalemea sana. Wacha wapate therapy.
So actually I'm trying to download. I think iko under Reddit, na mimi natumia YouTube and Chrome.
Okay, we'll do it another day.
Rather send me via WhatsApp. I'll try. I'll play it today in the evening if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, we
And
wrap
Jake,
this up. Yes,
Jake,
sir.
before you conclude, because Zaredo has touched on something about letting the members of parliament know what people are saying, that there is a way we can also be writing letters and the kind of things. I've been listening so much about the Kenyan public, and I have seen how much people are informed about the roles of our leaders. I think I have also listened to the panelists here. All of us, we agree that there are some things that are done in a way that we outwardly see or feel it should not be done like that. Those issues of governance. Like now I heard about these CDF funds going to the MPs or money for, I don't know, bursaries. Yet we have the county government. So you see, we have the governor with his money. The one who is supposed to oversight the governor is also having his own small projects, and also even the MCAs force the governors to give them some money, either to distribute to people or to have their own small projects. You see that kind of disorganization. Nobody will help us. Leaders will not help themselves to do away with these things. The issues of accountability of our money, because it's our money, it's the money for the public. I think we should be coming up with those topics of what are Kenyans saying and what do they want from their leaders, and we see how we can force or push these things until our leaders can act on them.
Okay.
And especially the issue of the roles of our leaders. I have heard people saying our senator did not do anything for us. Which project did he do for us? So they throw somebody out because of the projects, but they don't know the work of a senator. So just such kind of things to enlighten our public.
Okay. We will try to always.
Sorry, I know we had finished, but I'm still going on what he's saying. What Mogo, is it Mburu is saying? You see, even this issue you just talked about, DJ Fatso, the reason people are forming their own narratives is because, you know, like where you live, when a situation happens that is a national issue or a national talking point, the leader come and explain to us what's going on. So they keep us up to where they've reached. You see, like the story of Petito. You remember they would come and explain, or when there was this girl in Iowa who disappeared, and then they'll come and tell us exactly, the police will come and update us constantly. So we know what is going on, so there is no speculation. So people start filling in the gaps when they're not hearing from the people, because someone's coming to say, I went to report, they don't say, they are not giving the full information. So when someone comes and gives you the information, then there's no room for people to speculate. But when nothing is being said and it is quiet, then there is a reason to speculate. So those are the things that we should share here, maybe from where we come or where we live, how it is done, and maybe leaders do not know how to do it in a way that it leaves no room for speculation, or speculation is not that much.
So, unajua Jakes, when the show is just about to end, ndio kuna kuwaga na mambo mingi. Now I just remembered, just on the same note Muru was talking about, you know, one day we should create time to discuss this role. There is the bursary that is being, right now, most of the county assemblies, members of the county assemblies have awarded themselves something called Ward Development Fund. They have allocated money for themselves, running into millions, to manage a fund through the county assembly. The MP has got a bursary for the CDF that the MCA is also in the same constituency with the MP. The women rep is also running a fund called for education that is giving the same people that she represents. The woman rep is also giving the same fund in the same constituency, but now in a wider area. The governor also has got a bursary allocation for the students, for the needy students in the same county. So we have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bursaries, running in a county. The checks and balances in this thing is not even there. It's not even there at all. If it could be managed properly, that is the disorganization in Kenya. Then you find that, I would give an example of a country that I'm close to, Migori, Kisii, and Homa Bay. This country's proximity and distance is less than 20 miles or 10 miles. But they have got a minister for agriculture, minister for roads, minister. They have got, all these counties have got ministers. And they are tiny counties with ministers for agriculture. At the national level, we have got also a minister for agriculture. At the national level, we have a minister for agriculture who is seeing the agricultural sector in the whole country. So in Kenya, there is a lot of wastage. It is a waste. It is a very, very big waste to find that in a county like Kisii, that is very, very close to Homa Bay, there is a minister. In a county like Homa Bay, where there is no mining, there is a minister for mining. And there's no mining activity even going on in that particular county. Ukienda karibu Kisii, utapata kuna minister wa fisheries. na pengine hata kuna samaki wanavua pale. Unanielewa? So there is this, the constitution created so many offices which are so unnecessary, and some of it I think should be abolished, and the funds be channeled to other activities that are happening in the counties. So that's my observation, and it's something that it has been ringing around in my mind, how we can better the services in the counties with all these duplications. So as we even wind up, you ponder on that issue and see how we can be efficient, or how we can make the counties work properly.
Okay.
Otherwise, thank you.
Well, I am grateful. We really seriously have to bring the show to an end. All good things have to come to an end. Somehow. It's 8 hours and a half now. Where? Okay. And you see, personally, I've sat all that while.
So if possible, let us discuss about the governance of our country next time, because it's really paining how things are done in Kenya.
Please make a date with us tonight from 10 p.m. I'll send you a link. Mapema.
Please,
prepare. Please. We will discuss that among many other things that will happen today and tomorrow. So today and tomorrow we will have a show. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I have to end the show, but I'm grateful. There's a quote that I had posted by John F. Kennedy. This is what he has said some years back. He said this way, that ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. This is our country. Even these guys who are far and those who are near, all of us call Kenya our home. May Kenya continue being beautiful, and may our country continue to be prosperous. And I leave you with the words of our national anthem. God bless you. God do you good. Have a lovely Sunday, and keep up doing you. God bless you.
All creation, bless this our nation. Justice the shield and defender. May we bear in unity, peace and liberty. Plenty be found within our borders. Let one and all arise. We are strong and true. Service be our earnest endeavor. And the homeland of Kenya, heritage of splendor from